Okay, the YouTube stream is on. Sorry about that. Okay, so just going back to this team fight, even like I only need to see it once, but the two key points that kind of threw this fight are the Glaceon's positioning as well as the Blissey. Blissey obviously doesn't understand their role as a support. The fact that like this is happening in competitive play just cringes me out. Glaceon, of course, just as an individual, like you're just they're just too far forward. That's the problem. Okay, so number one. Okay, there's a lot of things that happen here. Number one, I don't under. Okay, so here's the thing, guys. I always say this, and I've been saying it like a lot the last like 2 days that I've watched competitive play. It's not like going Safeguard is a mandatory prerequisite to play Blissey, but there's numerous reasons as to why you should go Safeguard. And like here, okay, number one, shit like this is gonna happen. You literally have two people with huge amounts of CC diving the one guy on your team that is basically the quote-unquote carry of your team. Like, to avoid situations like this, Safeguard. You know what? We'll just call it SG for short, okay? But you got literally two guys ejecting onto your carry and just flat out diving you because you're walking a little too far forward. Now, whether you want to argue, like, there's two things you could say. Whether you want to argue it's a good play by the enemy team or a misplay by the Glaceon for just mispositioning, you could go either way. You could go both ways if you want to. Now, obviously, Blissey can't do much because they don't have Safeguard. They went soft-boiled. So in a situation like this, the moment you get caught out, there's really not much you can do. Now, where Blissey fucks up, bad support. Alright? Bad support. Instead of me telling you guys what they did wrong, why don't you tell me what they did wrong? Watch the Blissey specifically in the next like 5 seconds and you tell me what they did wrong. It should be pretty easy to figure out. And if you, like, just to give you a little bit of a hint, Glaceon is the core member of this team composition. Keep that in mind, okay? Now watch the next 5 seconds and you tell me what they did wrong. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I didn't even need 5 seconds. 3. What did they do? What did they do wrong? I'll play it back for you guys one more time, and you guys tell me. You guys notice anything about the Blissey? And what didn't happen to the Glaceon? The carry on your team that's getting caught out, you ulted the Umbreon as if that's gonna do anything for you. Yes, I get what you're thinking. Umbreon's diving in with their Unite move. Let's try to wombo combo with the Umbreon Blissey Unite move. But it's like and then literally by the way, I'm also going to point out something as well. Something that I didn't notice right away until I kind of just watched it back. You went Special Attacker Lapras, and they're level 11 going into Rayquaza. These guys are so starved for experience, and they're basically doing no damage, that this person on your team comp is a non-factor. I'm not saying it can't work, but in this specific game, it's like it just went horribly wrong. Yeah, love for money. How's it going, my friend?
かっているブラッキーとマンブーの睨み合い、後ろからスイ君が AP を落としました。これでアタッカー全員が退場したマジカルランデブー。L 字待機側まさに受けがうまいという話ショーさんしていますが、仕掛けに行ったのもマンブー。
And then at this point, you already know what happens. They secure a quads and the game's pretty much over. And that's how the game 3 happens. So game 3 are the semifinals, and then they go down to losers.
相手の読みの今日つくと言いますか、もう来ないなら自分たちから行くぞという勢いは自分たちで作るんだというところも見えた L 字待機お見事でした。さあマジカルランデブー L 字待機という中でうまく L 字待機
There's no coming back from that. Let just play it out.
最終スコア27対578。勝ったのは L 字待機。おめでとうございます。おめでとうございます。やっぱり僕最後の方にちらっと言いましたが、やはり L 字待機側の相手の猛攻を受ける力、攻めっ気の強い序盤に見えて、中盤終盤は落ち着いていなしていくと。
I want to see. Okay, let me see here. I want to see if the casters point out like that mistake. So like right now they're doing the post game analysis, yada yada yada. I'm just gonna fast forward to the last 2 minutes, and I want to see if they even highlight that or not.
馬車馬の気合玉であったりっていうと結構ちょっとずつ HP が減ってますよね。ここ見てみると分かるんですけど、
そうですね、じわじわと。
でグレイシアさえ捕まえてしまえば、L 字待機の構成としては負けようがないので、ちょっと前に出ているグレイシアを見て捕まえて、スイ君も行動妨害入れて1回下がるんですけど、おそらくこの後ですね、ストライクが一気に飛び込んで、
完全に分断して、ね、戻ってきてるのか、ストライクが。
そうですね、ストライクが一気に入ってきて、でハピナスもカバーに入っているので、
They got one heal off before they died. And then without Glaceon, their team comp just falls apart because they have no damage. Oh my god, I keep accidentally opening my freaking game map, which is freaking, like when I'm playing Unite.
構成の苦しいところが出てしまいましたがね。非常にピクシーの強さ。
Nice Alarm, how's it going, my friend?
ここから受けて立つか、ノットハート。さあ楽しみなカードになりました。ポケモン選択参りましょう。さて、404ノットファウンドが先行でドラフトピックをサーモの使用でアタックを並びを組み合わせの一つでもあります。盤面を一気に変えることができます。エーフィーとカメックスになったプラクティスメイクスパーフェクト。
Okay, so these bands are pretty much norm over here. Like, they always vary a little, but Umbreon, Suicune, Blaziken, Psyduck. I think the one thing that's very surprising for me, just off this game number 1, this is not something I would probably ever expect to happen, at least right now, for NA, like, EU. First pick Espeon and Blastoise. So, okay, so we got first pick Hoopa right here. So they're number 1. And then 2 and 3. So I don't know what their strat is, but there's so many strong picks right now. No, not even just that. It's just like there's so many options. It's just like I'm surprised this is what you go with for your first rotation. I'm doing this in real life? Wait, I'm doing it too. Bye, friend. Like, what can you pick here? There's a lot of things. Like, okay, so you have, let's see. You got things like Leafeon. Intel. What else? Maybe even Absol, if you wanted to contest that. Um, like these are just some of many things, all right? So like there's a lot of strong things available for grabs, and like I'm just generally shocked that they go for these two. And I always say this, I've been saying this as well. It's like if you want to play an attacker, I don't know why some of these people don't play Inteleon. Like Inteleon is a solid pick. And pretty much fills the role of attacker better than Espeon. Its early game is just as decent. Its late game has better late game scaling. It's safer. It has more mobility. It has long range poke damage, which is basically what Espeon players do anyways. It's just obviously it takes a little bit of skill because it requires skill shots. But besides that, it's like I'll always be confused why people will pick Espeon over Inteleon. Unless they're just going for like an AoE Wombo combo team comp, which would kind of make sense if they're going with Blastoise first pick too.
I already dislike right side team name.
I am the blazing sun destined to rise.
I already dislike right side team name. Practice makes perfect. Yo, Sai, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub and welcome back for 28 months. Thank you for being on a 20-month streak, my friend. I hope you're doing well, man. I hope the Monster Hunter Wilds is treating you well as well. Hell yeah, my friend. Glad to hear it. Does that mean non-stop? Oh my god, Galarian Rapidash. Does that mean non-stop gaming until summer's over? Oh my god, Urshifu! I haven't seen this Pokemon in so long. Okay, I imagine that's the Dark Bear, but I like, you know, considering it's Japan, I've seen crazy things coming from this region, so. Okay, we can fast forward just a little. So we saw the picks. Overall, but we'll see. Hey man, money's good. Money is good. You know what you can do with money? A whole lot. You can pay the bills, you can get food, you can buy games. Okay, I'm glad that oh, they're going for the invade on the Rapidash.
スタマロのドードリオ、スグナク先生と合わせて下ルートに戻ってきました。ウーラウスが前に出ているところをカビゴンが見逃しませんでした。
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, this could have been avoided, but I swear to you, some of these people that, like, some of the people that play this game have no map awareness whatsoever. Like, starting from here. Okay, you can see literally the Mewtwo and Dodrio invading the enemy team's jungler. And obviously, Rapidash should be able to convey that information to your team. Like, oh, I'm getting invaded. You can still see them right here. Like, even though you can't see the camera, but like, because the camera isn't panned to them, like this player, you know, P1 can see players 2 and 3 over here, okay? And obviously, if these guys are paying attention, like any one of these players as well, they would be able to see that on the minimap too. My issue is, despite the fact that you have so much information, despite the fact that they're so close to you, like they're in your jungle. It's not even their jungle, it's your jungle. So you have all that information and yet you're still playing so far forward. You're overextending in a lane where, yes, you can 1v1 the Snorlax in terms of out-secure the farm, but like, the longer you're on this side, which is like over here, the more likely it is that these two people that are off screen are literally going to do what they did, which is collapse on you when you could have literally just walked away. And then I know what they're doing it for. They're doing it for stacks. Because obviously, Urshifu has attack weight, so they're literally just dying for stacks. And like, is it worth it? No, it's not. You want to know why it's not worth it? Because in this situation, just look at the experience bar. Like, okay, you have Dodrio level 6, you have Mewtwo level 5, Snorlax level 5, okay, ready? Let's see what happens when they get this kill. So pay attention. This guy got basically half a level, giving him his level 7, which gives him a power spike. Obviously his agility or high jump kick, whatever move he decides to go. Mewtwo got, you know, maybe like a quarter, maybe a little bit more. Same with Snorlax. So off that one kill, because you're 2 levels ahead of all the other guys, and then slightly higher than the Dodrio. Remember when we confirmed bits for Mads? Good times? I don't even think I was a streamer at that time.
Yeah. 下ルートフロントゴール付近に4匹のポケモンを集めました。相手の草むらには山田選手のカビゴンが待っています。姿を見せているので不用意には出られないという睨み合いがブルー下ルート続いています。カメールが先ほどゼニガメの状態でプレッシャーをかけられていたこともあり、経験値を支配下
I mean, they have a Hoopa.
下がっているのを見逃さなかったというところですね。キワワがウーラオスにつきました。角度を変えてガラルギャロップ入っていきますが、今
Wait, did they go Trick or Phantom Force? I wasn't paying attention.
そうですね、ここから一つ巻き返しは狙っていきたいですが、
Dodrio's level 9.
ノットハウンド側のリーダーも大きいですよね。ノットレベル9ですし、アマージョも5段ベルしっかりですので、レベル8。
Oh, they went Trick.
ドードリを大きく動き回って AP をしっかり KO までつなげていきました。
ラストヒットは暗黒強打でしたね。はい。パーフェクトも抑えるところも抑えている。
回復力が高くなります。レジアイスを KO しているのはプラクティスメイクスパーフェクト。
そうなんですよね。重要な野生のポケモン。
But at the end of the day, there are no kills or there are no kills traded. But Urshifu got the bottom Reggie, and then Serena got the top Regieleki.
3匹ポケモンを KO してから、レジロック、レジアイスであったり、レックーザであったりというところにアクションを仕掛ける必要がありますよね。ドードリオがあの勢いで入ってこられるというのは集団戦戦う上でも翻弄されそうですね。刺激山田のアビはここから、ガラルギャロップキワワが中央を睨んでいますが、その間に相手の中央エリアをスタマロドードリオとここあったのアマージョが抑えていました。戻ってくるんですが、その時には、自陣のウーラオスが倒れていたりカメックスが倒れていたりと、
テンポ感を早く進めていくのはノットファウンドです。
捕まえるのが最も難しいポケモンでもありますからね、ガラルギャロップ。性によって妨害無効の状態を維持しながら走ることができるので、
はい、
今度は捕まえたいんですけれども、捕まえられるポケモンがいないというところで、ちょっとこう掴みどころのない戦い方をされているというか、
いや、ただミュウツー Y のプレッシャーからどうすごく展開しますが、これ抑えきりました。スピードにはスピードという堂々量の回答でしたね。
速さで対抗しましたね。
目には目を、ノットファウンド側が一つガラ
That was close. It could have been worse.
キヨアのフォローもある中だったんですが、脱出ボタンから波乗り大きく移動しまして、カメックスダメージを出していきました。
That definitely could have turned out worse for the orange team. If Blastoise got caught out there, Comfy probably would have died too. But they were able to get the shield off and then their Unite move. I don't know about that. That's just a weird play. I don't know why Blastoise is trying to 1v1 Serena.
やりづらそうですね、ノットファウンドも。
どこから崩してしっかりとでラストヒット、
そうですね、
抑えるところは抑えるというのはまさにチョンさんおっしゃる通りですね。
崩し方が難しいですね。
そのガラルギャロップの KO であったり、
The Blastoise is baiting them to... Okay, so Blastoise is kind of, like, I don't want to say they're inting, but like they went the opposite way to try to distract these guys from pushing with the Regieleki. But now you're in a 2 versus 1 here. Urshifu popped their Unite move.
で揃ってるんですよね。ロースも暗黒強打構えてる間妨害無効ですし、カメックスもね波乗りで妨害無効しながら動けますし、でガラルギャロップも特性で妨害無効を持ちながら走ってるので、
Okay.
いい感じにその妨害を与えて集団戦を仕掛けるっていうのがなかなか難しい。いや、ここはローテーションして
長い上ルートの戦いを今ご覧いただいて、
Despite the fact that they died,
そのウーラオスとカメックスが今上ミドルゴール守っていましたが、こう入れ替わり
I still think it's better than the Regieleki going in. Like, I would rather give up 2 kills than let Regieleki crash into the tier 2 and let the point gap get even further, like, out of reach. So it's not ideal. Like, the better situation is literally just like not giving up any kills. But 2 deaths for Regieleki getting stopped, I actually think it's worth it. Technically 3 because Blastoise died once earlier before that as well. Fnatic lost 3-0.
難しいというか、重要な野生のポケモンの HP も削りたくないんだけど、ただ仕掛けるところも難しいっていうところで、
確かに
難しいですね、これは。
つきやすい穴を作ってない、上に妨害無効っていう守りの戦術なのかながあるおかげで、プラクティスメイクスパーフェクトが大きな被害
What, LEC?
それでいて、プラクティスメイクスパーフェクトの方は、スマートフォンであったり、波取りであったり、自分たちから仕掛けていける技っていうのは持っているので、主導権はプラクティスメイクスパーフェクトの方にありそうですね。
Oh, MSI. Carmine Corpse?
組み上げてきたプラクティスメイクスパーフェクト、ガラルギャロップという唯一無二のこの戦術、最終盤で活かせるかというところ、そこにもでもウーラオスもいますからね。序盤はガラルギャロップを支えていたキュアは、最終盤はしっかりと今度はウーラオスを支えるぞという体制を整えています。ここあったナマージュはウエルト、L 字の草むらの中にドードリオとカビゴンがいることを確認して、絶妙な距離感で CGQ カメックス下がりました。
削る方法がないので、プラクティスメイクスパーフェクト、レックがない HP を削る方法がないので、どこかでゴールは決めに行きたいですね、ガラルギャロップが。スピードを生かして上のフロントゴール、空いているところに得点できれば逆転すると。そうですね、ゴールを入れて、
The orange team are playing like they're not losing. Like, I know, like, in some situations... Oh my god, he died without even uniting, and he's just... I was just about to say, but the orange team are playing like they're not losing, but then that just happens, and now it's even worse. Good heavy slam, good yawn. Pops their unite move. Or Shifu's literally gonna die. Yeah, it's over. It's cooked. Oh wait. Oh wait. Can Blastoise hold on? No.
そうですね。得点11点差。
I think it's fair to say that Rapidash pretty much, like, although I'm not blaming Rapidash on why that happened, but, like, Rapidash did nothing this game. I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't even notice their presence in the entire game. But Blastoise, on the other hand, getting caught out like that was just a crime. Like, I don't even know what... So, the problem is, with their team composition, they had, like... The problem is, although, like, the exception being Espeon, because technically Espeon is ranged, they don't have a way of threatening or even pulling Rayquaza safely, because they don't have consistent range DPS. That's the problem. Like, melee, technically range, but melee range damage, and not a lot of it too, because there's support. So wait, M for melee, technically range, but they're also support as well, because they're running XP share. Range, but not a lot of DPS. And they're short range as well, because they're just like... So when you're playing from behind like this, it's so hard for you to take the initiative to do something, because, and like, if you're gonna try to pull Rayquaza, or like, if you want to, or if you try to, it's gonna end up turning into a full-on team fight. But the problem is, it just seems so weird, because they weren't even making any proactive plays. It's literally just, they're waiting for the inevitable loss, because they're just losing out on time that they don't have. Like, it's definitely possible to make a play in the last 2 minutes, it's just that they wasted so much time really doing nothing that time just got out of hand. And I think they just got... Okay, so Blastoise, you know, he resets a little. Still less than half HP if you look at the HP bar now. Like, they're standing on the pad, trying to heal a little bit. Now they're at, like, 60% HP. They're going aggressive again. They get stunned by the Serena Stop. They're getting hit by the Psy Strike. Literally just get melted in the Surf animation. Humpy pops Unite move on a full HP Shifu. I have no idea even why. Not that it... At that point, not even... It doesn't even make that much of a difference, because, like, realistically, this team fight is just cooked. Like, 5 versus 4, levels down, they have a better team comp overall. Like, our Shifu's underleveled, Rapidash is underleveled, Espeon just saying level 13 literally right now. Like, our Shifu literally died before even trying to Unite move. Like, I don't know what the game plan was. I think the game plan was literally just to lose. That's just my opinion. Their levels are bad and look cooked already? Oh yeah, 100%. Bad comp and bad plays. Are you really going to watch the whole VOD? What does ER stand for? Yeah, I don't mind.
Ugh, fine, I guess you are my little PogChamp. Come here.
Like, I do get a, you know, I can always play solo queue, but at the same time, sometimes it's refreshing to shit talk pro players that are not that great at the game. Besides, I'm more interested to see how the World Champs lost. I haven't seen them on the VOD yet. I think they're probably coming up a bit later, but...
こう構成というのを持っていそうな気もするんですよね。そうですね。海流。
海流 AP。
これはまだ何とも言えませんが。
どう見たらいいんでしょうか。
This might be the game I saw a screenshot of. I don't know the result, but if I see Charizard in this lobby, then I think this is the game. It's definitely the game. Obviously, I don't think Dragonite is very good right now, but you know, at least they're trying something new.
ファウンドの最後の1枚はおそらくバランス型、そして中終盤強いポケモンが出てくるので、それを見て、それをある程度そこに対して強いポケモンを選んでいきたいですね。
そうですね。まさに、どうだ？
Oh! It's not a Charizard. It's something even worse. It's a Goodra. Oh my god. Oh shit, there's the Charizard. Oh my god, dude, what is this game? Alright, okay, so first pick Umbreon, Mewtwo and Snorlax, that's normal. Their second round pick was Espeon and Dragonite. Then you got Clefable and Leafeon, so you got like a literal standard meta comp. Urshifu and Goodra locking in and rounding out the team. And then you got a Charizard for the last pick on the orange team. I don't even know how to... Okay, assuming Dragonite goes Hyper Beam, at least you have strong secure potential with Urshifu and Dragonite. In terms of their team comp, I mean, it's just completely... I don't want to say, it's just basically melee range, close range. Then you got to deal with the Mewtwo Y. You got upfront burst from... First of all, this is not an early game team. With the exception of Espeon, assuming like you don't get starved down lane before you even hit level 4, you have to deal with an Espeon, a Leafeon in the early game, which is not fun for any of these Pokemon. That's first thing. The second thing is, in terms of late game scaling, it's not like you scale into the late game either. Like Goodra scales, Espeon falls off, Dragonite is questionable. It's like a question mark depending on your individual performance and the team performance. Urshifu, atrocious early game, probably one of the worst in the game. When you hit level 5, obviously you can start doing stuff. But... yeah, like, I don't know what the game plan is here for the left side. Their team is just like... it's like a fun meme team, but it has a lot on the line. Because you're playing for prize money and the chance at Worlds. If I were to be optimistic, I would like to think that... yeah, it's like no, but like this is like the qualifier for like the second half. It's like UCS where they have like the open, like the first part, and then they qualify for like the next portion, which is 2 weeks from now, I believe. It's the 21st. They're just weeding out the teams.
つまり我々の話も予想でしかないというところでどんな展開になるでしょうか見ていきましょう。レディーゴー。パープルサイドプラクティスメイクスパーフェクト、オレンジサイド404ノットファウンドという形になります。ここあったのリザードンを目指す人影は上ルート、下ルートは EV が2匹で進んでいきます。そうですね。ヌメラミニ竜だが。
Oh, Umbreon's dead.
はいピッピ人影
Or was that Espeon? I can't tell.
ヌメラと
I can't tell based on the map icons. Everyone's an Eevee.
進撃ガンベルって言った気がします。メガネですね。
全然取るに足らないですよ。大丈夫ですよ。大丈夫だなと思って僕も流しましたので。
失礼しました。
いえ、とんでもないですよ。意味は伝わっています。さあ、下ルート3対3、ムーラオスがすでに進化しています。三国強打。
まあ、お互いに進化に時間かかるポケモン揃っていますからね。序盤で動
いや、でも
くのが
これ囲めましたね、ヌメラ。
うん
かなり高い位置まで出てきてましたね。その一瞬を逃しませんでした。視界取れたというところが大きかったでしょうか。
というよりは上側、下側にいながら上側からヌメラが合流することを予期していたノットファウンドが偉かったですね。
なるほど、すでに予想ができていたと。
合流してくるだろう。
It's a lot of points.
はい。
あの位置で戦いになったので、ノットファウンドが少し先手を取って KO することができました。
ノットハウンドその
I mean, they gave up bottom lane to rotate top lane. And the thing is, they did, in terms of points, they did come out on top, but it literally just balanced out.
入りますよね。
そうですね、相手の中央エリアかなり深いところでの攻撃やめませんね。
ヌメラと白龍がいますから、
え
リーゼも序盤の強さ、ミュウツザイも序盤強いポケモンですから、
はい。どうだ、ピクシー取り残されたところ、ウーラオス分断に成功しました。脱出ボタンから KO です。
KO されるならピクシーですね。学習装置を持っているポケモンが KO される分には、そこまで大きな被害が
Oh, 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 and they're dead.
上からリザード
Goodbye, sweet prince.
時間は2分少々が経過したという。
And this is just like the this is like the early game and a sneak preview of the limitation of their team comp where they see Mega Mewtwo and they literally just run away.
可愛い感じになっちゃってますね。
そうですね、そこを
It's just very, oh,
だけでは終わらせない。ノットファウンドしっかりと今日ついていこう。弱点と見極めてエメラルド WB とウラオスに入れています。
they still haven't evolved.
ピクシーを KO できたのでその分
Urshifu's dead too.
入ります。
And they broke top as well.
レベル9。
これはまあ学習装置なんで、ある程度スロートライはしょうがないんですが、
はい
白龍の方が気になりますね。
This game is already lost. Nonsense. I believe in anything, man. Anything is possible. This is 500 IQ gaming. See, they got the objective.
ブラッキーが位置をずらしたん
There's
です。
Shifu with the wicked blows secure. They got the Regice. Charizard got the Regieleki in the top lane. 154 to 55. We got a 99 point difference.
防ぎます。
Regieleki may crash depending on what Charizard decides to
そう
do.
ですね、今見ると中央エリアの経験値を集めてはいるところ、その時間
Charizard still has the Unite move.
下ルートでなかなか
Espeon is dead.
という状態ですね。ウラオスの拳がピクシーを狙えるでしょうか。テレポートで位置をずらしたミュウツー Y、 ウラオスにプレッシャーをかけていきます。ヘビーボンバーで妨害をして、2匹で3匹の動きを
Yeah, but it goes by a lot faster since I'm fast forwarding the commentary. They'll probably like cut that down by half. Oh, Leafeon's dead.
ヌメルゴンとリザードンの睨み合いです。
KO できるなら、
はい。
ウーロス側もユナイト技を打った意味あり、やはり
激鱗。
適輪ですね。
暴れ回って攻撃すると。
もうひたすら通常攻撃を、近接、激輪状態になると、この、
はい。
本来は遠距離から通常攻撃できるポケモンなんですが、
はい。
攻撃が近接になって、
はい
それでダメージが相手に行動妨害も与えてというような、こう、非常にこう、なんていうんですかね、尖った、
Oh my god, Gudra's level 9 now.
そういった技選択が激輪になります。
Oh my god, bro. You just gave this under-level Gudra a full level off a 1v1?
上から流星ラッシュ。
Bro, now this guy's he's
に集まってきたノットファウンドに対して、ここプラクティスメイクスパーフェクトは仕掛けられる集団戦ではありますが、山田のカビゴンがヘビーボンバーを耐え切りました。前に入っているのはヌメルゴン、孤立している。
Oh, it's Outrage Dragonite too.
下フロントゴールになだれ込んでいくプラクティスメイクスパーフェクト。苦しいレベルを集めるタイミングではありましたが、ヌメルゴンと海流になった状態で前には出ますが、リザードンがはばかる。
Bro, Espeon, you're standing on the fire blast. You can't score. Oh my god, bro.
レイニンアタッカーを3匹しっかりと落としたノットファウンド。序盤の有利はさすがに覆すのは難しいか。
本当ゴール裏のミュウツー愛に届く構成じゃないので、
I don't think the SPN noticed that their feet were literally on fire. Otherwise, they would have moved or not tried scoring.
攻撃していればなんとかなってしまいますからね。
完全にミュウツー Y の位置は安全圏から攻撃してきてましたからね。
そうですね。機動力がないので、前から溶かしていくしかないんですよね、プラクティスメイクスパーフェクトとしては。
レジエレキの体力を減らし、ノットファウンドはウィルートのプレッシャーも高めます。
最終的な狙いはやはりレックザになるでしょうね。ヒットの部分ではウーラオス、そして削りの部分では海流がいますから、相手のポケモン。
I mean, the fact that this Goodra started off the way they did and they're almost tied for the highest level in the game, like, oh.
合わせて3分30秒、もう最適なタイミングでしっかり
Okay, that's
仕掛けることができた。
guys, you can't hold that. There's no point defending. Guys, there's nothing to defend. It's already in. Guys,
後ろからヌメルゴン海流と合流してきてリーフィアを KO 成功しました。奥には夜行のピクシーがエーフィーを追い切っているというところですが、11の痛みが逆には見えますが、3分に対してはノットファウンドのペースでやはり集団戦進んでいったなという印象がありました。
メルゴンのダメージよりもピクシーの回復量の方が多いですね。
耐久というところ、回復して耐えるのか守備力で耐えるのかというマッチアップになりました。プラクティスメイクスパーフェクト VS ノットファウンド4マリオンです。さあ最終2分に向けて残り30秒ほどという時間がやってきました。ノットファウンド側はここあった選手のこのリザード対してプラクティスメイクスパーフェクトも序盤こそレベル差ありましたが、全体としてはアタッカー以外のポケモンもレベルを上げることができています。
レベル自体は揃ってますよね。
そうですね。
I thought Dragonite was gonna go back cap. Bro, their team is so split up right now. Like, if anyone gets caught out, like, the game is probably gonna end. Oh, Urshifu, why would you walk in the... Oh, Urshifu's trolling, bro. And Espeon's dead. And Umbreon's will probably die. There's the Leafeon Unite. Bro, they were all split up across the map. I don't know what they thought was gonna happen. Then Urshifu is not looking... Either they're not looking at the time or they just don't care, but literally... Like, this guy's trying to run away, but he runs into the Rayquaza pit as the Rayquaza is literally spawning, so there's no way out except the way they went in. Like look at this, hold on. Like, the game is already over, I know that, but... Hold on.
入れていきまして、ここあったのリザードン、エメラルド W と合わせてヌメ開幕の
入らせないように立ち回っていきたいところ。
固まってきている。
Yeah, like, when I watch this, it's like, bro, like, what are you doing? Like, okay, so your Wicked blows the Snorlax, so now he doesn't have any form of, like, CC immunity unless he unites someone first. He's walking upwards, and then he realizes, oh shit, Rayquaza's spawning. The wall closes the other exit, then he goes in, and then Charizard grabs him. Literally, he gets Heavy Slam and literally just gets smoked. And then obviously, here comes the Charizard with Unite move. Espeon's dead. It doesn't even matter if they Unite move or not, because the Unite move doesn't stop the Charizard while they're in the Unite move. And then Goodra pops their Unite move, but Leafeon's already uniting, so they get the upfront burst. They just die, 3 for nothing. Only 2 people up are Outrage Dragonite and Umbreon. Umbreon is literally limping away with a sliver of HP. Mewtwo Unite move gives vision. And then Umbreon pops her Unite move trying to steal, but in reality it just doesn't do anything. Because it's already gone. Oh my goodness, man. Like, some of these players are just funny to watch. You know, the good news is at least the series is over because they got smoked 2-0.
けたこのカビゴンの動き。
So that's a replay. Oh yeah.
そして
今ね、国林ファン
私たちの準備。なるほど。
なるほど、名前を見ると、お見かけする名前がありますね。
本当だ。
帝国。
そうですね。雨のち晴れ選手や福利。そして戦術的な名前の選手もいるようですね。
Looks like your games from yesterday.
スイ君、リーフやハピナスというところが使用禁止になりました。
Bro, that sounds like a great time, man.
福林帝国です。ブラッキーを抑えます。
ハピナスの使用禁止かなり珍しい。
Yeah, let's fast forward the draft a bit.
ポケモンたちが選ばれていきますね。ガブリアス。
Okay, see, like when I see stuff like this seems like a more
能力の高い構成になりそうです。
meta draft.
福林帝国はガブリアス、ミュウツーワイ、インテレオン、ブラッキー。そして最後はメタグロスの選択になりました。ガブリアス、ギルガル戦いいうぐらい勝ったメッソン
So it's Metagross Jungle and Aegislash Jungle.
必要なポケモンたちを要する福林帝国。マカロンファミリーは序盤をミライドンとフーパこの2匹が支えます。上ルートでは福林帝国側が前に出ている状態。アチャもカビゴンが守ってはいるんですが、ミュウツーワイこの遠距離からの攻撃がチクリチクリとマカロンファミリーの首を絞めるような序盤の展開になります。
ガマルもこの時間帯、相手が近接攻撃のポケモンであれば、
はい、
非常に強力ですからね。
マカロンファミリー側の序盤の展開としては押したいという形になるんですか？
難しいところですね。カミゴン、フーパ、ミライドンといるので、
This is something common that a lot of teams do.
ギルガルドへの進化は
Where
させていきたい狙いは
so something that like a lot of teams do, it's not limited to any region, it's just something that I've noticed, is like when it's time for an Altaria camp, so at 850, we'll just at 850, obviously the Altaria spawns in both lanes. They will pull someone from one lane and leave someone by themselves, so in this case the Miraidon. Yeah, this person up here. They will leave that person by themselves, send their lane partner to the opposite side of the map, and then literally just try to get an advantage with their numbers advantage. And it's really up to the opposing team to decide, like, if they want to match that response, if they want to try to do that on their own. Because obviously, as long as there's no vision given, there's no guarantee that that's actually happening. Like, I can see that because I'm watching from like the viewer perspective, which is what everyone else will see. But if you're playing on the side of the purple team, you don't actually know Hoopa's here. So right now it's a 4 versus 3. Whether it works out in their favor or not, that's TBD.
はあると思います。
なるほど。メタング、カビゴンをフーパも合流して4対3という構図を上で作りました。2段ギルが前に出ていますが、その体力を4人がかりで削れるか。いや、アチャも持っていきました、2段ギル。
The fact that Aegislash was able to pick up a kill there is actually pretty good, but them going down is not worth. Hoopa gets a double kill.
オモンの身を取ってどうだ、できるだけ時間をかけてフロントゴールの得点をつなぎました。カビゴン下がりきることはできませんが、ガブライトに進化です。よく耐えましたね。
通常攻撃の
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy!
出るようになるんですが、
はい、
それはその相手に当てれば当てるほど回復する能力というのを持っていまして、先ほどのアップデートでね、強化攻撃による回復力っていうところも上がっていますから、アタックのガブリアスの強さというところを生かしてきましたね。
いや、どうだ、ガバイト後ろからフーパがその背中を取りました。素晴らしい活躍だったんですが、ブラッキー VMAX ここで退場です。ギルガルドワイルドカードからもうこの猛攻が始まっていますね。
ギルガルドの時間ですね。
はい、眠って体力回復していたところではあったんですが、その眠りを許さないギルガルド。
ガマルが先ほど時間を稼いでいたプレーがやっぱり大きくて、その分ギ ビルガルド
Triple kill for the support Mewtwo.
作り出しましたからこそ、
なるほど。
ビルガルドのこのタイミングでのレベル7、レベル8ですよね。
あそこから繋がっているわけですね。チャージビームのミライドンです。ガバイトがカビゴンを KO。
See, this is where things get questionable because, like, leading up to this point, like, one team was ahead of the other, but because they keep trading kills back and forth, like, you're giving an unnecessary experience to people that actually need it more than others. Like, Inteleon's level 9, that's lane Inteleon, of course. Aegislash is level 9, Gabite's level 8, Aegislash secures the Regieleki.
機動力がそこまで高くない。
はい。
ですから、まあ、後ろ
Inteleon goes down to the Metang. Blaziken gets killed as well. Metang secures the Regice. So overall, that's in favor of the orange team because they, despite the fact that they traded kills there, they get the objective.
ライドン育てていきたいです。
So all in all, to like simplify everything, orange team got the Regieleki. Oh, sorry, the Regice, and then purple team got the Regieleki top side.
ビルガルドおびき寄せて入っていった先には予想外か。
Aegislash diving in like very aggressive 1v4. Metagross popped through Unite move, but actually got cancelled.
入ってきたところではありましたが、ガブリアスもド発点ラッシュ。怒り浸透対応していきます。ユナイト技の応酬で難を逃れたガブリアスでした。うまく KO につなげていきます。カビゴンを倒すことができたというのもクリーンテイクが大きかったでしょう。10対11。おー、上からバシャームが間に合いました。1人やられればやり返すというところで一進一退の攻防続いているように見えますが、いかがですか、皆さん。
そうですね、お互いにこう進化も揃ってやり合えるっていう中で、
はい。
今、下側フロントゴール壊した上で大きかったのが、ミュウツーワイとインテレオンに対しての、そのマカロンファミリー側のプレッシャーがなかったことですよね。ミライドンが、ガブリアス、いや、フーパかな、フーパとガブリアスが。
I mean, both objectives are spawning relatively close to each other, so it really just depends on like what both teams want to prioritize.
なかなか
From the looks of things, orange team wants to go for the Regieleki, and then blue team, or sorry, purple team wants to go for bottom Reggie. But they're also desync slightly, so it will take the purple team a little bit longer to get that objective, just because it spawns later. Which might be a little trouble if they're pushing with this Regieleki.
レジ歴現れましたが、不穏な静けさというか。
Umbreon is recalling. I don't know about Mewtwo. Yeah, Mewtwo recalled?
受けられる技そんなに多くないですからね。
Oh wait, they're not.
重要な野生のポケモン周り
They weren't moving. I thought they were... Did they DC?
はい。
そんなに多くないです。
Umbreon has not moved for like... Okay, no, they're moving right now, but it looks like they're like AFK.
はい。
こうぶつかればぶつかるし、
はい。
そこでぶつからなかったらまあしばらくまたお見合いが続くと思いますね。
あー、なるほど。草むらの中にはガブリアス。最終盤4分に向けて両チームが一度下がっていきます。中央エリア、むしろフロントライン上げてきているのはプクリーン帝国ドラゴンダイブから。これ仕掛けるってなると今みたいなドラゴンダイブの形になるんですかね。ド発点ラッシュ、ガブリアスのユナイト技発動したのを見てバシャーも技を合わせていきました。仕掛けるとなったら一瞬です。時当たり思考に人数が集まったプクリーン帝国なんですが、真ん中で居眠りをかましているのはマカロンファミリーのカビゴン。そこを咎めていくことができたでしょうか。 3KO が一気に生まれました。プクリーン帝国のミュウツーワイ、メガミュウツーワイのこの力が止まりませんでした。上フロントゴール破壊成功となりそうです。
It's a 39-point overcap on the top goal, which is pretty huge considering they couldn't hold any more points than that.
こうインテリアミュウツーワイに届いてないのが響いてますよね。
そうですね。
Like, unless you're scoring past, like, unless you're scoring post 2-minute mark or you can carry 50 points, that's literally the best overcap you're gonna get, so.
12、12、12、12って書いてありますけれども、
そうですね。
いや誰かがミュウツーワイが学習装置を持っていると思うんですけど、
ブラッキーミュウツーワイ。
あ、そうですね。であればこれはもう学習装置を持ちながら、とんでもない KO とアシストを生み出しているということなので、
はい。
このミュウツーの高さがこう集団戦の内容を物語っているというか、
はい。
ミュウツーワイが非常に大活躍しているということが言えると思いますね。
なるほど。プクリーン帝国ミュウツーワイカジャン肉選手ですね。 レジエリクの体力を削ります。マカロンファミリーだから集団戦始まらなければ静かな時間だねという話を先ほどしていたんですが、始まってしまえば先ほどのような
This could be a way to potentially close the gap. So normally I don't like when people backcap right before Quaza, but the thing is, like, you can make an exception for Hoopas. Like if there's a Hoop on your team. Garchomp might defend this? No, they're not. See, they're letting in. So this would actually be like an ideal time for someone to backcap, and Hoopa just stays middle, just so they can close the... or like lower the deficit in terms of points.
そしてテレポートで寄ってきたミュウツー Y がバシャーモの体力をご覧のように削っていきます。半分削れた状態でド発電ラッシュのガブリアスに襲いかかられますが、脱出ボタンを逃げに使ってうまくいなしました。
Oh, they're flipping.
未来テラシルセレックズの体力を削る
Wow.
ギルガルド、お見事です。マカロンファミリーが仕掛けてくるのであれば集団戦ではなくて戦闘と2分前に出るには狙いたいポケモン、仕掛けたい先を見つける必要があります。視界を取って草むらの警戒していくが、その先には雨のち晴れのブラッキー、そしてテレポートで寄ってきたミュウツー Y がバシャーモの体力をご覧のように削っていきます。半分削れた状態でド発電ラッシュのガブリアスに襲いかかられますが、脱出ボタンを逃げに使ってうまくいなしました。雷上からは未来テラシルセレックズの体力を削り切る形になったギルガルド、お見事です。マカロンファミリーが仕掛けてくるのであれば集団戦ではなくレックーザで回答を出そうというプクリーン帝国になりました。
Yeah, I mean, like, sometimes you don't expect things to happen like that. Like, generally speaking, when you're playing with an advantage, specifically a point advantage going to Rayquaza, you don't necessarily need to pull the Rayquaza. So, like, you don't need to force Rayquaza as aggressively as they did. But, like, there are, like, exceptions when you have secure, they don't. You have the positioning, they don't. Like, literally, the one with the most secure on their team is the Blaziken, and they're not even there because their top lane, I believe they were maybe resetting. Yeah, they eject bind away, it looks like they were probably recalling. But then I think they realized, like, when everyone was, like, piling Rayquaza, they tried to make it back in time. But obviously that's just unrealistic considering how far away they were. You just secures it with the Unite move, and then the only people that were in the pit were Snorlax and Metagross, and they don't have reliable secure. At least not for Rayquaza anyways. The only thing they could really do would be to, like, CC install, but even then, damage was already done.
自分たちの有利な状況でも試合を決めきるという
窮地の中ゆえにこの使用禁止ポケモンになりました。
Oh, Fennel!
ドードリオブラッキー、
しっかり抑えてきましたね。
そうですね。1匹目、ブラッキー使用禁止されてますからね。水球もしっかりと。
Okay, so this is
フェンネル側はどんな戦いで来るのかというところがこの2匹のポケモン選択でもしかしたらわかるかもしれません。私らがとミュウツー Y を選択しました。
なるほど。序盤から攻めて
these guys right here.
が私らがには決められることが多いです。序盤
These guys are the 2024 World Champions. So, okay, here's the thing, guys. The other teams that we've been watching till now are arguably like weaker teams. I'm gonna be super critical of the World Champions for obvious reasons. So if they play like shit, I'm just gonna call it out as them being shitters. We could use these we can use these guys as a learning example of how they fell so far from 2024. And I already saw people on, I saw a few people on Twitter saying the reason they lost is because Ton retired. Ton GG.
幾度
But
も見てきた得意構成ではありますから、逆にそれを担っていたのがルカポ選手でもありますので、プログ
you
ラム
know,
側がどんな
I'm sure that might have contributed, but at the same time,
マッシブ、
ポケモンで固めてきています。
そうですね。
オガリはそこに対抗できる
はい。
ポケモンを用意するのか、あるいはもう戦いの軸をずらして、終盤での集団戦というところに重きを置くのか、
はい。
客が問われています。
終盤になりましたね。
そう
バッ
ですね
シャーもイン。テレオンガブリアス。
ウェルと深丸で最低限守りつつ、
はい。
バシャーモンへの進化、ガブリアスへの進化の楽しみで戦っていくような構成になりますね。
それを見て選ばれたのがミミキュになる
okay, just looking at the draft,
わけですね、アポ選手。
like, let's talk about the draft. So, Leafeon Bane, you shut down the early game speedster. Dodrio, Dodrio has been played a lot in the Asia regions. I don't necessarily, I mean, like, it's something that's annoying, so it makes sense if you don't want to deal with something like that in your matches, so you just take it off the table. And obviously you take away, like, an early game Pokemon, especially if it's in the jungle. Clefable, buffed, strong sustainer, and can shut down some engages with gravity. Obviously, Umbreon still S tier defense. Probably next, Umbreon and Snorlax are probably the top 2 defenders in the game. Dodrio, not Dodori. Yeah, Umbreon and Snorlax are probably the 2 top defenders in the game right now. Then you got first pick. So first pick, oops, hold on. Speaking, obviously, strong Pokemon, 2 and 3. The Eldegoss, I mean, my preference, guys, and I will say this right now, I would prefer the, like, Umbreon's off the table, so you don't have to worry about it. I would have preferred Blissey. But the thing is, they're also going to special attack build. They're not going to attack speed, so they're doing more damage from their skills rather than their auto attacks. I mean, like, obviously they're still going to do a lot with their Mega, but yeah. So, I still would have preferred the Blissey regardless, but that's just my opinion. But either way, 2 and 3. 4 and 5. Obviously, you got solid mid-game and scaling top laner. After the Gyarados nerfs, some people have... okay, here's the thing. I honestly don't even know if people over here played Gyarados a lot. But I do think after the most recent patch update, Gyarados, at least for the Asia regions, fell out of favor. They nerfed, what did they nerf? I don't even remember. I think they nerfed the waterfall and damage, and they nerfed... I don't remember. I'll be honest with you, it's been a while. Hoopa is perfectly fine. 6 and 7. You have Buzzwole, obviously another strong top laner. One of the top 3, in my opinion, in the game. Psyduck, obviously S-tier support, alongside Blissey and Hoopa. And then, even though technically it's an all-rounder, if you want to throw Suicune support in there, you can probably do that as well. Inteleon, still top-level attack damage, or not even attack damage, fucking attacker, I mean. Let's see here. 8 and 9. You got your late game. Late game scaler, assuming you even make it there. Now, Mimikyu over here, I still think is a really strong Pokemon. It's our hit or miss. Like, it would be a little difficult in these team fights considering there's a lot of CC involved. However, it's still good for shutting down things like, you know, Blaziken secure, Garchomp engage, or even just like team fighting. You can still have the threat of one-shotting, depending on your moveset. The Inteleon, obviously very fragile Pokemon, granted that you're able to even get on top of him. I think it comes down, when it comes to these team comps, I don't have a team comp I prefer more, per se. It just comes down to execution. Strategy, execution. Micromanaging yourselves, bit like macro, which is obviously navigating around the map as a whole. Individual playmaking, all that shit. We'll see how it goes.
ここは本当にいろんな選択肢があったと思うんですね。序盤強いポケモンで固めきってしまうのか、
はい
まあ一
Mimeo can cancel Hoopa Unite too.
大活躍できるポケモン
It can delay the Unite move, but if you're talking like once Hoopa and Bound's already in their Unite move, it's not going to stop people from going in the portal. If that's what you mean.
出てきましたけれども、終盤でしっかりと戦い合えるポケモンなどもいる中で、序盤にさらに寄せたような印象にも、
こう自分が上回
いやー、このフェンネルの新しい戦力として今日は最序盤の構成という話をチョモスさんもしていました。フェンネルに対してプロ狩り側がそれを最序盤のフェンネルの猛攻を耐えて中盤終盤から
All right, so we got the Fennel 2024 World Champions versus I don't know what team this is by their name. I can't read that,
と姫面角上ルートに
but we're gonna see how the 2024 World Champions kind of
一部姫
fumbled in these qualifiers. So, okay. This is kind of a spoiler, but it's not. Keep in mind, guys, I'm watching a VOD. This is not live. So, if you guys didn't watch this, small spoiler or big spoiler, if you want to call it that. Fennel, the 2024 World Champions from last year, did not qualify for the top cut. So, what that means is they're not going to Worlds. As of right now, they are not going to Worlds. The only way, and this is extremely unlikely, is if they go to NAIC and they win the entire thing. Which is extremely unlikely because literally NAIC is literally the last major competition before Worlds. And there are some people that are probably going to go try to make the trip out there to get the last hall pass towards Worlds. So there's always that chance you do see them if they do decide to travel, but it's extremely unlikely. Extremely. Emphasis on extremely. But, that being said, there's always the possibility. However, if they don't, then they are not going to Worlds 2025. Worlds in August this year, you won't see the former World Champions. What that means is, in a nutshell, if they're not there, you're going to have a new World Champion for 2025. They're not going to be there to defend their title, because they didn't even qualify. Now, there's a lot of speculation. Two things. One being Fennel were just not performing as well as last year. Now, they did make two major... make two roster adjustments. One person got put as a sub, and then the other person retired completely, as in they no longer play Unite competitively. That's the first thing. So, obviously, team dynamic, team players switch from last year. The second thing is, arguably, now this is I don't know because obviously I don't keep up with these regions as a whole, but the other argument is that Japan is so competitive that there are just that many good teams, and in terms of skill and how competitive Japan is, the argument is there's so many good teams over there that it was just very competitive. And they just missed out a bit. But the thing is, from what I hear, Fennel has been underperforming the last several months. It's not even like it's a new thing. They've been underperforming a lot in recent time, if you were following the Asia scene. And I don't necessarily agree with that argument that the teams are just that good. I've been watching a lot of the Asia live events and even the VODs. And what I will say is if I were to compare, so it's really hard to say because the only international competition that we've had is the Asia tournament where LG went to I don't know if it was Japan or whatever, but they went abroad to compete in the Asia tournament and they came out in third or whatever. And then I remember, so there was also it wasn't official, as in it wasn't a part of the UCS, but there was the Engage tournament that happened yesterday as well. So if you want to throw that in there for international competition, there is that. The only problem I have with that tournament specifically is like there's a ping difference. And not to discredit anyone that like played in that tournament, but like I do think it's unfair like when you're playing on ping. Like some people are gonna say like the ping was relatively close, or it's not that big a difference, but playing on ping, there's always a huge difference. Like that is what you would call a competitive advantage. But at the same time, it wasn't part of UCS, so I don't like consider that like a big deal in terms of like it's not gonna impact anything. It's just an example of international competition. But if I were to base my opinion on the regions solely on like the live events that I've been watching, I don't think Japan is as strong as people are making them out to be. But at the same time, it's hard for me to make that call because at the end of the day, Japan or like the Asia region still came out on top when it came to LG when they went over there. And at that time, at that specific time, I'm not talking about like literally right now, but when they did go to compete, LG was still the best team from NA at that time. Now, whether that still holds true, I have no idea because obviously, as of recent, like LG hasn't been playing in some of these grassroots organization tournaments as well as I don't remember the last time I saw them play competitively. I think that was honestly I think that was the last time I saw LG play competitively, if I'm being honest. I don't remember in recent memory if they showed up to like anything afterwards. But the point I'm trying to make is like besides the fact that LG is kind of like a unknown variable right now, and Orange Juicers have been looking pretty good from what I've seen. Like Orange Juicers are probably gonna make a strong contention as the #1 team. Like I would have to see LG versus Orange Juicers again to see like which one is #1 and which one's #2. But the way some of these Asia teams are playing, I don't think they're that strong. Once they qualified for Worlds, I didn't saw them too much. Yeah, after like they qualified for Worlds and they went to that Asia tournament. They sorry, blah, blah, blah. Let me rephrase that. They already qualified for Worlds and then they went to the Asia tournament and then they didn't win, but they made top 3, I believe, or top 4 at the very least. And then after that, I didn't really see much of LG after that. And then OJ have been kind of taking the spotlight for North America just because they've been playing in all the official competitions and they've been playing in like the grassroots organization tournaments as well. So it's hard for me to really say like LG is better than OJ or OJ is better than LG because I haven't seen them play against each other recently. At least like in a live tournament. That technically speaking, LG were supposed to play in that engaged tournament, but then they dropped out. There's a social media post basically like they dropped out without any advance notice. So it would have been nice to have seen them play, but for whatever reason they didn't play. That would have been an actual competitive tournament, I guess, in the sense like it would have been nice to see where LG is right now in terms of like a cohesive unit versus quote unquote prime OJ, but it didn't happen, so we'll see. Otherwise, yeah, I kind of went off topic there, but
この深丸対マッシブンのマッチアップ嫌ったんでしょうね。
なるほど。
マッシブンの距離で戦ってしまうと、深丸の通常攻撃を連打されて、
はい。
この時間の深丸との通常攻撃の殴り合いで勝てる方でもいませんから、そこを避けてのこの選択。
もうおそらくその現環境ガブリアスがその通常のポケモンユナイトのプレイの中でも出やすくなって。
So you didn't see it, but the Gossifleur died in a 2v2 off screen in the bottom lane. So like that's stuff that I would not expect. That's like although it's very minor, like 1 kill is not the end of the world. It's still stuff you wouldn't want to see.
前にできりましたミーキ姫が合流します。
しまいましたね。
捕まえて若シャモは脱出ボタンで下がりましたが、フロントゴールへの得点は許す形になっています。
変化の 通常攻撃の移動速度低下が
はい。
ジンにつき、メッソですね、メッソに刺さっていたようにも見えました。
上ルートではフーパーが孤立していたでしょうか。ミュウツーは前に入っていくマシオです。後ろから支えるのはユメ。カルローの体力が削れます。
ですね、これをガリとしてはここは苦しい時間になります。
Mimikyu picks up a solo kill and the good bite off screen as well.
ペースとしては崩されず耐え抜きたいところ黒がり。8分時点です。
最終盤では影響
Like, if you want me to nitpick, so, like, I could watch the game for what it is, but obviously, like, when I see stuff like this, and this is just my opinion, alright? So, obviously, Orange Team Fennel, they're going for an aggressive invade. They're going in for an aggressive invade on, you know, player 1 and player 2 over here. Obviously, Eldegoss is here for the support. But the thing is, they're not getting anything done here. That's the problem I have. Like, right now, there's still their second rotation of jungle to be farmed. No one's touching that right now. Like, yeah, they're invading. They're getting some poke damage on the enemy team. But at the end of the day, unless they're securing camps and denying experience, they're not getting a lot of value out of this. So it's like, it's stuff like this that makes it, like, this type of play questionable. It's like, is this the right play? Like, could you be doing something more efficient with your time? Obviously, yes. You could be farming your own side, or, you know, setting up for the middle, which is going to be happening in 14 seconds, technically. There's still Baltoys in the middle, too, which is still, although it's neutral farm, technically, because you have the positioning, you can just secure that as well. I don't know. Right now is just iffy. Then they have the positioning on the middle, but the thing is, as well, I'm gonna pause right here because this is very important. So the levels across the board are relatively similar for the most part. Obviously, I can give a slight level advantage to Fennel overall, but the one thing that you need to be mindful of is the fact that this is still the second rotation of jungle, and nobody has touched this. Nobody on this team has gone to farm this. So basically, this is just lost experience in the sense that if you were farming your second clear of jungle efficiently, your third rotation of jungle would probably spawn by the time the bottom Reggie or the top Regieleki are about to cycle at the 7-minute mark. And then usually you would, depending on the circumstances, you could probably go farm a buff or two for your level 9 or even some experience, and then go back down to bottom or to top. My problem is just Fennel have been trying so hard to make an aggressive, proactive play that in reality they didn't get anything done because they didn't get any kills, and they just starved. Well, I don't want to say starved themselves, but they just prevented themselves from farming their own jungle. Like, in reality, if they didn't do what they did, which is, you know, go to the jungle and then invade and then go back out to go to the center Altaria, they literally could have just went here and then went there. And then someone, or like, whether it be one person farming the jungle or multiple people, you still would have got your experience and you still could have gone middle. But they've been trying to turn this game into a clown fiesta where they want to get experience from kills, but they're not getting those kills, so they're not getting anything done. So now Mimikyu is finally going to go farm their buff, but this is just like a slow rotation. It's something that could have been done a lot sooner. They're still going to get experience. They're probably going to hit level 8 as well, but they're still not going to have Unite move for first objective. And the thing is, that's kind of bad against the Blaziken, because the thing that Blaziken players have an advantage of is they just have secure. But Buzzwole is strong, so they might opt into a fight. We'll see. Psyduck is rotating bottom, Mimikyu is rotating top, Mewtwo is rotating bottom. Oh!
それを塞いでいくコダックと夢の私らが後ろから渦潮スイ君がダメージを入れていきました。そして5歳分戻ります。
このよく取りましたね、マッシュブーン。
Okay, I was literally... Okay, the game is not over, but MVP goes to Buzzle right there. I was literally about to crucify Fennel for their horrible macro. And what I mean by this, and I see this a lot, and I'm sure you guys see this a lot when I watch some of these matches. So, one thing that I noticed right away is like, okay, you have a lot of people in the bottom lane that are going to contest this Reggie. Like, obviously, Reggie, very important for some people. Now, the problem I have is Mimikyu went to go farm their jungle late, and instead of going bottom, they're going top lane. So, you put your team at a disadvantage because the jungler that was closer to bottom lane to begin with, like you can see on the map, they're closer to the bottom lane than they are on the top lane. But they start rotating top lane. And then, even worse, Mewtwo starts rotating bottom from top, like at the 7-minute mark when the objective's already spawned. Like, if you're gonna rotate, make the rotation in advance so you can be there to support your team. And then Psyduck is also a little far behind, but they're still close, so they decide to rotate as well. So look how this plays out. So Psyduck is going bottom. So now you're going to have a 3 versus 4. Mewtwo's making their way bottom as well. The only reason this didn't turn into a complete shitfest is because Inteleon and Blaziken missed their secure. Like they didn't execute it properly, so they barely missed out on the damage, and then Buzzwole secures it. Like, let us play that back, and I'm gonna slow that down as slow as I possibly can. Okay, so they start charging. Okay. So, look at this. The snipe shot damage went off first, so this registered. And then the the superpower lands afterwards. So, snipe shot, superpower. And this guy's still in his overheat animation, so it doesn't even technically go off. So, 1, 2... Question mark. Question mark because you didn't use your overheat in time. Obviously the synergy was not on point right there, but yeah. But yeah, if they secured that, I think this would have been a completely different story where they play more aggressive and try to fight, but yeah, they lost the objective. They still get a kill, but 1 kill for Registeel. Obviously the team that gets a Registeel would probably be happy with that trade. And then this guy's still top lane. Like, this guy's in Lala Land. Like, I don't know what this guy's doing. He rotated like top like literally 40 seconds ago. He's finally getting the red lucky for his team. Purple team going to defend. Like, although the game is still relatively close, and Fennel did get that objective in the bottom lane and top lane, they're not really able to utilize any advantages they got. Mimikyu goes in, gets displaced, and literally just dies. Like, this Mimikyu so far is just like... They're playing like a boosted player. Like, if you guys hid the nameplates and hid the fact that this was like a UCS game, like, I would be talking so much more shit about, like, Fennel and how they're playing. Like, right now they're playing like shit to me. More so specifically the Mimikyu. I have a problem with the Mimikyu more than anything else. But the thing is, like, when you play competitive UCS, you're playing as, like, a collective entity rather than individually. Like, obviously, individual skill matters, but when it comes to macro and stuff, I'm sure there's usually a shot caller kind of navigating the team through different scenarios.
から有名がサポートしています。解き放たれし降臨。これでプロ狩りの面々
Oswald with 30 night move.
奥に入っていくドアツ戦ラッシュ。ガブリアスの通常攻撃、ダメージを出すことができている。2連続 KO アルカポーの馬車もう一人持っていこうというところです。フーパがマッシュ分を KO して、これで渦潮凍らせることもできて、フロントゴールプレッシャーをかけられるプロ狩り。後ろからインフィニティサイコバーマッシュのフォローが画面外からありまして、なんとかフロントゴール割られずに跳ね返しているフェンネルです。
ミミッキュ1枚、ミミッキュが、ガブリアスのドラゴンダイブドラゴン。
I mean, like, just look at this. It's so sloppy, and like it's more so on Fennel more than anything else. So like, okay, at this point it looks okay. Like they're collectively grouped up. They have all 5 members here, and that's good because that means they're collectively deciding they want to contest this bottom Reggie that's about to spawn, the Reggie Rock to be specific. But then the thing that's like questionable is like 4 of them branch off. So literally all 5 members are down here, but then 4 people decide to branch off to go try to score in front of 2 people against a hoop of all things. Like, yes, 3 people are top lane, they're breaking the top lane goal. But the thing is, they're allowed to do that because they have a hoopa. What they need to do is collectively do the objective together. Not split the resources and have one person literally bottom trying to rip the objective by themselves while the other 4 people literally accomplish nothing. Because it's not even like they break the goal. It's like the goal's on 28 points. It's almost broken. But it's like, bro. So like when you play it out, they're trying to score, Hoopa pops Unite move, the rest of the team shows up, 2 people get CC'd by the Dragon Rush Dragon Claw combo, Eldegoss pops their Unite move immediately. Like literally Blaziken melts the Mewtwo HP bar. And honestly, if this secured the Regirock, this would have added insult to injury. Like this would have been so bad for Fennel. But their macro is completely off this game. Like if they play like this for the remainder of the matches, I wouldn't be surprised as to why they lost, and they shouldn't be either. That may sound harsh, but like if you're a pro player in competitive Unite, you should always be looking like you have to objectively look at your gameplay and see what you're doing wrong so you can improve on them for future matches. Obviously, at this stage of the competitive season, it's already too late. Like if you're making these types of mistakes literally in the last tournament of your competitive circuit, then the damage is already done. Like the root problem has not been fixed. Whether it be like a shot calling issue or like a synergy issue with the team or whatever. Like the point is just like these are not the mistakes that you would expect to see from the quote-unquote best team of 2024. I mean, the good thing, like, it could have been worse. They did get a few kills, but it's not great for them either. And then this right here, we saw what happens here. The Mimikyu is not respecting the fact that they're literally right by 3 people. Like, yes, you have your teammates here, but keep in mind, like, for me, Mimikyu spent all this time top, well, all this time top for the most part. Then they're with their team, like, you know, teammate number 1 and 2 are over here. But keep in mind, they have no goal. Like, it's already gone. So, although you have your teammates here, you also don't have the sustain or the safety of your pad because it's already gone. So when you play aggressive, which is you just shadow clawing in front of 3 people, and then on top of that, it's a Garchomp, when you have no Unite move, like, this is just individually mismanaging yourself, on top of the fact you're just you're misplaying. It's that simple. You're misplaying, you're playing too aggressive, you're overextending when you shouldn't be. Like, it's one Altaria, just let it go. But instead, they're trying to do some DPS unnecessarily, they get caught out by the Garchomp, and then they get punished for it. Like, literally, you watch the next 5 to 10 seconds.
経験としてはあるんだろうなとは思いますが、個人技とか試合中の印象が強かったので。
Okay, so I think I misremembered. They didn't die here, but they didn't really accomplish much here. Oh, Spraggles, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. I don't know if you were playing Pokemon Unite or Pocket, but yes, I appreciate that. Welcome on in, everyone. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the stream. I'm literally just watching the VOD from yesterday, which was the Japan qualifiers, which was the second last tournament. Well, it was a two-parter, but the Japanese qualifier for the upcoming part of the competitive split. Basically, I'm kind of just watching Fennel specifically. Fennel is the 2024 World Champions, and they are no longer going to be attending Worlds of this year. So basically, that just means, in a nutshell, that we're going to have a new World Champion for Pokemon Unite. Unless they go to NAIC, they come in first place, they win, and then they qualify through there, but that's extremely unlikely. Despite the fact that Fennel have been having like a bad game in terms of their macro, I'm actually more surprised that the game is as close as it has been up until now. Okay, as soon as I say that, Eldegoss is getting caught out, but the point still stands. In terms of points, it's literally a 5-point difference. Okay, so we do have a bottom Reggie spawning in 8 seconds. It really just depends on whether or not these teams want to contest this objective, because at the end of the day, it's really close to Rayquaza, so if they choose to contest this, this might be the last team fight of the game. Garchomp isn't here, but they do have a Hoopa. Suicune got picked off. I can't imagine they even try to fight this. Like, they should just reset. I mean, the thing is, like, neither team really knows who's winning at this point, because it's only a 5-point difference. So neither team really has the luxury of playing super safe. But at the same time, because the points are so close, you don't necessarily need Rayquaza either. Like, you could go for a cheeky back cap, but obviously not at this stage of the game. Inteleon's really low. They need to be very careful. Oh! Rayquaza's at like 15%. Okay. Despite everything, at the end of the day, Fennel come out on top, at least in the game number 1. There were a lot of things that went wrong here. We could play from here because nothing really happened up until this point. This was, so, obviously, you know, shout out to the support player here. Obviously, you got to give credit where it's due. The fact that Psyduck was able to land the CC on the Inteleon right here.
Fine, I guess you are my little PogChamp.
It was just perfect timing. Like, they land the CC on the Inteleon, and then it's perfect timing because the Rayquaza Cyclone was right on top of the Inteleon. So you just chained a bunch of damage on a team where they have no sustain. Like, there's no healer on the side of the purple lineup. like, they have a Hoopa technically, but they're not running Hyperspace Hole either. Like, the only way that Inteleon can reset is literally if they recall all the way back to base, and then they port back to where they were. Whether it be with, like a Unite move, for example. But they don't really have that luxury, because if they're not there, then they're outputting damage.
Come here.
So, really nice play from the Psyduck right here. This was a little bit questionable right here, just because, like, Mimikyu is in, like, the middle of, like, the entire team, kind of. Like, you have 1, 2, and 3 over here. And then on top of that, you have 4 and 5, or 5 and 4, or whatever, like. So, this is a little questionable to me, but at the same time, as long as they don't get punished for it, then, you know, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, good damage on Inteleon, and if you look at the Inteleon's HP bar, they're literally at less than half HP, and that's off the one Psyduck play. So that's huge. Where things go horribly wrong, though, is probably within the next couple of seconds. Specifically the Garchomp. This right here. So Garchomp committed all their resources. Literally, they were right here. They Dragon Claw, and then Dragon Rush, eject button, and they miss. So they missed their 2 basic skills with their battle item, and then now they're in the middle of the enemy team, and the only way they get out of this, so by the way, like literally 1, 2, 3, 4, and if you want to throw in this guy for the mix, 5. And literally, everyone from your side of the team, like, is literally above the Rayquaza pit. Like, you can't even see them, that's how far away they are. With the exception of Suicune, is literally just all the way over here. So the only way you get out of this is if you pop your Unite move, and that's what they did. But it's like a suboptimal Unite move, because you're so far away from your team that even if you're doing damage to someone, unless you literally, like, one-shot them, there's no follow-up. You're on your own. But that's also because you tried to take the initiative to make a play, but it just didn't work out in your favor. So then what happens here is literally Garchomp decides to pop his Unite move, commit to the bit. He's trying to get the damage down, but obviously the rest of the team is just struggling. And then, like, not even, like, if you want to talk about psychology of the game, it's like, this is, like, one of the most tedious moments to be in, because not only are you worrying about the team fight, so we'll just put TF for short for team fight, but you're also worrying about the Rayquaza that's getting shredded while you're fighting. So it's like, you have to, like, there's so many things going on right now, where it's like, oh, do you focus on the fight? Do you focus on the Rayquaza? And as a viewer, objectively, you should say, or like most people would probably say, focus on the Rayquaza, because if you lose Rayquaza, you're probably going to lose the game. But at the same time, it's like, when you're a player in this type of situation, there's so much stuff going on that sometimes it just falls through the cracks. But either way, it ends up with a one-sided team fight for Fennel, and then they also secure the objective, and then that's pretty much game number 1. But it was not a clean game by any means. I will say that. Like, alright, let me just play an ad really quickly, because it's going to play anyways. And then I'll just fast forward to the next draft. They're trying to learn Arabic? Good luck. Earning any new language from scratch is hard. but I think that would probably be one of the more harder ones if I had to take a stab at it.
ですね。なりました。
FC を抑えられた、使用機
うん。
私らが弱いんですよ。なので、私らがを先に取られると、ハピナスをちょっと出しづらい。
はい。
で、まあ、ある意味、フーパーを使わせてるような形にも見えますね。
なるほど。フーパーの選択、プロ狩りしていきました。先ほどもこのフーパーを生かした機動力の高い戦い方していましたが、フェンネル側にも、さあ、
まあ、しかし、マシオ選手なので問題なく使いこなせるでしょう。
なんか、すごい選手はゾロワーク
Oh!
形になります。メルハギル
A Zoroark. I have not seen Zoroark played in any single match prior to this. This is actually the first Zoroark game that I'm seeing in in this entire last two VODs so far.
カルロー選手がフーパー、そしてゾロワークという形になりました。
トリックをギルガルドやゾロワークにつけて、一方の弱点が機動力が減な、
フー勝てばこの
Okay.
先ほどもご紹介しましたが、ラローサ・アズールや大人帝国10分行動という名前でも4月大会5分大会
Mac, I know you only know that because of Yasser. Yasser from Pokemon Go. He says that all the time. I think he still says that when he streams.
ユレと P のこのコンビ、
ここは五分ですね。お互いにレベル7を待ちたいポケモンが2匹、そして序盤強いサポート型のポケモンが1匹。
そんな中
ということで、
アポが下ルートに合流しました。ルカポーのゾロアークも合流できそうです。
序盤は大きく動けないですね、お互い。ゾロワークのレベル7タイミング、ギルガルドのレベル7タイミングをプロガリは待ちたいですし、
はい。
フェンネルもバシャーモのレベル8やリンキャのレベル8を待ちたい。
そしてもう
I've noticed this as well. I feel like this is something specific to the Asia regions. I don't know how I feel about it though. In the Asia regions, in comparison to like EU, North America, and some like even like Latam, I don't watch a lot of Latam, but I've seen some of their gameplay. In the Asia regions, all the supports run potion, and then like on the side of like the west side of the competitive Unite circuit, you have people running X speed, X speed, eject button, maybe even full heal. I think I saw someone running X attack once, but yeah, like potion is like unique to Asia. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know. But it's just something I've noticed over the last few things that I've watched.
うまくこの P の若シャモに得点を譲ることができました。
フェンネルはバシャーモを育てることを選択しました。ブルガリはミュウツー Y と、ミュウツー Y を育てることを選択しましたね。
Also, it is worth mentioning that it is an Aegis slash top lane, so I don't know how I feel about that. That just seems like a cope. Like, that just seems like a very unfun lane to play with that Pokemon. Like, you don't have... Like, you're pretty fragile, you don't necessarily have reliable secure.
ミュウツー Y が先ほど育てた甲斐あってディフェンスタイプのカビゴンを KO することができました。
Potion is standard on Duck? No, but these guys play Potion on every support. It's like not just Duck, they play Potion on every support. Sweet, like, when they play Suicune support, when they play Hoopa, when they play Duck, when they play, like, even like Eldegoss sometimes, it's like, I don't know. But, like, I just noticed that that's like a region exclusive thing.
3対3の構図が出来上がります。
ここが大事だ。
そうですね。チルタリスの経験値まで取れたか。ルカポゾロワーク。か
なり早めのブレイズキックで、あれもフェンネルもリスクは取りませんでしたね。
そうですね。
経験値を抑える動き。
はい。ギルガルド、バシャーもともにレベル7。
これからですね。
や
Okay, well, the Aegis Slash finally got level 7, so they finally leveled up, but...
なるほど。そのフェンネルが前に出てきました。ヘビーボンバー当てているのはセラータ。有名の私らが孤立させられたのがフセイク。脱出ボタンを切って仲間の元に戻りますが、それをカビゴンが許さないというような前に出てきたら、それはこっちが許さないよと。いう形、ルカポーとミュウツー、ワイ、ワラリック、
I'm not... Okay, guys, like, I'm gonna say this again, and I hate this just because Fennel's doing the exact same thing again. Okay, so once again, you have a situation where both teams are contesting the bottom objective, alright? So, we'll put a nice little... No, let's put a nice little star for the Reggie, okay? I hate the fact that, literally, they know they're gonna contest this objective, but then you have people rotating late anyways. Like, they sent the Inteleon down bottom. Like, honestly, I don't know why Inteleon is the one that's holding the lane against Aegis Slash. Like, in my opinion, and obviously competitive players might think differently, but in my opinion, Inteleon should be down bottom, and if anything, Blaziken should be top. Or, both of them should be bottom if you're going to contest the objective anyways, because the Blaziken has secure for the objective. You have the poke damage, which means if you're not there, then there's no poke against the enemy team. Like, normally, you have your Inteleon going pew 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 against, like, anyone that's in the area. But instead, they're holding it down against Aegis Slash, and they can't even do that properly, because obviously you don't want to get dove to begin with. So it's like, and then you notice, like, when you play it, like, when you play the VOD, Inteleon ends up rotating down anyways. So if you're going to rotate down to begin with, like, just do it earlier on. At least you could be more impactful that way, rather than, like, show up and not do as much. The Blaziken's here now. You can see Inteleon's trying to make the rotation down bottom. So what could have been a 5v4, now it's a 4v4. Because Aegis Slash is still top. Zorak just whiffed their combo, kind of. They popped their Unite move, but didn't get a lot of value. The thing that bugs me is that despite the fact that their macro isn't essentially great, they're not getting punished for it. Zorak made a bad play as well. Like, if you're just, like, rewatching that very briefly, I'll just fast forward after. But, like, Zorak right here, so it's a 4v4 when Inteleon gets here. But then Zorak goes aggressive, and then they pop it. So, popping your Unite move here, obviously not ideal, because you lock yourself in that position. Like, you're just stuck in the animation, and you're not even hitting anyone to begin with. Like, you hit someone when they jump into range, which is not doing a lot of damage. Like, you hit Inteleon, you hit Leafeon, but, like, that's the end of the animation. You're not doing any more after that. But then you get caught by literally 4 people, so now it's a 4v3. And then now you have no secure. Mewtwo Y is obviously doesn't want to go frontline and overextend to do damage when you're already at a disadvantage. You lose the objective, and then you lose your goal because you just don't have the capability to defend.
Fine, I guess you are my little PogChamp. Come here.
The important thing to me is I want to keep an eye on the Aegis Slash. So, some people let their top laner, like, stay on this island. As in, they stay top lane, they get as much experience as they possibly can, and then eventually they regroup, like, they group up with their team. So, if you do that, fine, whatever. The important thing to keep an eye on is whether this player right here is able to utilize the experience they've been getting, the solo experience they've been getting, to get an advantage for their team. Whether it be in the form of an objective, whether it be in the form of getting kills, whether it be in the form of allowing their team to score collectively or individually, whatever. Applying map pressure, split pushing, and letting the rest of his team like do their thing. But if they don't get any value out of this player, and the fact that they've been sitting top lane like literally the entire game, they have not left the top lane. Let me make that perfectly clear. This player has not left top lane at all. So, whenever you do decide to group, if that's the case, you better make damn sure that the fact that you've been splitting the entire game is worth it for the team at the end. Because otherwise, it's just like, you sat top lane and did nothing the entire game. Besides get the Regieleki, and that's only because everyone was bottom lane on the enemy team.
構成が下側のゴール上に立って耐久力高く耐えられるポケモンっていうのがいない構成だったので、
But it's all a matter of perspective. I mean, like,
フェンデルもそれが分かっていて、ギルガルドいないのであれば下側フロントゴール全員集めて
these teams have a game plan, hopefully. So whether it's right or not, I mean, that just depends on the result.
自分たちの強い時間帯を正確に理解しているからこそ下がらないと。
そうですね。ですし、こうギルガルドとバシャーモンの間で生まれた。
まさに
Okay, so the camera wasn't panned on them, but obviously the sword just died, which is hilarious. You know, this is what I'm talking about, guys. Like, literally, the one time they leave the top lane the entire game is to go into the enemy team jungle and they die. I think they were trying to set up on a pick. So, like, if you guys don't know what a pick is, it's basically when, like, your team or someone from your team is, like, setting up in a position and hoping to catch someone, like, mid-rotation. Like, whether they're, like, coming from here, or from here, or from here, or from here. Like, these guys are, like, waiting and lurking, hoping to, like, catch someone out, potentially. But the irony is like, this guy, like, sat top lane the entire game, and then the one time he leaves, he just dies and gets punished for it. I don't even know what happened, because the cameraman was not even looking at him. Like, I can see Blaziken, like, walking towards him. Like, I still can't see. Like, the overlay's covering it. I can only guess. Yeah, so they got... I'm guessing they got hit with the snipe shot because Inteleon got an assist, and then they got hit by the combo Blaziken, and they just got melted, but... Yeah, I mean, like... If I were on the orange team right now, and the fact that my top laner has done nothing productive this entire game, except getting, like, they got the Regieleki, don't get me wrong. But the thing is, they only got that because everyone from Fennel is bottom. That is literally the only reason. Like, it's a free objective to take, and you better make sure you damn well get that, considering you're losing bottom in the process.
先ほどの集団戦を経て後半に差し掛かった時にはチーム全体としてレベル1ほど低いという状態で後半戦わざるを得なくなったプロガリ。
Still a close game regardless. Despite everything, it is a close game.
ミドルゴール、上下ルートのフロントゴールは交換できているからこそ得点差が
They only scored a 7 on a 5 goal? Yeah, exactly. They didn't even get a large overcap. They had the time. They should have broke the top tier 1 and then let the Regieleki crash into the tier 2 at the bare minimum. But they didn't.
何もないところに向けてやってる攻撃に意味があると。ウェルと押していきたいプロガリ、耐えていたリーピア、後ろからは戻ってきたゼラータ、マッシオ、そして P です。
スイ君飛びたい、フーパのいないと技で下側に行きたいが、2ターンは選択。
そうですね。フロントゴールに
Oh my god.
いや、今のフーパのユナイト技を使った上下の揺さぶりっていうのは、はい。
There's so many things that went wrong there. I mean, the first thing here... Okay, let's play it from here. So they tried to go for the play, you know, get some back cap points. Leafeon just melts the Aegis Slash. Zoroark didn't necessarily land their Unite. Like, their Unite was not used optimally. They didn't get majority of the damage down. So what that means is, although they get the kill on the Leafeon, it takes them longer than they would have liked. Like, even with the feint, they didn't secure the kill. They still got to throw in a couple of auto attacks. They still got a Shadow Claw. And because they Shadow Claw, their skill's on cooldown now. They full heal, they get away. Hoopa pops the Hoopa Unbound. You know, they try to make the rotation, the macro play. Suicune is not able to teleport because they're getting literally gate kept or cock blocked by the Snorlax and their shield. Zoroark goes down bottom. But then it's like, okay, now we're trying to score. But literally the rest of the team rotates quick enough to defend. And despite everything, it's still a 4-point lead in favor of the orange team. The only difference this time around is that Fennel is at least getting kills and kind of running away with the experience. So despite the fact that Team Fennel have the level advantage over the orange team, the one takeaway is, like, the game is still close in terms of point value. Like, yes, Team Fennel have the point lead. It's 231 to 174. But that's still less than 100 points. Like, it's still anybody's game. Like, it's not such a big lead to the point where it's unplayable. Oh, but oh, I thought they were gonna... Oh, Italian's popping a Night move. Good poke damage. There's the Hoopa Unite. Oh, Snipe shot into the Mewtwo. Oh! Leafeon goes down without even uniting. Hoopa goes down to the Blaziken. We trade 1 for 1. Inteleon gets melted by the Suicune. That's huge. It is a Blaziken though, so I don't know if they want to flip against that thing, unless they're just really confident that Aegislash can secure. What's their plan? Their plan's to win the game, apparently. God damn, how did that even happen? Yo, let me run that back. Okay, so here... I don't like this. Mainly because, like, Leafeon used their X attack here, and then shortly after, Inteleon burns their Unite move, but they didn't really get anything out of that. Like, that's a... Like, X attack doesn't have that high of a cooldown, but in the endgame, like, that might make the difference. And then Inteleon using their Unite move to zone the enemy team, even though they were not really close enough to do anything, is, like, kind of Monka, if you ask me. But let's keep it playing and see what happens afterwards. So you can see Inteleon popped their Unite move. Leafeon popped their X attack to chip the Rayquaza a bit. Aegislash decides to recall to reposition, which is fine, I guess. Like, there's still time. I think this was a misplay. Like, this right here is a huge misplay. I always say this, and this is just like a general line of thinking. There's nothing wrong with taking the initiative to make a play if it's a good play, but this is not a good play. This, to me, is like, you are taking so much unnecessary poke from the enemy team, while literally the rest of your team is nowhere near you. Like, the closest person to the Snorlax is literally the Blaziken, and they're in the Rayquaza pit. They would either need to go around or displace themselves over the wall in some shape or form. But either way, the rest of the team, they're literally not even on the camera. Like, they're down here. So you playing so aggressive and overextending like you are by yourself is just like one of those common issues that defender players make when they think that they're invincible because they're a tank and they frontline unnecessary damage for no reason. And I get, like, if you were playing from behind, which they're not, I can understand you wanting to take the initiative even more. But, like, you don't need to go to them. Let them make the mistake. Let them come to you. You don't need to go that far forward, take the damage, and then be forced to play in a, like, play from a position where you're either on the verge of dying or you're forced to unite move. Because that's just silly. Like, it's just, like, really questionable plays on an individual level. So, like, it was looking kind of bad for the orange team, considering the fact that Mewtwo took a snipe shot to the face, and they're literally the less than half HP. But, honestly, I want to say the MVP is probably Suicune. Mewtwo got a really huge Unite move right there as well. So... yeah, like, Mewtwo picking up the kill on the Leafeon, even before the Unite move goes off, is huge. The Mewtwo landing their Unite move onto the Inteleon right here, and just, like, lining it up for the Suicune is honestly just really huge as well. They get hit by the Whirlpool a little, they get hit by the Unite move, they get Chain CC'd, and then now it just comes down to a 4 versus 3, where Blaziken is the only one that's really threatening on the enemy team. But the problem is that Shogun, thank you so much for the sub, and welcome back for 36 months in a row. You're a real gamer, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for the Prime sub. Not much, man. We're just, well, I'm kind of just watching the Japanese qualifiers from yesterday. Kind of just wondering why the former world champions are not going to be at Worlds this year. Honestly, just kind of hanging out, vibing, and just, you know, just chilling. But yeah, like, this was pretty... small possibility, yeah. They have to win NAIC. That's it. At this point, that is the only way they get to Worlds. They go to NAIC, they win, take number 1, and if they don't, they're out. And there's no guarantee they're even traveling for that to begin with. Okay, so game number 3, between Fennel and whatever team this is. I don't know their name. The Dodrio ban has been constant throughout this entire series. Leafeon first pick. We can just fast forward this just a little. Suicune and Mewtwo, obviously 2 huge picks for the Asia teams. Clefable and Snorlax. So even before I even watched the rest of the draft here, like, I don't have a problem with Snorlax and Clefable. Like, in their roles, like, in their respective roles, like, Clefable and Snorlax are really good Pokemon. My only issue, at least based on what I see right here, is like you have a damage problem. Like the next two picks, or even like one of these two picks, needs to be something that can have like consistent DPS. A traitor? No, no, no. Fennel, I think it's just coincidental. But actually, let me double check. Hold on, Luke Capo. Oh yeah, no, no, no. That person. Yeah, no, you're right. This person was on Fennel. Yeah, yeah. No, you were 100% right. I don't know how that, like, it's not on their list. So this is not up to date, but yeah, Lucapo was on Fennel, but now they're not. Who do they Okay, it was Shio. The person that's in the last spot, that's not someone from their... Let me see something really quickly. The capo, sorry, the capo is on there. So who's not on there? PYI. Actually, let me just move these here. PYI, Yume. Sarata's a sub now. Oh, okay. So here's the thing. So Ton GG retired. Sarata, that was their sub, is now playing on the main lineup for this, and Lucapo did our little roster shuffle. I don't. So the thing is, on Liquipedia, it's not up to date. Like it shows nothing about that guy swapping to that team. Yeah, because it would show up right here. So I think it must have been recent. I don't know. Or maybe they're just not updating in time. I don't know. Sarata and Oppo replaced Ton and Lucapo. Yeah, Ton retired early on, so that was pretty well known. But yeah, Lucapo. Oh, Chandelure. Okay. Here's the thing. I'm like, don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't like Candle. But in a competitive, like, there's so much risk in playing something like a Candle in a competitive environment just because of how much you lack mobility. Let's put it that way. You lack a lot of mobility. Obviously, you compensate with the fact that you do a shit ton of damage, but at the same time, you're a glass cannon that is just prime target for getting dove. You got a lot of CC against the enemy team. You got Suicune, you got Mewtwo, you got Aegislash, and on top of that, the last pick is a Rapidash. So I think Lucapo is still signed with Fennel. That's why he has the tag. I don't know, man. Truthfully, I don't know. I don't know. Like, when it comes to behind the scenes stuff, like, we'll never know. It's only left to speculation. I mean, the thing is, like, they did add 2 more, like, sources of damage to their team composition, but 2 of them are melee, and then 1 of them is also, like, it's range, but at the same time, very susceptible to getting dove. Rapidash is spicy? The thing is, like, Rapidash is weird because I've seen a lot of the Asia teams try to make it work. It's not like it's the first time I've seen Rapidash. I've seen it, like, a few times. It's just that every time it's been played, it's been very underwhelming. And that doesn't necessarily mean the Pokemon's bad. It could be more so the player that's playing it. And, like, keep in mind, like, there have been a lot of games where someone is playing, like, a Pokemon and it just doesn't look good. But it never means like the Pokemon's factually bad. But we'll see. I mean, I haven't watched this game. I haven't watched any of these games, so we shall see.
シャンデラ自身も封印を抑えることが、封印を打つことができるので、
エリアをとにかくね。
飛び込んでくる相手のポケモンに対して固まって戦うことができる構成なので、
はい。
シャンデラ選択が理にかなってるんですが、あんまり今までのフェンネルのポケモン選択にはなかった
うん。
選択でもあるので、少しびっくりはしましたね。
選択プールとしては初めて出てきたんじゃないでしょうか、フェンネル戦でシャンデラの登場です。
それに対して
とにかくやられそうだ、重たそうだっていうフェンネルピック。
手をかけれる。てか、打たざる。
Candle's kind of like Detsy? Yeah, pretty much.
パープルサイドが
But Detsy outranges the Candle.
サイドがプロ狩りです。
Like, Candle has lower cooldowns, because obviously Detsy has the charges. Like, so if you're waiting on charges, like, that makes a difference, but yeah, Detsy has longer range, but Candle has shorter cooldowns. Also depends on what moveset you're running as well.
シャンデラ
Like, if you're landing, like, if you go flamethrower and you're landing your flamethrowers, it's what, a 2-second cooldown, I think?
あまりね、その
Otherwise, if you miss, I think it's 5. Still a short cooldown, but either way. Okay, that shouldn't happen. Like, this right here, like, I don't know what happened here, but, like, this is playing so aggressive.
ポケモン使うことってあんまりなかったんですよね、今まで。そこから強い、その、伝説、まあ、いわゆるその
I don't know, man. Like, sometimes I see things and, like, I'm just like, I'm lost.
はい。
珍しい形ですよね。
そうですね。
としては。
下ルート、しかもそのセラータのサポートもあって一つ KO を奪えた最序盤になりました。
You need a panel?
入っていますが、逆に上ルートは一月プロガリ側がフェンネルを倒せた展開になります。
ピッピに対しての罷免下というのはこの時間帯も非常に強力ですからね。ピッピがやりたいことを全部こうやらせないというか、進撃メガネも積ませないですし、逃げるピッピに対しても継続的なダメージと移動速度低下を与えることができます。
ガレルギャロップがカビゴンの背中をその鋭い角でつついています。
そうですね、ランプラーに進化して。
Okay, so basically, both teams have the same idea. They're just executing on different parts of the map. Like, you have resources pulled to the top lane, resources pulled to the bottom lane. Fennel are going for the aggressive invade, but they get punished for it.
ほう、新しいフェンネルをこのタイミングで見せてもらえるんです。
What happened here? Okay, so
オーバーヒート。
Fennel. Okay, so on the side of Fennel, Clefable and Aegislash, or sorry, Clefable and Leafeon decide to go for an aggressive invade against two people that were there. But the problem is, literally, Mewtwo and Rapidash are there to close the gap and collapse on them. And then Leafeon tries to get, like, stay hidden and maybe even try to recall, but then they just get punished for it. So that's a huge misplay on their part. Because the problem is like, when you do that, and obviously you can always make the argument, like, it might be a decent play if you succeed, but now that they're dead, like, literally two people are dead and go to base. And now, because it overlaps with the Altaria in the middle lane and the spawn point, so obviously it spawns at 8. Literally, the only two people that can contest are the Candle and the Snorlax right here. Buzzwole's not going to rotate down, and quite frankly, it's so risky to try to contest that when you're down 2 members of your team. So, if I were on Fennel, I would literally, you made a bad play, you got punished for it. It's not the end of the world, but at the same time, you gave up a big advantage. Because you lose the momentum, and now you're not going to be in time for middle. My recommendation is, if I was playing on the side of Fennel, you just farm. You farm your jungle. Like, literally, these guys have a habit of not farming their second jungle clear, and it drives me nuts, because they waste so much experience. Like, guys, just think of it like this. The sooner you farm your experience, the sooner you get it back. Like, the sooner you clear, the sooner it spawns. 1 minute intervals. That's it. Simple. Like, but these guys don't clear their second jungle clear, because for whatever reason, they prioritize trying to go for kills for experience, going for invades, going for point scores, whatever. Like, a variation of different things, and then it just doesn't work. Now, whether or not it affects the result of the game, we won't know until we watch the end. But the point is just like, these guys have a really bad habit of doing that. How is Snorlax level 4? I don't know. I would know if the camera was panned towards them. Oh, so it is overheat candle, by the way.
ギルガルドの機動力の低さっていうのがこのシャンデラを対面にするとかなりこう立ち回りが難しくなるというか、はい、シャンデラとギルガルドの対面であればシャンデラ側がかなり戦いやすいですよね、射程の関係で。そういうことだったのか。マッシュ選手といえば遠距離タイプを使いながらの機動力っていうところがやっぱり印象的で、ミュウツー Y を相手が取っていた場面だったから、遠距離タイプでさらに機動力を活かせるシャンデラはちょっとなって。
So although Mewtwo hasn't reached any major power spikes, they are still full level ahead of the candle. Whether or not they get their level 9 before anything meaningful happens, that's still TBD. Rapidash should be getting their level 9 very shortly. Whether or not they get it before they go to bottom, we'll see. I'm just gonna say right now it's a 5v4 in favor of the orange team. Buzzwole is top lane. So this is already a bad play on the side of Fennel. They did it again, man. They did it again. I mean, like, there's not much to talk about considering it's just so obvious how poorly this went, but literally, if I need to break it down, you got Mr. Island Boy up here, literally just farming top lane. He's just on a rock up, literally Patrick Star on his rock. Then you got a 5v4. 5 versus 4, and then on top of that, you have the guy that's literally gonna run at you with his Unite move very shortly. So literally, it's numbers disadvantage. They're pulling the Reggie. They don't even have secure for that. And now they're getting collapsed on with the numbers advantage. Like, you can't see the Eldegoss, but they're down here too. And then the thing is like, when you're in a position where your HP is just so low, you're not going to try and turn and fight them. You're just going to try to keep on running and hope to the best that you can survive the oncoming onslaught. Clefable goes down, Aegislash goes down, so they trade 1 for 1. Like, at this point, it's not that bad. Like, Aegislash dying for Clefable, it's worth in favor of Fennel. But the problem is, they overstay and they think they can defend the pad, and then Rapidash just runs at them. And you're not going to outrun Rapidash, especially with the Unite move. So they lost all, like, to simplify things, they lost 4 members for 1 kill, which was the Aegislash. 4 people died, they lost the objective, which is Regice. On top of that, they lost the goal. The only silver lining is the fact they get a little bit of farm in the bottom lane. However, what's even worse is, like, Buzzwole's top lane the entire time, and now they're rotating bottom from the looks of it, or trying to. And that Regielki's still up, which is could potentially be a threat, depending on how it plays out. Like, I'm gonna die on this hill. Sorry, I don't mean to pause it, but like, I'm going to die on this hill. I do not understand. So I know these Asian teams love Mewtwo Y. And like, it's a good Pokemon depending on how you play. But like, what I don't understand is, I don't know why these players in these teams deflect to like off-meta attackers. Just play Inteleon. Like, these people need to adapt. Like, it's not like once again, it's like it's not like you guys have to play these Pokemon. It's just more so, why are you opting for a, whether you want to say, like, whether you want to phrase it as like a less viable pick, or like an off-meta pick, whatever, or like just a shittier Pokemon, you can play Inteleon, have just as good Miraidon too. Like Miraidon's not a bad pick either. Like, why are we, like, when Miraidon and Inteleon are up, why are we not playing these Pokemon, and instead we're choosing to play, like, suboptimal picks where you are just allowing yourselves to get shit on. Let's put it that way. Like, unless, like, I'm willing to be proven wrong, and even if, like, hypothetically, even if Fennel win this game with Candle, it doesn't necessarily mean Candle is a better Pokemon than stuff like Inteleon or Miraidon or whatever else is available. It's just more so, like, it just happened to work out. But, like, think of it like this. It's like having the option to pick, like, an S tier Pokemon, and then you're choosing, like, a C tier Pokemon. I'm not saying that in the literal sense. I'm just saying, like, you have the option to pick something better, but you're intentionally not because you want to play something else. Like, I don't know if Candle's the comfort pick for them, considering I haven't even seen this Pokemon played at all. I mean, look, they literally got Psystriked by Mewtwo with X Attack, and then got ran down by Rapidash. If you're playing Inteleon, or even Rhydon, you may still have this issue, but at least you can play a little bit more safely because they're longer range. And then, of course, depending on your moveset, like whether you're going Electro Drift or the... I forget the other name, but the point is like, you have Tenacity.
サイコブレック打ち上げましてフロントゴールを背にしながら P の体力を削り切りました。
2Y が徹底してシャンデラ見てますね。
そうですね、遠距離タイプ同士の睨み合い、ミュウツー Y を使っているのは
Even Delafox is right here? I mean, you know.
とどめの一振り、ギルガルドのユナイト技を使いましてミドルゴールにプレッシャーをかけていきます。後ろからシャンデラ。
Like, I genuinely think it's a crime if you're like an attacker in, like, you're a competitive player, you're an attacker, but you don't know how to play Inteleon and Miraidon. At least right now. Like, unless they get nerfed in the future, then obviously that might make a difference, but as of right now, like, Inteleon and Miraidon are so good right now in their attacker role. Mewtwo Y is obviously good as well. But it's like, yeah, people not play, like, Asian teams not playing these Pokemon is like a crime. Like, I mourn for them, man. I respect the Candle pick in the sense that it's different. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I like seeing a bit of, like, every now and then, when you see the same Pokemon over and over again, it's refreshing to see a unique pick, as in something that's not played often. But at the same time, like, a part of, like, I like it, but I don't like it because I cringe internally a little.
レベル上回られてしまっていますし、はい、ちょっと相手とのこう動きをずらして、
Oh my god! Oh my god, I can't believe I just saw that. Bro, I would be so fucking tilted. Like, actually, I would be so tilted. Dude, I got secondhand, like, tilt from that. Oh my god, dude. Jesus. Oh. And they die too. Oh my god, bro. I'm done. Dude, like, that's just so sad. That is like... Okay, so see, this is like the point in time where you need to have mental fortitude.
You got your baited. You got your baited.
But like, goddamn, bro, you need mental fortitude here. After that, that was a robbery.
Emotional damage.
Not only did they lose the objective, but the two people that were doing that objective, they both died for it. Oh my god, dude.
セカンドゲームで我々が話していたマシオという選手はもう普通の物差しで測れないぐらいの超ド級のプレイヤーだという話をしていたらそこを完封しているワラ選手の力も際立つ展開になりました。オーバーヒート。
とはいえですよ。
なるほど。
終盤のこう固まった戦いというのは、
はい。
やっぱりその私らがとピクシーの回復力の差っていうのもありますし、
はい。
この
You can.
シャンデラのね、
I would go for that too because it was last chance to Mewtwo Wild. Oh yeah, for sure, 100%. Just yellow.
はい。
Like as long as you do it at an optimal time and not literally right before Rayquaza, I mean you got nothing to lose. Can you convince ASS Dave to come back to Unite, bro? ASS Dave is in Hawaii, man. I think he became a Shaolin monk. Last time I heard of him, he was going off into the Himalayas. Oh! Candle's dead. First one dead in the fight. Apeon's dead. Clefable's dead. Bro. They still have Suicune and Aegis Unite move. Like, this is... Oh my god. Snorlax! You gotta secure, man. You gotta secure! That was a good try. It was a good try, but like... Oh my god, bro. Okay, I have an idea. So I just realized this VOD is very fucking long. I'll be honest, I did not realize it was as long as it was. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna watch Fennel. I'm going to watch Reject. So Fennel are obviously the previous world champions. So I'm gonna watch those matches. I want to see how they lost and got knocked out of World's contention. I want to watch Reject because Reject, if you're not familiar with, was at Worlds last year, and they came in, bro. They are they? They came in 19th place out of 24. But as of right now, they are the #1 team in Japan right now. So they're going from, well, obviously, we don't know how good they're going to be internationally, but yeah, right now they're the #1 Japanese team. So I want to see how these guys perform, because they also went undefeated as well in this open qualifier. We'll see them again in 2 weeks, because it's the top 8 competing on the 21st, I think. So I'll definitely watch that live, just to see like what's going on, because I want to see which teams qualify for Worlds from Japan. Okay, so I want to watch Fennel. I want to watch Japan. Oh, sorry. I want to watch Fennel. I want to watch Reject. And then I think I'm going to watch the Engage tournament from yesterday. I didn't watch any of that just because I was busy. I was watching movies. But yeah, I think I'm going to do that. So let me look for the Fennel game. Oh, also Nat's going to play anyways, so let me just play it now. That way it doesn't interrupt. Did you just get it with his ult? Hold on. Let me fast forward. Let me see. Ready? The Buzzwell got CC'd even before they could finish their animation. Considering it's a 1v5, it was a good try. It was a good try. Did they get it? No. But yes, he just did get it with the Unite move. I don't know, for some reason I thought defending champs were all qualified for Worlds. No, that is not the case. Because, like, if that's the case, like, it would make sense in a way, because obviously if you won Worlds, you would like to be, like, a potential defending champion. But the thing is, like, if you automatically qualify, you take away a slot from your region. So it deprives your region from sending another team, potentially. Unless you somehow accumulate, like, another slot. I think there was, like, a tournament in the past where, like, earlier this year, where you get, like, another world slot if you won. I forget what it was, but... I don't know. I forget small details.
ファイヤロー、なるほど。これはもうフーパーのトリックとゴーストダイブ、そしてファイヤローのブレイク。
Oh, this team. I kind of want to watch this one now. Insomnia is like a fan favorite team. Where are they from though? Like I know Zeta Division's under a new banner as well. Oh no. Sorry. Crap. There was one team that's like it's this one. Zora Tigers, that was they rebranded or switched teams to Twisted Minds. They formed a new one. Where is what place were they in? Zora Tigers were the second place team. Are they playing in this?
非常に強力ですから、はい、しかしそれをインソムニアにやるんですね。アジアリーグではインソム
Okay, but I'm gonna skip these guys just because the guys. Oh, okay. I want to watch this one. Okay, so fast forward 5 minutes.
絞られますから皆さんのセムでは大会とあと1リジェクトは昨日からドラフトがかなりうまかった印象
Okay, so this is currently, well, by the end of this, this is the #1 team from Japan, Reject.
駆け回っていましたよね。はい。そうなると、そのリジェクト対策をどう考えているかというのが必要ないからね。
Oh, yeah, you know what? I just realized I totally forgot Raichu was a thing because no one's been playing it, but it hasn't been banned either. Honestly, like, it's like, it actually just.
最初最後にうまかったですよね。はい。
Okay, thank you. At least someone's playing Inteleon, for God's sake, dude.
チームによってね、インテルは
Like, none of this, like, Chandelure or frickin' whatever else, like.
普段は早めに取りつつ、まあリジェクトから
Thank you. You're restoring my hope
という形でしょう。
for some of these Asian teams.
こうなってくるといろいろ選択肢
Like, it's not like Inteleon hasn't been played before, but for whatever reason, people just
出そうでなんだかんだ
don't like to play it for some reason. I don't know why.
取れなかった印象もあるスイ君をここは選択していきました。はい。となると、ここまで見て、まあ、序盤の強さも
Raichu fell off hard?
アマージョ育てば強いっていうのもあるので、
Oh my god. Okay, no, never mind. Bro, if I see Serena jungle again, so help me God, I think I'll turn off the stream. Bro, I was so tired of seeing Serena jungle from like the other Asians. Like, bro, like it's so bad, dude.
スワンテカのカビゴンも軸に据えつつ、さあリジェクトは最終的には緑色、いやキウイ選手がね。
Okay, that's better. I was gonna question the double defender pick, especially with like the fact that two of them give really big shields to potentially Umbreon, but okay, Mewtwo was fine.
カビゴンがオールとかみたいなね印象が強いですよね、昨日からは。はい、そしてここバシャーマに手がかかっていますが、ギルガルドの登場で10匹が出揃いました。はい。こうなってくると、まあリジェクトはやはり序盤のリーフィアの強さっていうところがありますし。
So when it comes to the like the Asian meta, at least like over here, besides the obvious supports and Umbreon, I think the top 3 most played Pokemon are Mewtwo Y, like in no particular order, Mewtwo Y, Aegislash, and what's the third one? Leafeon. That's what it was. Leafeon. Maybe Dodrio if it wasn't banned because like it's been banned a lot, but that has been played a fair bit when it's not. I haven't seen a single Talonflame game though, which is a little surprising. I've seen Gengar. Yeah, but no Talonflame. Barely any Absol. They just really like their Leafeon and Dodrio. And then I did see one Zoroark game, but the person that played it wasn't playing it well. And it kind of did bad.
Go! パープルさん
Go!
はリジェクトオレンジサイド月夜の山猫団でお送りいたします。ハルト選手の甘かじ上に行きます。佐竹の EV、リーフィアに進化する EV が中央エリアを担っている。
はい。そうですね。やはりそのエースとなるポケモンでアマージュレベル6から戦えますので、
はい、
リーフィアがこううまくそのアマージュの進化をサポートしてあげれば、リジェクトの方が早い段階で戦う体制っていうのは作れますよね。はい。でそれをどう止めるかっていうのが月夜の山猫団ですね。
結構ね、止め方というのもね、はい、言うはやすしというまあ本当にだからこそ、まあ、リーフィアが強いっていうのが、ね、ここまで続いているところではありますが、ゴールも許さずに一月が甘かじを KO する場面があります。
Oh my god, I hate when they do that, bro.
KO ができたので、はい、リーフィアが一番強い時間っていう時に、
Okay, at least the Steenie or whatever, the Bounce Suite is gonna farm the freaking jungle, but like I get like half triggered when I see Leafeon's like okay. I know it's an Eevee, they don't need all the jungle to hit their level 4 power spike. But like I would prefer if they just do buff and buff rather than do Baltoy and buff, but that's just a me thing. Because I hate when the buffs, like as a jungler, I hate when buffs are out of sync with each other. Like when they have different spawn timers. Oh! Oh! They got the iframes from the evolution and they picked up the fruit, but I thought they would live a little bit longer.
8分のチルッとチルタリスの戦いに関してはちょっと考えなきゃいけないかと思ったんですが、メタングがかなり前で圧力かけてますね。
ただここのアギルダを守りきったことによってハルト選手がアマージョへと進化しました。1対1の殴り合いから味方が合流して3対1ならばしっかりとメタングを。
Okay, Metang thinks like they're unkillable, but yeah. They tried to go for the invade on the buff, thought they could secure it. They didn't. Serena gets the evolution and they get the kill as well, which is pretty huge considering they role swapped, which is normal. Like, one of the biggest appeals for evolutions in general is the fact that they don't need as much experience funneled into them in general. So they role swap with Serena. Serena got some kill experience, got some jungle farm. Leafeon's probably still going to get level 8. And Serena's starting to scale pretty nicely too, all things considering. Metang, on the other hand, is dead. It would have been nice if they broke the goal before everyone rotated. Like, it's on 3 points, so they only need one small cap, but depending on how well they defend, if they do. Oh, nice, okay. Oh! Good damage.
ちょっとね、月夜の山猫団はやはりそのメタグルスレベル9っていうところが重めな時間かかるポケモンではありますので、その間に、リジェクトは、有利を作ってレベル10のリーフやレベル9のアマージョっていうところを作ることには成功しました。
上へレジエ歴が進んでいるのでどこかを攻めるチャンスになりますが、リジェクト上に行きます。オーロットの体力が狙い撃ちによって半分ほど削られている。脱出ボタンからウッドハンマーウッドホーン、このオーロットの伝統的なコンボをしっかり決めてみせるわ。リジェクトの新たなリーダータメリン選手です。エメラルドダブルビートが入っていくが、アズエルスパイビジョンの通常攻撃がリーフィアの後ろを捉えている。
That is a disaster.
レジエ歴もミドルゴールに入っている。
そうですね。 リーフィア KO こそされてしまいましたが、もう3発目のね、
はい
ダブルビート。
It was only a 10-point overcap, but regardless, between the kills and the points and just opening up the map even more, obviously not a very good position to be in.
仕方なしかなという、もうドラフトの段階である程度こうなることは両チーム分かってたと思うので、まあ、リジェクトはうまくやったと。でね、山本はここからどう取り返すかという展開になります。
ゴールまで攻め切ることができたのはね、リエフトとしてはかなり
そうですね
大きな形だと思うんですが、どうでしょう、月夜の山猫団ひっくり返すにあたっては、どういったポケモンや攻め方、起点になると思いますか？
そうですね、まず分かりやすいのが先ほど水上さんもおっしゃっていた、インテリアの、ね、狙い撃ちが当たれば
はい
回復することができないので、
はい
まあ、そこからね前線を押し上げていくっていうのが一つできるとは思うんですけど、ちょっとねまたやはりリーフィアの圧力
4回目
まだ4回目がね、
4エメラルドダブルビート、
大きいですよね。こうなってくるとやはりインテリアの位置がどんどん下がってしまうので、なかなか継続的な戦闘できないんですけど、まだやられていない分で戦いは続けられているが、アマージョがすごい位置で
ぐいぐいラインを上げて味方がフロントゴールへと進む道をこじ開けてみせます。
はい、
アマージョの27も入って残りは9、リーフェアの点が入れば100点満点というところですが、それは許したくない月夜の山根コナン。ムーンライトセレナーデからヘビーボンバーを合わせてマックシェイとレスター2匹の
ただ
ディフェンスタイプ。
攻め込みますか。スイップもすごい位置で戦ってますね。
インフィニティサイコバーンでゴールのシールドごと貫く強力なサイコパワー、当ててみせるはピューイのミュウツー。
Orange getting clapped? I mean, you're not wrong.
すごく上がってるのも大きいですよね。
はい
やはり野生のポケモン倒すのが得意ではないポケモンなので、結構ね、こけてしまうと、序盤こけてしまうとレベルこう11、12で停滞してしまうんですけど、これなら13まではいきそうというところ、なんとかこういう KO を重ねていって月夜の山根五段は少しずつ経験値を取り返さないといけないですね。
まとまって高い位置の状況を作り上げれば、
はい
月夜の山根五段としてもきっかけを作ることができます。
はい
さあレジェネティの
ダメ
ここもまたエメラルド5回目ビート。
いやー、5回目来ましたね。
6回目は見えてそうだな、この時間なら。
いや、本当に。
ただレジエ歴を仲間にして月夜の山根君のフロントゴール。
Okay, nice snipes on the Mewtwo. They're getting some okay, they're getting some comeback experience. That's huge.
ここはフロントゴールまでのアクセスは成功。
そうですね。これで点数も
And they close the point gap. Like 101 points. That's manageable.
だったり、
The thing that people need to remember is like going into the end game, which is the last 2 minutes of the game. Like, yeah, obviously you don't want to be in a huge deficit, ideally. And even if you're losing, it's like, it's bad, but not the end of the world. As long as you keep the points relatively close,
そうですね。芥川の選手の
95% of the games anyways are determined by Rayquaza. The other 5% is like, Rayquaza's not taken and you're winning off like score comp, backstrat, like backcapping, like whatever. Or like very like specific like micro plays.
ギリギリミュウツーにプレッシャーをかけて、ここはリターンするしかありません。こういうところからもね、ちょっとポジショニングが難しくなってきます。
前へ出ていきたい。ギルガルドの耐久力とそのレベルの高いところを生かして月夜の山根九段に行きたいと思うんですが、コーロットが入っていく。
どんどん渦潮レートビームを回して凍らせに行くオーロラポケモンスイ君が技を合わせますね。
The Inteleon is doing a really good job with the snipe shots though. Like they're landing on the Mewtwo, which is obviously a priority target.
はい。
And because they don't have any sustain on their team in terms of support healers,
ただまあ当てて戻
they have to keep on wasting time resetting.
数をリードしているリジェクトの方に
It's just a matter of whether or not they can take advantage of
月夜の山根九段
the fact that they're landing the snipe shots.
ガルドですよね。
Like if they reset every time, it doesn't matter.
出ようとはしている
But if they're able to find some way of engaging
はい。
after landing the poke, that is what's going to make the difference.
ただうまくポケモンまとめて攻撃することができればというところもありますが、
サイトブレイク。まずはカビゴに狙いが定まる。オーロスが飛び込んでいくか、ウッドホーン、メタグロスが捉えられる。そこに一気に飛び込んでいくハルトのアマージョ。ただまだ激しい戦いの火蓋は切られていないか。いやどうだ、脱出ボタンが
I don't know about that Unite move though.
サイコバーン、闇森ダークガイスト、ムーンライトセリナーでクイーンアリアル。
いやー素晴らし
ユナイト技からユナイト技のシーソーゲーム、その果てに立ってるポケモンはどちらだ。
Okay, snipe shot landing onto the tree. Ah, but Inteleon is literally just eating all the Serena damage.
3連続 KO を捉えられても体力が減りきらなければ問題はないと舞い続ける。4連続 KO で気づけば月夜の山根九段のポケモンは誰も立っていません。
いやー素晴らしかったですね。
It's over. There's not enough time in the game.
ところっていうのを見逃さない。ちょっとね、後でリプレイで見れればと思うんですけど、
はい
起点となるギルガルド、グレートフォールになった一瞬を逃さなかったアマージョ、クイーンアリアル。そんな
み ました。
はい。作れば戦えるので、入り方、うまくポケモンまとめて攻撃することができればというところもありますが、
サイトブレイク。まずはカビゴに狙いが定まる。オーロスが飛び込んでいくか、ウッドホーン、メタグロスが捉えられる。そこに一気に飛び込んでいくハルトのアマージョ。ただまだ激しい戦いの火蓋は切られていないか。いやどうだ、脱出ボタン。
Yeah, like the Aegis Slash Unite move, obviously not on the ideal targets. Mewtwo Unite move lands on several targets as well. Trevenant pops her Unite move, then Umbreon pops theirs. Aegis Slash goes down to the Serena Queen's Ascendance. Tree goes down, so they trade 1 for 1. But then at this point, like, Serena got on top of the Inteleon. Like, the Snorlax didn't land their CC to kind of heal for the Inteleon. Like, it's a two-person thing where the Inteleon obviously is misplaying with their positioning, but at the same time the defender is also not landing their crucial CC to zone away the Serena that's literally diving their front line to get to Inteleon. Also, this is just me being like devil's advocate, but having mean luck here instead of foul play would really help the Inteleon here, just saying. At the very least, it would either force Serena to use the full heal, or they're just CC because they can't cleanse it. But either way, like, even if they did have mean luck, the problem is just they were getting steamrolled the entire game. So, that wouldn't have changed regardless.
いやー素晴らしかったですね。今も本当に勝負どころっていうのを見逃さない。ちょっとね、後でリプレイで見れればと思うんですけど、はい。
Let me just fast forward here.
ギルガルド、グレートフォルになったので、そうですね。
月夜の山根君はレオナ君選手は特に昨日からインテレの採用が多くて、プレッシャーはね非常に出してはいるので、どのように
時間がかかり。
さあ先行が月夜の山根五段でお送りいたします。
はい。なると使用禁止、あまりこう、高校というともうスイ君も来なくて、インテレオンは先ほども大活躍あったので。
The Raichu ban is a little surprising though, I will say that. So I'm aware of the Raichu nerfs, but at the same time, I'm surprised that it's actually being target banned. Because up until now, it's not been banned at all. So I'm pretty confident enough to say that it's probably directed towards someone on the enemy team.
はい。ここはかなり、バランスよくというか、きそうです。カブリアスにしますか。
カブリアスも昨日大活躍していたポケモン、タメリン選手はオーロット継続です。
マシャーモとガブリアスで悩んでたように見えたんですけど。
Oh!
登場ですが、ラルチホから駆けつけてきましたね。
玉バリスも先ほど言ったその序盤の強さっていうのはメタグラスより全然あるので、はい、こうメタグラスも来ましたが、序盤
It's also support greeting as well, unless they're swapping, but... So it's the first Dodrio game, so that's finally been let, like, out of ban jail. But the greeting support is definitely not what I would expect to see.
印象があるんですけど、2-Y は結構比較的対処できる方というか、そんな感じもするので。
Yeah, let me just fast forward just a little.
この戦い
でないのが月夜のいいかなって最初思ったんですけど、序盤の強さになってしまって、そのまま負けるっていう展開はあると思うので、はい、リジェクトの方が先ほどよりは繊細な動き必要になります。月夜の山猫団は先ほどよりメタグラスの成長は早まると思うので、そこを押し付けていきたいですよね。
リジェクトが少し全体後ろに下がった分ね、はい、山猫団も余裕があります。はい。マックシェイ選手の EV のゴールを許さない。はい、ゴールがホールとブラッキーに進化してしまうので、かなり通さないことの意味があります。さあ、そしてここは星狩りすらしい動き。そうですね、相手のこれはホルビーの奥にいるところまで狙っていって、はい、はい、倒してっていうところですが、ここで入らない。3人で叩けば。
Oh my gosh, bro. They really want that stack.
のイエスさんは星が率が奪っていくシーンもありました。
はい。
Well, it's XP share, attack weight, and EOS cookie
はい。
greeted, I think?
中央のチルタリス、上は月夜の山猫団、下はリジェクトが押しているような印象です。
はい、ゴールまで行きたいリジェクト、なんなら行かなくてはならないリジェクトですね。
はい。
先ほどよりも、ちょっとね、後半に寄ってしまっているので、お
いやー、星が率が欲しがる、欲しい、わずかな体力、喉から手が出るぐらい欲しかったドードリオの KO ですが、ここは、
はい、
うまく佐竹選手のドードリオが逃げ切りました。
ここ、うまいですよね。ハルト選手でしたね。どちらの
佐竹選手がドードリオで、ハルト選手がガブリアスと認識しております。
はい。やはり昨日からね、ドードリオ倒せそうで倒せないというか、はい、強化攻撃含めてね、移動がすごく多いので、そうですね、佐竹選手ですね。となると、このドードリオは、
I just don't know what the green support is supposed to do.
のリーフィア以上のペースで育っているので、
ですもんね。
I mean, they got the XP share, so at least they're not competing for experience, but overall, like, I just don't see the value in a green quote-unquote support, besides being annoying.
難しい序盤もすでにクリアしたと言っていい状態になりましたので、下ルートを押していたことで、ファーストゲームよりも、そのレオナ君選手のジメレオン、インテレオンの進化も遅くなっているので、月夜の山猫団はここからどうするかですよ。
ここでドードリオがこの位置でこの動きをされるとちょっと苦しいですね。先ほどと本当に同じような展開に今なっています。完全にこれはリジェクトフェースです。メタグロスもね、こうなってくるとちょっと育つのに時間がかかるので、ドラフトの意図としてはすごいわかるんですよね。序盤リーフィアアマージェン作られてしまったから、少しでもそこを謹慎すれば遅れるだろう。ならばギルガルとメタグロスの編成通るだろうと思ったんですけど、
Hey, we got a 5 versus 4.
許さないですね、それを。
ただまずここレジアイスを倒して、
but the sword secures it.
ポケモンから経験値を分けてもらいつつ立て直しを図ります。月夜の山猫団、とにもかくにもこの2段ギルが1本の剣、ギルガルドへと進化して、メタグロスも、メタグロス、進化が求められます。
そうですね、やっと今進化したんですけど、その隙に
I mean, a Garchomp sitting in the top lane getting solo experience is a scary thing. It's like one of the few things that you just don't want to allow to be able to get free farm without any.
レジエレキへのラストヒットはドードリオが担います。
ね、ここもラストヒット育ってしまえばギルガルドも意外と技含めて強いんですけど、育つ前に結構試合を作られてしまっているので、ここ何としても守りたいところ、意外と技2つあります。
ミドルゴールレーダーが迫ってくるサイコブレイク、
Y の入り方が素晴らしい。
インフィニティサイコバン、離れたからでも相手のポケモンを攻撃することができるミュウツー Y の強み。
ブラッキーがいい動きしましたね。
そうですね、ムーンライトセミナーでから動きを止めて、
God damn, they just gave up so much experience off that.
ここでなんとかそのミドルゴールに押し込まれるっていうところは防いだので、先ほどよりはね、月夜の山猫団もうまくやれている展開にはなります。ゴールが全然できていないので、アタックオロットはちょっと攻め込めないですよね、数的有利でも。
うまくいない方をちょっと狙いたい気持ちもあるでしょう。ゲップからイエスさんをもらいつつ通り過ぎていく欲張りス、中央ではミュウツーとガブリアさんの姿をバックしている選手が捉えています。
先ほどと比べると、そのブラッキーメタグロスっていうところの、育ちはあるの、成長はあるので、先ほどのようにね、ユナイト技と合わせてメタグロスが入って、
I mean, comeback experience is the most busted mechanic in this entire game. People think Rayquaza is busted, which it is. Don't misunderstand. It is busted, but like literally, when you're a couple levels down, you get a kill or kills, like you're just back in the game. Like, that's part of the problem. Like that's part of the root problems of this game. Like oh yeah, like yes. I'm not saying you shouldn't get rewarded for getting a kill on someone that's doing well, but like comeback experience is just overinflated.
今みたいな集団戦となると、やはりコタックのユナイトの
Like in other games, it would be referred to as like a shutdown or like a bounty where you kill someone that's doing well in the game. But in other games as well, like MOBAs, you get money to buy like items in game throughout the progression of the match. Unfortunately, in Pokemon Unite, there is no in-game item builds.
そうですね。ユナイトワードを使って戦いを仕掛けるタイミングが作りづらい。ここ一つチャンスなんですけど、リジェクト付き合わないですね。上に来るならと。
でいるか、
はい。
遊んでくれません。
そうですね。下で少しゴールも入れつつ、
はい、
戦わずに、3分30とかになるとちょっとね、また話が変わってくるので、ユナイトワード使いづらいですよね。ブラッキーとか特に。こうなると、集団戦を起こせなさそうですね。
あくまで相手取らないリジェクト。
はい。
ユナイト技がね、そろそろ使えないだろうという時間で、また少し顔を出し始めます。
今回もちょっとメタグロス今でヒットレベル12になったところなので、
はい、
全経験値もらえれば13にはなると思うんですけど、そうなるとね、今度ギルガルドも13止まりになって、先ほどよりちょっとね、レベル足りないっていう状況にはなりますからね。
最後ケース、ワイドガードで防いでいきます。さらにその動きを止めるようなバークアウト、素晴らしい連携で、
はい、
リジェクトの攻めをさばいていきます。
I mean, it's not a comfortable position to be in if you're purple team, but there have been bigger leads in Pokemon Unite history and in this tournament, so I mean, you can't count them out yet, but it's just going to be an uphill battle. This might be an opportunity, though, because Mewtwo is not there.
ドラゴンダイブでフロントゴールまで、はい、さらおうというところでしたが、なんとか逃げ切りました。
How broken is Duck still? Even with the nerfs, the Duck is still one of the strongest supports in this game. Like, in no particular order, Psyduck, Blissey, and Hoopa are still S tier for me. And then, like, oh, my damage. Inteleon was not touched that entire fight. It was looking good initially, but Inteleon was not touched. It's a 2 versus 2, but Inteleon had secure. As long as they keep on DPSing Rayquaza. Oh! Oh, outplayed by the Mewtwo. It's still low. Oh my god! Oh, the Duck gets it. Bro, okay, like, looking back at this team fight, it's like, initially it looked like it was going in favor of the orange team, but the problem is, nobody touched the Inteleon, but then we saw it plays out. So, good snipe shot from the Inteleon, landing onto the Mewtwo right there, taking them less than half HP, literally 1/4. Aegislash is pulling the objective. Good skills from the side, like literally landing onto 2 of the main targets that you want to hit. Trevenant goes in, Horn Leeches, Dragon Claw, Dragon Rush combo from the Garchomp landing onto 2. There's the Mewtwo Unite move as well. Unfortunately, the Mewtwo Unite move fell short, just because... So, the problem here is, because these guys were displaced so much by the Garchomp and the tree, the irony is, they actually helped these guys from not getting hit from the Unite move. So, and then the other thing is as well, we have a Garchomp Unite move, we have the Mewtwo Unite move, like literally one, like, you know, the Mewtwo Unite move. Then you also have Dodrio Unite move. Everything is being thrown at these two, and while they are good targets, the main damage dealer right here is not getting hit by anyone. That's why they lived as long as they did. So Garchomp United, Dodrio United, Mewtwo United, hell, Trevenant United as well. So 4 Unite moves down, just for these 2 guys. So the good thing is that, yeah, they get these guys, Garchomp is doing the damage, But then Garchomp gets absolutely 2-tapped by the Inteleon. And now they're just autoing, like guaranteed auto critting. And then this is just like, the purple team knows their win con. They know they have to do the Rayquaza here. Unfortunately, Inteleon got outplayed by the Mewtwo Y. Like, Mewtwo also Mega Evolves. They're starting to spam their auto attacks. There's a Side Strike. Teleport Blink from the initial Snipe shot. They also X attack as well. There's the Side Strike CC. A pressing the freaking Greedent. Double kill. The Metagross is trying to stop the Rayquaza from resetting. So it's good on them. The problem is, they popped their Unite move and it auto-targeted the Mewtwo. And now they're out of the pit, so they can't even contest the objective. Garchomp actually went outside the pit, which is kind of funny. And then that's why it got so close, because literally, Metagross isn't there. They're literally trapped in their Unite move. Garchomp is literally over the wall. The only one that's there from the purple team is the Aegis Slash, and they're just getting CC'd by everyone. And then, literally, Woodhammer from Trevenant, Dodrio's using their jump kick, whatever. And then Psyduck. Like, it was so damn close. Closer than it should have been, but regardless, it was close. And then Reject take it. Alright, so I'm gonna play an ad. I'm gonna watch the last series of blah 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 Fennel. I wanna see how they got eliminated. And then I'm gonna watch the Engage tournament. Just because this Asian like the Asia tournament or the qualifiers is a really long VOD. And the thing is, we're gonna see these teams again in 2 weeks when they play in the top 8, which is the second part of the qualifier anyways. So hold on, let me just find where Fennel is. That's not them. Nope. Nope.
ネクストマッチリグナイト VS プロガリさあそれでは続いてのマッチアップ見ていきましれませんその PJCS に今年もつながるかどうかグロスリグナイト VS 吉本ゲーム
Fine, I guess you are my little pog champ. Come here.
Oh, do they just not Oh. Oh, they just got smoked. They didn't. They're not even playing again. So that first series that I saw, that was it. Oh wow. I thought that was like they were far enough along and they just make it to the losers bracket, but that's actually not the case. Sheesh.
セカンドゲーム運命を
Okay, you know what? Let's watch the Engage tournament that took place yesterday. I didn't watch any of that. Let me see here. Wow, Fennel's kind of washed, guys. Fennel is washed. Engage tournament. Oh god. Yeah, let me see how loud this is. So who was in this? Let me see. Okay, Latin America North, we got Stamina Esports, NA Revelation, EU Komai Esports, NA KDU. I don't even know who that is, if I'm being honest. NA Orange Juicers, NA Team 3, NA Micro and Cheese, NA Team YouTube. Bro, I haven't seen Team YouTube play in so long, but they're kind of, it's weird because, like, when Team YouTube are playing at their prime, I guess, like, they're like a top 8 team. bare minimum top 16 team, but like when they're playing like peak YouTube gaming, like they're like a top 8 team. But like the problem is, at least what I've noticed and what I like, it's not even just like what I see, it's just more so based on just facts. They just can't replicate that same level of consistency on like a monthly basis is the problem. Like one month they might have like a very like good month and they, make top cut. Other times it's like they crack like top 16 and then they fall short from like day 2 of like qualifiers or whatever, or like day 2 of like, the region, or not regional, but like the monthly tournament. That's the problem. I know I've seen Stamina Esports before, I just don't remember who they are. Revelation, I think that might be Oblivion's team. Koma Esports, they're like top 2, top 3 team of EU. I don't know anything about KDU. I've never even seen that name before, if I'm being honest. I might recognize the players, but OJ is Zugrug team. T3 is I think it's Savi's team. I know I've seen that team play. I just don't remember. Micro and Cheese, I have no idea who they are. Team YouTube, the former, like the remnants of Dave and Friends. Aegis Flames, don't know. Yata Garasu, don't know. Overtake, don't know. Luminosity, they didn't. So the reason why they're 0-3 before, like, if you didn't watch this, the reason why they're 0-3 is because they didn't play. Like, they didn't show up for the tournament. So before you say, "Oh my God, why is the LG 0-3? They're bad," blah blah blah. They didn't play. Okay, guys. EU, Bonnies. I don't know, if I'm being honest. I do not know. Los Caducados. I've seen the name before. I don't remember who's on it. Goofy Goobers. I've seen the name. I don't remember who's on it. Peru Unite. I've seen. So a lot of the teams I'm familiar with is just sometimes my old man brain is just like not braining and I forget some of the players. Okay, so wait, what's the bracket? I didn't see the bracket. Hold on.
I kind of like with a hoodie and a Pikachu, but maybe we'll fix. Are currently on a bit of a roll.
Okay, so we got Latin America North, Stamina Esports versus Latin America South. North American Orange Juicers versus EU Los Caducados. Brazil Aegis Flames versus Revelation. EU Bannies versus T3. Okay.
The way that they're competing in this tournament, but of course, Aegis Flames, very confident team. That's going to be an interesting matchup. But it's this Orange Juicers versus Los Cadacados that I'm so excited. How list is it?
Well, definitely you guys missed something. It was Snorlax, and Snorlax, I think it's a great defender right now. It's in a great position because once you ban Umbreon, Snorlax is the first pick. That people
wait, Anon? Yo, is this the shitter that's been stream sniping me for the last like week? Is this Anonymous Unite? So help me God, I hope they fucking lose. If this is the guy, and if this is the person that's been stream sniping me, because I know there's 2 Anonymouses, maybe even 3. There's one from OCE, there's a North America one, and there's like another one. But if this is the guy, so help me God, I hope they fucking lose. Like, but if he's not, then like that's fine. Like play whatever, but like I loathe this guy.
Going to be really interesting.
Goddamn, bro.
That we thought was broken. Bandits doesn't think so.
Like this pick, I mean, it was one of the bands that we talked about in the caster section. It is a incredible Pokemon in the late game for your secure as well. But I do think banning out something like a Leafeon just allows this Pokemon to have an easier time in the top half. Ravage, so that they can actually come online earlier on, and once it has access to all its moves, it's going to be spinning and winning.
Oh, definitely, and it's interesting to see Team 3 as
well. So the one thing that remains constant in terms of across all regions, the bans more or less stay the same. They will always vary slightly because there's just not enough bans in the game, but like most of the time you have like 1 or 2 supports. If not, then you have Suicune. Leafeon, very highly contested jungle as of recent across all regions. Just like being the fact that it's an evolution is obnoxious enough, but it's a strong early game jungle. Lots of strong early game, like strong early game, good scaling into the mid game. Late game is questionable. Like it's a giant question mark depending on how that individual performs in the early stages. Like if they're able to snowball lead, they can scale quickly into the late game. If they don't, then it's like, you know, sometimes they kind of fall off. It also depends on the team comp as well. Like even if you're doing well as a Leafeon, sometimes the enemy team comp doesn't allow you to just one-shot people, but it really just depends on what they draft, so yeah. But it's banned, so you're not going to see this game anyways.
That I pointed out earlier, damage from the back end. And again, another Pokemon that we think is
Umbreon and Crustle. Crustle is definitely something that you don't see as much anymore.
We've seen how good this player is on the Crustle. Is going to be putting up a show today. I also like the core that they've started off with, right?
Revenant, okay.
Bulky Pokemon will allow them
so they still need their jungle, and they still need their attacker.
The snipes that Sobi will be sniping at them. But meanwhile, we do see
unless they go Blaziken jungle, which I doubt.
From Team T3.
North America doesn't really do that.
Revenant, but Zelot picking up this Serena, which I think is another very
underrated
all-rounder at this point in time.
I stand corrected. Is it actually Blaziken jungle?
That it comes online at level 6. You want Serena to be level 6.
It might be a Blaziken jungle. Or Garchomp jungle.
Pokemon on the side of Baddest. I love this Pokemon.
And then there's Serena on the side of T3. If Absol's locked in, then obviously Absol's jungling, then Serena goes top lane.
Because if you see, there's a lot of DPS on the side of Baddest and an overheat Blaziken.
Okay, well,
that means it's secure.
let's just fast forward just a little bit until the game starts.
We are curse effect onto all the Pokemon in that range, right? We're gonna get started off with our first match of the day, Rabbit. Team Orange against the team in the center area. I can't wait to see what these teams get up to.
I think Absol has a good level 5 gank here. It has a good damage, good burst damage. If it positions itself well in the top lane, if it
does Blaziken jungle, okay.
It will have an advantage. But let's now, we're seeing the Clef actually dunking some scores here, because you need to dunk as a Cleffa. You need to get that level 4, and you also need to get your top laner to a good position here. Garchomp actually pushing up front to the tier 1 here. T3 will have to wait for the T3 to come up, because right now the tier 1 is in danger. Garchomp is dealing a lot of damage to Dan Serena, and he's not gonna continue the fight. He'll have to go back and look at this Cleffa. He's actually going a lot deeper than we have ever expected.
Yeah, I do think this is very smart coming out from Ty as well, though.
I hate when people do that. I loathe when people do that. Like, seeing that actually just triggers me. Like, I know people don't... I know people skip the Buttlebees and you wanna, like, just be annoying, but my god, I hate that shit.
But with a huge push there, that allows Banny to take the entire farm for themselves.
Yeah, that is one of the advantages that you have with Kabaskin, right? You can always put the birds up on your side, and with a Garchomp, you have enough DPS to finish them off before anything else can arrive in time. And with no Cleffa there, you had nothing to actually tank the damage there, so it was a good decision to actually let the bees go, let the birds go, and just focus on keeping yourself alive, because as long as your jungler is alive, you're still in the game.
Well, speaking of focusing up, we will have some Pokemons evolving down in the bottom part there. You can see now Pure coming up just to help out.
Oh, there's X speed from Umbreon, but it's for cooldown anyways.
It is going to be another fight for these 8 minutes.
And Mewtwo is gapping this Inteleon in the bottom lane.
Straight away. It's going to be a Woodhammer into the overheat, and Nachos gets a bit of those farm. But well, we finally will have Zelot.
Oh, that is huge. Oh!
To win from Zelot will keep themselves sustained for the beginning of this fight. Yang not able to connect with that Dragon Rush will mean that Team T3 get to fight another.
Did that Rock Tomb?
Bad interaction for Team 3.
Wait.
I would say, because you're losing your jungler, you're losing.
Connect with that Dragon Rush. Take down Absol though coming up from Batty, and the spin to win from Zelot will keep themselves sustained for the beginning of this fight. Yang
I thought the Rock Tomb
Dragon Rush will mean that Team T3 get to fight another.
What do you call it?
Bad interaction.
Blocked off the Goodbye.
I would say, because you're losing your jungler, you're losing your Absol. That's the highest level Pokemon on your team. You're giving enough experience, and now you're not in a good position to actually take the beast fight at 720. If you're looking, they're still pushing up on
Oh man,
Absol. That's the
bro,
highest
that
level
is
Pokemon on your
like
team. You're
okay.
giving enough
So
experience,
it's
and now
something
you're not
very
in a good
minor,
position to actually.
but it looked like Trevenant tried to give the kill to Sabi,
Uh,
and like Sabi like overextended trying to secure the kill. But I think they were afraid. Like I think Pierre was afraid of letting the Mewtwo get away, so he secured it. But then because Sabi's so far forward,
Still pushing up on
Crustle
top,
literally
and
just
it is
gets the
possible. Once
1v1
again,
kill
the
as
second
well.
time it's going down, I believe, and going in so deep, finally taking down that Gabite, and you're finally getting some scores in. This is very crucial for Team P3 here. They needed those levels. Now they're getting the tier. They're living at 1. So if they're gonna break it, they're gonna do a good overdunk here, and the levels are finally back on the side of P3. Level 9 on that Absol. That means we have the Unite. He's going to rotate to the bot lane, and they're going to take the fight here at the Reggie. It's a Reggie drop, so it's going to be important for Team P3 to actually secure this here. That Absol does with that Unite. An amazing secure here, and this is going to be a push for the side of P3.
Oh, this is really important for T3 here, especially since their comp is so dependent on having that snowball effect, right? They find 2 from Absol, and now they look for more. Anon absolutely popping off there with the secure as well. Side Strike gets blocked on by Pure. They still look for more there with the style coming out from your Umbreon. Cheeky little fire from Ty will allow them to get out of there. They will be playing that follow me. I think a ton of value has been gained from T3, but they will find the Absol in the midst of it all. And here comes Yang with the livid outrage.
Oh, oh my god, bro! That Clefable rolled the explosion, and then also Garchomp got sniped by the Inteleon off screen. So there's a Eject Button, there's a Dragon Claw, there's a Garchomp Unite move. Literally, Clefable just metronome landed the explosion on Umbreon. Serena Queen Ascendance the Blaziken, they're trying to run away. And then literally, like, off screen, you can't even see them, but... oh, actually, no, they're right there. What am I saying? I'm blind.
But they will find the Absol in the midst of it all. And here comes Yang with the livid outrage, though. They get the explosion.
Oh, it was just a crit. Okay, no. So I saw the snipe shot. I thought the snipe shot tagged them. Literally, just it was Felsinger into crit auto attack.
Gonna be big for them. It's the only Pokemon with Unite right now. Yes, Blaziken does have his Unite, but it Unite doesn't function in the conventional way that we think it would. And now the fight at the top is gonna be in the favor of Team D3, I believe. They're actually gonna push on the bees. Serena is very tanky right now. It gets a lot of life steal. It has a lot of way to sustain itself. Look at that shield.
Unfortunately, the Blaziken missed the Focus Blast. That probably would have KO'd it. Otherwise.
Absol has his Unite back on. Inteleon has his Unite. They're gonna go for the secure right now.
Okay, good secure on the Blaziken.
With that midnight slash, but the overheat from the Blaziken is going to be a better secure there. And now we're going to have 4 members of T3 up in the top part, trying to knock this Regieleki down. They will see an opportunity now from Banny. They're going to come through with the infamous Cyburn. The Regieleki will crash as the 6th member, providing them that scoring, which they really need Ravage to get back into the game.
I mean, right now, it's pretty back and forth, but at least Bannies or Bonnies, whatever, however you pronounce their name, they're keeping the game relatively close in terms of points. Like, they were at a huge deficit, now it's literally, what, 23-point difference, which is nothing. I didn't see what they used their Unite move on, but Garchomp popped their Unite move just now.
They're actually getting, they're trying to get the objective as soon as possible. Again, basically trying to secure with that overheat, but it was Mewtwo who actually got the secure on that Regice. And after that, you have a little bit of healing, but I don't think any team is gonna go for an engage right now. It's 4:24 on the clock. They're gonna farm their Unite. 3:30 is the last time you're gonna use your Unite as a team. A good score, a good dunk here from the Trevenant. Make sure
it would have been more ideal if they were able to do that before the objective was taken.
From the side of Baron with the Regice.
Very nice Umbreon Unite.
Down the Trevenant. The Clefable does not stand a chance here. Is the Inteleon going to stick here?
Oh! I'm genuinely shocked that they didn't commit to that. Like, one more auto attack would have done it. Maybe they overestimated their damage on that one.
Take back the lead in their favor. And I like to say every action has an equal and opposite reaction. What a response coming in from Banny. They take that Regice as well. provides them a little bit of that HP recovery. And that next fight,
Literal
the other
2-point
contest
difference.
passes is Reggie Lecky
But I'm
up
impressed
for
with the fact that
Fennel.
Bannies were able
It's gonna get
to
easier
just
for the team, though,
recuperate,
as
all
the
things
Fennel
considering.
a bit reluctant as taking that positioning on the top side. You can see Bannies is more proactive. They're gonna start ripping.
And I'm actually curious to know who's playing on ping right now.
They have a lot of
Because one team is E and one's NA, so someone has to be playing on ping.
It's gonna be very hard for T3 to actually get to the objective. They have, if they are delayed by like 3 seconds or so, the objective is already half gone. If you're not there on time, you're just gonna give up on the objective. They have the secure, they have the DPS. There's no way you're gonna compete with something like that. With the ults on something like a guard chop and on Crustal and on Umbreon, it's gonna be hard for T3 to actually engage on that fight. 250 on the clock, so still 50 seconds to go. I would still think Garchomp would need a level 2.
I mean, the thing about this situation is, like, most of the games that you see in Pokemon Unite are determined by Rayquaza. But there's always the off chance, because the game is so close, you might not see Rayquaza get taken. Oh, Blaziken just got 2-tapped.
It's gonna be a big fight in here. All 5 men down from both the teams, and Reggie Rock is actually secured uncontested by this arena.
Yeah, what a fantastic snipe from Sobi there. Really just taking the chunk out of Banny, and with that Blaziken gone, it the best place.
Alright, 10 seconds to the first Rayquaza of this tournament. Let me see here.
Team T3 will have an incredibly close final stretch for everyone watching at home, folks. I mean, we are 2 points apart. Levels are quite on par.
I mean, the ideal situation is Sabi lends some poke before any team fighting breaks out. They have no sustain on their side, so any damage that is done will stick, and will either force them to reset or just be in a very awkward position. Like that right there. You need to get a few more snipe shots off before you... Like... Oh! Huge pick right there. It was off screen, but Absol got the... There's the Midnight Slash from Absol, Queen's Ascendance from Serena, goes into Garchomp, Garchomp pops Unite move, Umbreon pops Unite move as well. Nice snipe shot onto the Garchomp, that's huge. Snipe shot misses, Absol gets the kill on the Crustal, Mewtwo comes back and gets the kill onto Absol, they trade. This is just awkward because, like, neither side can confidently do Rayquaza right now. They just don't have the rip for that. Like, you don't need Rayquaza. Like, all you need is one decent cap. But, like, the more time passes and, like, the less time there is in the game, like, you're more prone to making mistakes. Blaziken goes down again. There's Mewtwo Y. Oh... Sabi went into the pit and got stuck. Like, someone, obviously, from a viewer perspective, I know Purple Team is winning, but like at this point, like someone would have had to go for a back cap. Do they make this? No, they don't make that. Bunny's won this one. That was close. Like, there was a lot happening, but like it was a close game overall. There were a couple things that happened that like I saw that make the difference, but it was a close game at the end of the day. Yeah, so like playing from here, like Inteleon is doing a good job lining some decent poke on, especially on multiple targets. Like this right here, this is like the turning point that allows them to take the more aggressive stance. So obviously, Inteleon, snipe shotting, priority target, that's pretty big. And then normally, like, you would want to reset here, but because Absol is literally lurking off screen in the bottom bush right there, in the bottom lane, like, snipe shot lands, forces Mewtwo to kind of reposition, but then they just reposition into the Absol. Absol gets the pick, and then you get a 5v4 right off the bat, which is huge.
Either, but with a side strike, perhaps we get something. Sobi is hitting these snipes as they take out Mewtwo to begin the fight. They have the
now, this is where things get a little dicey. this is where like a bit of a misplay happens, at least in my opinion. So you have a 5 versus 4. Obviously, Mewtwo's down for the count. The problem is, like, Serena goes into the pit, starts DPSing their Rayquaza. Obviously, doesn't stick around for long because then they tropical kick out of the pit and go onto the Garchomp. Now the problem is like, even though it's a 5v4, the Serena goes out and nobody can really follow up on that unless Inteleon is able to snipe shot the freaking Garchomp off screen. It's still technically a 4 versus 3 now because you have like 4 over here and then 3 over here. So it's really like iffy. But the thing is like, because Serena's one of the main DPSers on your team, Absol can do some damage. Granted that they're able to land their combo fully, but with the targets that are available on their team, like Absol is not able to really threaten other people as well. Like, you got Crustle, you got Umbreon, you got Blaziken. Everyone on their team is relatively bulky, so it's really hard to one-shot them, even as an Absol. So Absol pops their Unite move, and unfortunately, like, it's on Crustle. And then Crustle pops their Unite move immediately, and then they just... And then Serena pops her Queen Ascendance onto the Garchomp. That, unfortunately, was not a great Umbreon Unite, but... Like this right here, I thought Absol was going to be able to make it out and reset, but then literally off screen, like you can see in the left-hand side of the map, Mewtwo's respawning. They're also able to pick up the Absol off screen. They auto attack, snipe shot into Umbreon. And then unfortunately, Trevenant goes to try and backhap, but Blaziken's able to defend. Umbreon actually went top lane in case someone tried to go for backhap top lane. And obviously the team that's winning, even if it's like a 1-point lead, as long as you're winning, you're winning. But they don't really realize it until the game is officially over. Oh, but this is also crucial as well. So, yeah, Mewtwo Mega Evolves, they're getting their A presses onto Serena. Snipe shot from Inteleon, which is pretty huge. The problem is what happens after the fact. So they land their snipe shot, landing onto Mewtwo right here. Brings them down to like less than half. But then Sabi fell stingers into the pit. And that's just not ideal position to be in. Especially when you kind of just trap yourself. Like, yes, you land your fell stinger on the wall. Yes, you get the cooldown reduction. But the problem is like, you're tunneling on the Mewtwo. And it's not that they're not an important target, it's just that it's not worth it when your team composition relies on you for damage. That's the problem. Like, the main damage dealer, like, Absol's pretty much dead. Not to mention they don't have Unite move. So at this point of the like, endgame, or this point in time, like, you are the one that needs to stay alive so you can threaten everyone else. Like, you need to threaten you, and then the other person, which is like the Umbreon right there. But either way, that doesn't happen because Sabi tunnels onto the Mewtwo. They fell stinger into the pit. Like, they get the auto attack up, guarantee crit. They get hit by the... And then literally, they get cycloned by the Rayquaza, which is unfortunate timing, but at the same time, it's also, like, individual awareness as well. Garchomp is able to just A-press, and then they just get stuck. And then basically, any hopes of a team fight here are absolutely gone. Like, you are not going to win without your Inteleon. They're dead for the rest of the game. The only thing that could have been done differently is literally Absol just go straight for the goal. That is it. But that's like 20/20 hindsight, and that's hoping you have enough... Like, I don't know how many points they have. Let me see. They have 16 points, so that would have been 32 points. The problem is, Crustle also scores as well, I think. Actually, no. Crustle doesn't score. So yeah, the only thing that could have been done differently that would have... It's a micro decision, but it's like 20/20 hindsight. Instead of trying to fight, Anon just needs to go straight for the goal. Just because it was a close battle. Like,
It's gonna be Team Banish who's gonna win the match with 2
Oh
points.
my god. Heartbreak Central for Team T3. You're exactly right. They did not know who was in the lead. It was a close battle for sure. And with 2 points, Banny come out on top in our first game of today's finals. Quarterfinals does not change how close that was. I mean, it makes this Pokemon still be as crazy to go up against as possible. You have your Ice Beam, you have your Whirlpool that gives you.
Oh, so this is pretty interesting. I'll just pause it right here. Hold on. I also need to switch my grip. Give me a second. So, I don't know if this is intentional or not, but the Inteleon actually got picked up by Haizaki. So, first pick Suicune, second round picks Umbreon and Inteleon. This is also good because you're denying this pick away from Sabi, and obviously Mewtwo Y was also picked. Like Mewtwo Y could have been picked as well, but yeah, Haizaki picks up a strong pick and also denies it from Sabi, which is pretty good overall because Sabi was pretty threatening on the Inteleon with the snipe shots. Why no one running new items? Because new items suck. That's why.
Instant stun and a very
They're very niche. That's the problem.
Unite move as well.
They are niche.
Up
I just think the scarf sucks overall. And Amulet Coin is just.
As well. I do like to see.
Oh, Venusaur.
Away from Sobi, so they will have to be playing some other attack at this game.
Oh, definitely. And the Venusaur pick coming in, that's interesting for me. I haven't seen a single Venusaur the entire day. So it's going to be an interesting match for me. Yang actually going with that crystal. He's probably going to switch with something else. Anon. So
I can't tell if that's Petal Dance or Solar Beam from that build. It might be Petal Dance, but you know, so few people play Petal Dance nowadays that I'm not sure.
But you're going to give up on the winner's side of the bracket.
Talonflame and yeah, okay, Sabi picks up the Mewtwo Y. Talon
goals more than what T3 scores, and they're gonna qualify for the next round in the winners bracket.
Yeah, yet again, a lot of tank coming out from Banny, right? 3 defenders
on
the team, and also
Scorch Field, Charging Charm, and Amulet Coin with Goal Getter. Okay. So potential score playstyle talent. Oh wait, no. Scorch Field, Attack Weight, and Charging Charm with Goal Getter.
It's gonna be tie-dye on that Clefable. I think they are trusted.
Okay, no, they took out the Goal Getter. Now it's a eject button.
To take a lot of the frontline pressure, and Crustle can do its own thing, can participate in the fight, but can also go around and stop some of these.
The 20 buff?
Anon as well.
I don't know what that is. What is that?
Like this Talonflame matchup into that Inteleon, but the problem is, can you get out once you die right in Ravage? Don't you think?
So that's the problem I see with Venusaur here. You don't have anything that can heal you. And the great thing I see here, not the great thing, but it's...
Oh, that's used every now and then. But it got nerfed, that's why.
And a focus ban with that XP share. So it's not
so basically, it just takes longer to get the full value of the stacks.
That you're not losing that 30%.
And,
right. So they're always going for that.
It's the same stats as before.
You're always going for that aggressive form. Even your defender is going to deal a lot of damage. If you remember, when Umbreon actually came out, people were actually running him in the top lane with that foul play set, right? So it's going to deal a lot of damage. It's there to deal damage.
Like, I'd probably use it, like, I'd probably still use it on something like
giving up 1 damage
Absol, Zoroark, Glaceon with the Drive Lens, but I feel like it's just more of a niche item now rather than something that's just a staple build.
A lot of Umbreons love it. Attackway will allow the Wish to keep this Venusaur up and running just for a little bit longer, right? I want to keep everyone's attention to the recent patch that really changed up Venusaur. Giga Drain allowing you to have so much more sustain in that latter portions of the game will allow this Pokemon to be kind of like a raid boss at the end to fight. But that's going to be in another 10 minutes as we look at the early game here. Torchic playing very safe here, coming out from Zilot, and they're going to be giving away some free stacks for this little Eevee as Saz looks for that level 4.
Right, so Eevee, once it gets to level 4, it's going to be an Umbreon, and that's going to be really good. Top lane Blasters, I've seen a lot of top lane Blasters today, and let's be honest, it did not perform very well in my game. Let's see how it performs here against the Blaziken, and it's actually going to dominate the Blaziken a lot. It's already level 4, the Blaziken. It's winning the lane right now. But once it gets to level 5, the Toxic, once it evolves into Combuskin, it's gonna have a great advantage at the beast. Is it gonna get level 5? That's gonna be something that I'll need to see. Level 4 Squirtle, it's not gonna be good enough to actually fight in the lane. It's not gonna have enough damage. Its damage actually not gonna scale that much. 4-man top push from T3. They needed that level up, and the Umbreon actually is gonna get a little bit stunned, but it's gonna stay alive for the time being.
Well, this is really a classic rotation coming out.
Well, that's coming from the broadcast. I was like, what is that noise? I thought I had a tab open.
They needed that level up, and the Umbreon actually is gonna get a little bit stunned, but it's gonna stay alive for the time.
Yeah, it's like background, like.
Well, this is really a classic rotation coming out from T3, isn't it? It just really allows Combuskin to do a little bit more. Huge fine on that Drizzle on the bottom part here, though, but Qatar will have another problem there in the form of...
Oh!
Just not managing to take them down, and Qatar comes out on top and really saves himself from any more damage coming out.
Damn, Crustle getting the 1v1 on Mewtwo is actually pretty huge.
On top side, though,
I know they're playing as a quote-unquote support, but
away from 2 members, still waiting for Ty to come online as well. And with that farm, that's just shy of it. And I'm not too sure whether they can actually contest this Altaria farm in the middle.
Yeah, definitely. And look at it, Umbreon.
wait, I want to see if it's Pell Dance or Solar Beam.
The talent came a little bit. It's not gonna get.
I know they have Giga Drain, but
Talon was there. If you see a Talon in the opposite team, wouldn't you want your Umbreon to actually go for something like a mean look? Because you don't want Talon to actually run away from you. That it does a lot. Even if you're looking at the Combuskin, you don't want Combuskin to dive, right? You don't want your Blaziken to dive into your attack.
I still don't know.
Wouldn't you think mean look would have been a better choice here for Umbreon?
Well, I do think Mean looks a little bit hard into something like a Suicune, right? And if you can't really reach a Pokemon that can stun out your team with Mean Look, Foul Play just gives you that extra range.
Oh!
We're gonna have another push coming.
Wow, Pell Dance Venusaur. I haven't seen that in so long.
Nachos
Like in any like type of competitive match.
If they will have the opportunity to run at the Suicune and maybe take them down, that's probably going to be the priority play here. We will have more members from Banny up the top path, but instead of pushing it, they will go more towards this middle side of the map, perhaps looking for a pick first before they choose exactly what path they want to go. Fly comes in, doesn't connect unfortunately, and the Fuyo actually gets baited out.
I mean, I was talking about this, but like the big thing is like you can't proc the. I forget what it's called, like the other scarf? Not Rapid Fire, the new one. You can't proc it on neutral camps, you can only use it on other players. While Rapid Fire Scarf, like, you can literally just B press or A press, like, anything. And as long as you're, like, attacking, then you'll get the bonus.
You want them to actually frontline for you to actually tank all the damage here, and the Venusaur is alive.
Like, the thing is, like, just as an example, like, let's say you're pretending let's say you're playing the endgame, which is the last fight of the game. Like, at the very least, like, if I'm playing a ranged attacker, I can literally just B press Rayquaza and just get that movement speed and reposition myself, or kite for myself, as opposed to literally just having to wait for me to get into a skirmish with someone else.
It's going to be an easy secure on the Inteleon. For that, Regieleki might be able to push the tier 1 here. Blastoise 3 unite to the side of Vanis, and this is going to touch 40 down, dodging the Talon Flame Unite with that score, and then pushing the tier 2. Is it viable to push tier 2 here?
Well, I mean, they're so...
Oh, it's Hydro Rapid.
In terms of levels now, right? They absolutely just consume the 3 members of T3 there. They get a 30 score in as well. So a very different game coming out from Banny in the start of our game number 2 compared to the first one. Very aggressive, and it's definitely paying off right here.
Oh! Oh!
Ultimately will
The Rock Tomb.
Of Qatar. And
I was literally just thinking to myself, like, oh, that's unfortunate. The Inteleon didn't get the snipe shot. But it doesn't matter, you got the Crustle.
They have it on par. You can see all members of Banny have the Unite moves available. So this next fight, if it's not going very well, Banny will continue with that snowball. So something for T3 to note here as we get prepared for this basement Reggie Ravage.
I still think T3 will need to take down that Inteleon. Can you see how much damage it's doing from the back end? And it's a little bit of trouble for the Combuskin on the top. It's not Combuskin, it's a Blaziken. Blastoise actually commits his Unite move to try to save itself. I think if it keeps the Blaziken busy, that's a good enough job done from the end of Blastoise.
Man, look at that CC. Holy moly.
Talon Flame survives with just a sliver of an HP, goes back, uses his Unite move, a lot of damage still.
Oh, they just don't have enough damage,
Blue
man.
goes down. Venusaur is here for the DPS. Crystal is here. The Secure is here in the form of Inteleon. Another objective going in the favor of Bandits. Talonflame tried and Talonflame went back.
Like this right here, like it could have gone. It just didn't have enough damage, but
A good enough job done.
like right here, the amount of CC that's stacked onto like one another, and the fact that Inteleon was still able to survive this was so unfortunate. Like you got the Suicune, like hold on, wait.
From the end of
You got the Suicune, you got the Mewtwo Unite,
Process finally goes down. Inteleon again.
and then unfortunately there's just no like that was all the burst they had. Like between the Suicune skills and the Suicune Unite, on top of the Mewtwo Unite chained together, they still just barely lived.
That talent
And then there's the Wish.
survives with just a sliver of an HP, goes back, uses his Unite move, a lot of damage still coming up from the Inteleon. The Mewtwo goes down. Venusaur is here for the DPS. Crystal is here. The Secure is here in the form of Inteleon. Another objective going in the favor of Bandits. Talonflame tried and Talonflame went back home again.
Yeah, Talonflame had to go back to say hi to Nurse Joy, and unfortunately, this is the problem I talked about in the draft screen. The Talonflame can go in, can bypass all the defenses, but will it be able to get out from the snipe coming out from Hazaki, from the Crustle coming in? But as I say this, we will have Nachos going down first, we'll have Qatar following suit very soon, and this might be the window of opportunity.
Yeah, they would need to rework, like, they would either need to rework the item
They go in, but the Hydro Typhoon delays this fight.
to make it, like, more economically viable in Pokemon Unite.
Massive whirlpool stun onto two members will chunk down.
Like, it can be used, but there's just a small handful of Pokemon that could actually take advantage of it. Besides that, it's like, you'd probably just prefer another item that's more consistent in its use.
Might be a bit of a suspect situation because we are getting to that point where we should probably save the Unite moves for the final stretch.
When was the last time you saw a fight last for so long? It was such a long fight, it just kept on pushing, they kept on getting kills. Because the problem was that everyone was coming one by one. There were two defenders at one point, then one more came, the Crustle went down, the Umbreon went down, the Blastoise came in trying to use his Unite move. It went down, then people are actually just coming one by one and they're just giving away the knockouts here. Umbreon actually, it's gonna be another engage. It's gonna be a good engage from the side of Panis. One player goes down, Suicune is down, no more stun coming from T3, and it's gonna be a good trade if you're taking down Suicune, Mewtwo, and Blaziken and surviving with 3 members of your team.
It's so weird seeing a Petal Dance Venusaur. I'm not used to it.
Yeah, that was a decent trade. I'm just checking the
Like, obviously, this tournament is not UCS, so you're not really playing for anything, like, crazy. So I don't know if it's, like, a meme pick or they're actually playing it because they think it's good, but either way, it's different.
If they want to stay in the winner's bracket here, they need to take down at least this game to give themselves a fighting chance. Now pokes coming out from Hazaki. We will have a raid boss in the form of Nachos, level 13 Venusaur. They've got the enhanced Petal Dance. They have a huge area of damage that they can impart. But they know
Another close game, but this time around, that Banny should know that they're winning.
Focus on poking out the enemy team. And if
Good
they
snipe
get
shot from the Hyzaki.
down one, they might be able to run down at the rest of the team. But here comes a Z-Lock coming in. They get trapped from the Rock Tomb there. No real engagement. Everyone just really just baiting in. Maybe a bit of musical chairs going on. We have to wait for a stun before they actually engage.
Right, because you have Umbreon, and you see the stun coming up here, everyone is going back. They know they're in the lead, they don't need to burn it all. And team
Oh! Oh! Venusaur!
It's Venusaur! The engage is on Venusaur. Rapid spin
That
blaster.
flank, though.
A lot of Unites being committed. Talonflame goes down, Mewtwo goes down. No one is down for the side of Paris this time. Suicune is down, no more stuns. Everyone is it's gonna be a team vibe, a clean team vibe from the side of Paris. I think the game is done and dusted right now, Pooh. It's gonna be
Oh my Jesus! Hold on, let me watch that again. Honestly, even I kind of forgot about the Venusaur.
And Patience was done and dusted. Baiting one.
Okay, we'll play from here.
The rest of the team, but here comes a Z-Lock coming in. They get
So, like, Venusaur's, like, holding it down in the top lane. They're playing top side. Obviously, no one's spotting them.
Maybe a bit of musical chairs going wait for
Did they
it to
really
fall
sneak
down.
into that bush without anyone seeing them, or did they cut through the
Yeah,
jungle? Hold
and
on.
you see the stun coming up here. Everyone is going.
Bro, nobody saw them because they're playing so aggressive.
No, they're in the lead. They don't need to burn it all. And T3 actually knows they cannot.
Oh my god, a 4-man unite move and one of them just gets popped, which is the Talon Flame, which is huge.
As long as Inteleon is there, the fight actually starts to engage. It's Venusaur. The engage is on Venusaur. Rapid spin Blastoise actually going in. A lot of unites being committed. Talent Flame goes down. Mewtwo goes down. No one is down for the side of Paris this time. Suicune is down. No more starts. Everyone is gonna. It's gonna be a team wipe, a clean team wipe from the side of Paris. I think the game is done and dusted right now, Pooh. It's gonna be Paris who's gonna move to the second tier of the winners bracket.
Well, they say patience is key, and patience was exactly what Nachos had there in mind. They were able to use all that time.
I know this match is over, so I'm just gonna play Nan, and then I'm gonna skip to the next one.
To hide in that left pixel bush, and then with an instant learn and anger, they were able to take down one of the most.
Yeah. Hello trainers and welcome back. That was a very interesting set. I did not expect Banny to be able to take that one 2-0 against Team.
Buffed in the most recent balance patch. I believe getting more shielding on the stance change, also a little bit more slow from focus blast.
Aegis Flames? Wait, who's Aegis Flames again? Aegis Flames is from Brazil.
But of course, Aegis Flames
I'm just checking the region.
Not the best early game presence.
No, can definitely be difficult to get to those higher stages, especially if that happens. Aegis Flames locks in the Leafeon. We know the power of this Pokemon here, Drake, who gets that level 4 Evo very quickly and is likely going to be pushing those lanes just before the 9-minute mark. That's a lot of oppression going over to Revelation from the get-go.
Yeah, I would say Leafeon is probably the epitome of the speedster role. Of course, it is a classified speedster Pokemon, but it gets online very early. It gets a very impactful, very bursty Unite move. It is kind of the poster child of what an assassin Pokemon would look like, but like other speedsters in the game, if you don't have a level advantage in the middle to latter halves of the game, you can really lose a lot of impact towards that portion.
Oh man, I don't like that draft.
Their roster with a Serena and a Mew.
I very rarely say that, but I do not like the draft from Aegis Flames. I think like Revelation right here just have like.
The way that these comps are shaping up here, buddy. Aegis Flames got themselves over.
Wait, let me see what they lock in finally.
Great early game.
Oh, he did Zero. Okay.
To really round out that mid to late game.
Okay. Right off the get-go. Oh, sorry.
Revelation.
There's a lot of things I was gonna say. So obviously, just like this is strictly on paper because I haven't seen his games, but like this is just from like a draft point of view. Okay, so one obviously Psyduck pick. I have no complaints over that. Psyduck is a S tier support. Not to mention Blissey and Hoop are banned, so you're taking away literally the last remaining support of the 3 Musketeers, if you want to call them that. So Lumiere and Oblivion, they pick up Blaziken and excuse me, Blaziken and Umbreon. I have no problem with that. Like they're solid picks. Here's where things get a little shaky for me. So they pick up the Clefable. Okay. I don't have any problems with Clefable specifically as an individual Pokemon. It's just that when you're doubling up on supports, that's when your damage output comes into question. Now they picked up Leafeon. Leafeon, obviously, objectively, a good jungler right now. Strong early game, strong mid game. Late game, obviously, dependent on how you progress as a team and individually throughout the course of the game. The problem I have is, like, when you pick Leafeon and you see these 2 picks. Now, obviously, if you're a good Leafeon player and you're a good jungler, like, you can make do with what... Like, you can make do with that Pokemon. But the thing is, it's like... It's already questionable, like, when you are drafting 2 supports, and then you see the frontline like Umbreon and a bulky Pokemon like Blaziken. So it's like, you need to have either really good early game, or you just need to be very precise with who you're targeting in the team fights. So, first pick, second pick, third pick, and 4 and 5. So what do Revelation pick? They pick Miraidon. Hold on, 6, and then 7. So Miraidon, obviously, very strong attacker. I think it's between Inteleon and Miraidon, like those two. Oh, and Mewtwo-Y. Mewtwo-Y, Miraidon, and Inteleon. Like, those are 3 solid attackers. You can't go wrong with any of them. Granted that you're able to play them. You pick up the Eldegoss, so you have some sustain for your team. And Eldegoss as a laner is relatively strong. The auto attacks can apply lane pressure, and the fact that you just have a source of sustain. Solid. Like, I don't really have any major complaints. Not to mention, because Psyduck and Clefable are picked, like, you're not left with many options. So Eldegoss is a safe choice. And the Eldegoss is not that bad by any means. What I don't like here, I don't know how strong of a Mew player they are. I think Mew as an attacker has kind of fallen off. Like, there are very few people in general that play Mew as a quote-unquote carry or attacker role. So I'm open to be, like, I'm willing to be, like, less judgmental after I see them play. But at the same time, it's like, you have an early game Pokemon, and then you have, like, a weak early game Pokemon, and debatably their mid game is not that great. Like, realistically, unless you're spoon-fed experience and kills, Serena only really comes online at level 6, and even then, that's still debatable, depending on how they play. Mew, by themselves, not that great, and I just feel like they just are not going to have enough damage to kind of get to all 3 of these targets. I wasn't expecting the Zero pick, to be honest, but I don't necessarily have a problem with it, just because they don't have a front line. The bulkiest Pokemon on their team is Serena and Clefable with their sustain. But even then, like, you have so many like, even if you are focusing Serena, that's still a priority target. This thing is the Glass Cannon. You have a Speedster right here. So, like, them is just, like, you have so many options to choose from. Like, you can go either moveset as well. You can go Discharge, Wild Charge, pick your poison. I just think that Aegis Flames lost out in the draft. Just on paper, though.
With Celestial locking in the Zero Aura as well, another epitome of that speedster sort of role. Although, I mean, I'd probably say, what, past couple of seasons, it has been quite dominant, especially with these pro players showing us how to drag people in using that discharge moveset that they use. This is going to be a great matchup, buddy. We have Bora there on the Miraidon looking for the range for Revelation.
After the bulk buff on Clefable has been ran as a tank recently, actually, you have to use Follow Me, though, can't go Gravity. Yeah, but against the Blaziken and Zero, you probably want to go Gravity. And the thing is like, if you're going Moonlight, which most Clefables are, just for the sustain, of course, it's kind of like counterintuitive to the whole frontline thing, because, yeah, you can frontline while staying, like, while healing, but at the same time, like, when you're using Moonlight, you're prioritizing healing your teammates and multiple people at that, versus, like, frontlining the damage. It just takes a lot of, like, awareness as well. Which not a lot of people have, if I'm being honest, but... Okay, let's get to the game. Oh shoot, my bad, too far.
Aegis Flames in the game simply because you don't play against this Pokemon very frequently. But going into the next
so Miraidon bottom,
game number 1 again.
Umbreon bottom.
Aegis Flames on our purple side. Revelation.
Mew actually took their blue buff, so they get
so we
to.
do manage to grab quite a lot of that farm on the side of Revelation, getting that Umbreon to a good stance, looking for that quick Evo, because look where the Leafeon is already. 920 coming into this lane. Looks like they want to go for a good pickup here. Torchic trying their best to get away, buddy. Oh, the eject button may have just saved them, but no.
Okay, nice early game play.
Down, but here comes the Zero Aura.
Nice counterplay from Zero.
Onto that Leafeon.
Yeah, Leafeon in the early game, again, get that level 4 evolution. Also, get access to that primary damaging ability, but Celestial very fast on their clear themselves, able to get a knockout very early on in the central area carry for Aegis Flames. A huge rotation by Revelation to the top path. 4 members up here. Here comes the Umbreon. Really nice foul play to push them off of the goal zone. The Steenie is going to be heading back to the center.
This is what I love about Revelation. They do this so often, put so much importance onto this top side.
Alright, just going off of right here, though. Like, I already see a huge problem on the side of Aegis Flames. Like, okay. So, initially, if we're just going back right here, like, obviously, the Leafeon doesn't need their full jungle clear. So, this is pretty normal, where they skip some of their jungle farm. Like, they do one buff, they get to level 4, and then they go for the aggressive gank. Whether it be top lane or bottom lane, it's up to them. So, they go to the top lane, they pick up a kill on Lunir, they get their items as well, you know, their eject button, focus band, etc. So, if it was just this right here alone, it would have been a good heads-up play. But the problem is, Celestial's in the area too, so they punish them for overextending. Also gets the kill on the jungler. Now, there are 2 things that are wrong with this. Well, not wrong, just more so, like, not ideal for Aegis Flames. Number 1, you're already behind as Leafeon because naturally you're an Eevee, or an evolution, so you're not farming your entire jungle, so that puts you behind by default. Yes, you don't need as much experience as other characters, but it still doesn't change the fact that you're behind in its overall experience. Number 2, trading, like, although it wasn't intended, like, because they wanted to make a play up top, because Celestial was here to punish the jungle right here, not only are you putting them further behind because you're getting the kill on them, you're getting experience, just team comp wise, you're going to get outscaled in the late game. That's the problem. Unless you're just mechanically skill dipping people and not taking comp into consideration, your team comp is a liability overall. At least in my opinion. Once again, this is all opinionated, so take it with a grain of salt. So the fact that you're trading experience early on, and not to mention Revelation are able to get another kill in the top lane, on top of the fact multiple members are able to score, it just looks like a really bad start for Aegis Flames. So like, just fast forwarding back to where we were. They got the kills. They got the Altarias. Yeah, the Steenie just caught out of position. Psyduck is trying to stop them from scoring, but obviously they have cooldowns, so they can't do too much here.
Pokemon trying to dominate, and it's working for them right now, Draku, as we have the Umbreon in the central area disrupting the Psyduck. They can't even get to this T1 to stop these points going in. 61 points to 0 here with just a minute and a half gone in this game. Revelation are putting a bit of a stomp on this early game here.
Yeah, Leafeon has actually foregone their own central area. Is going to give that wild Pokemon.
Oh, that's huge as well. Huge for Revelation, not for the Leafeon.
Unfortunately, the Leafeon cannot retract the leaves fast enough, and Celestial currently 2-0 over the other team Speedster.
And that is not a position you want to be in as a Leafeon. This early game is really...
Man, this early game is a disaster for Aegis Flames, and like for Revelation, like they're just they're just snowballing out of control. So the one thing I will say, like, if I were to be like, give them credit, I guess, like, it's a good heads-up play for... So Leafeon died. It's a good heads-up play for them to literally go counter jungle, because obviously they're not going to be able to do much here. Like, literally, Revelation are just deathballing in the top lane. Like, collectively as a group, they got levels, they got numbers. Even if the Leafeon were to spawn and go top lane, they're not going to accomplish much by themselves. The rest of the team is trying to clear their second rotation of jungle, while Leafeon is, you know, counter jungling, which would be fine if they're able to successfully do it. Because you'd be getting their farm, and then you'd be getting your farm. The problem is, whether it was just bad timing or, you know, Celestial and friends like called it out over comms, Celestial skips out on the Altaria. Like, instead of like playing for positioning, they go back to their jungle immediately. And what's even worse is, like, I think they probably expected the Leafeon to be jungling, or expected Leafeon to be counter jungling, just because instead of if you notice the way the spawn timing was, actually wait, let me just double check.
As we have the Umbreon in the center.
Yeah, okay, so I
often put so much importance on
just want to double check one more time. Sorry, I might be
Pokemon trying to dominate, and it's working for them right now, Drake.
Okay, so I wasn't wrong. So the thing is, I'm pretty sure they knew that Leafeon was counter jungling. I could be wrong with assuming this, but the reason why I think that is because if you look at the minimap, the red buff spawned first. And instead of, you know, the members of Revelation going top to the red buff, instead, when they are rotating back, like as in like going back to their jungle, cutting through the middle, they go to the blue buff, which spawned afterwards. Now, why would they do that if this is spawning first? It's because like maybe they were closer. Like there's a few things, maybe they were closer and they just decided to go this way. Maybe they assumed that this was gone because they didn't see Leafeon for a good while. Obviously, it's all assumptions on my part because I'm not playing on the team, so I don't know what the communication is like. But yeah, Leafeon went to go counter jungle. The team is trying to farm their side.
They can't even get to this T1 to stop.
And then fast forward just a little. Oh wait, hold on, too far. Yeah, like Zera went straight to their blue buff. Like there's still 15 seconds to Altaria.
In this game, Revelation are putting a bit of a stomp on this early game here.
And then the 1v1. I mean, if Leafeon's able to get this 1v1, it would have been huge. But unfortunately, like there's the focus band proccing as well as they didn't have enough damage. So now it's even worse because the Leafeon jungle is dead, and yes, the death timers are low, but now you have a literal 4v3 situation. Like Serena got some experience and leveled up, but that doesn't matter.
This early game is really where you come into your own and want to start snowballing. They do manage to take down the Zera Aura though with a huge beam coming in from you.
I mean, the only thing that is like the only silver lining for Aegis Flames is the fact that they were able to get Celestial on the Zera, so they got some experience and like they didn't just get completely wiped, but like they're still in play on the back foot. They're still starting for experience. Leafeon goes down again. Like right now, I think Leafeon died like what? 4 times this game, maybe 5. Like I think they died once in the top lane, they died once in the jungle. They died maybe 3 times. Maybe miscount. So yeah, they're basically averaging like a 30-second like lifespan, which is obviously not good. And then I say this a lot. I don't mean to keep pausing, but just like stuff that I have to point out. Like when you're playing something like a Leafeon jungle to begin with, you want to make the most impact in the early and mid game, and then hopefully if you get advantages for your team, they will do the heavy lifting in the late game. But the problem is when Leafeon is underperforming, if I want to be polite about it, or if they're shitting the bed, like to be more blunt or tactful, like if they're shitting the bed the way they are right now, then their team is not going to scale the way they want to ideally. And then they're just going to have little to no value in the later stages of the game, unless they're able to just pick off kills for comeback experience.
That Unite move, getting it at level 8, like many other evolutions in the game, can be so impactful.
Like they're level 6. As an evolution, that is horrendous. Not having Unite move for first objective is just a crime. And then I don't know what's happening with Serena over here. Like they're just getting bullied. Level 6 versus a level 8 Blaziken on the verge of being level 9, so that's a 3-level difference right there. I'm not exactly sure why they're playing so far forward.
They're getting quite comfortable as we hit the mid-game here, buddy. They're going to be able to get that Lecky unless Psyduck can steal it. Not able to. Uses the surf to buy that space to get back to the pad. Has to defend that.
And then if that Regieleki crashes on the top tier 1, you got a 39-point overcap, which is literally, at this stage of the game, that is the best overcap you can possibly get. Unless you're a high enough level to hold 50 points, which is way too early. Like, let's be real. So 39-point overcap on the top lane goal. That is huge. The only thing that I can say is like Now they get a little bit more farm, but that's obviously a consequence of breaking the goal.
We have the rip on the red giants for Aegis Flame, looking to see if they can steal this away. But Eldegoss is here as well, trying to sneak that hit, whilst the rest of Revelation go for the scores in the T1. That's going to be locked in by the Mew, and now they need to get back to their pad realistically, because the flank is here. There's the Moonlight Prance. Goodbye, Leafeon, yet again, and it's on the back foot currently for Aegis Flames, as Revelation want to continue to push this T1. Looks to rain in more points. A huge beam comes in from the Mew, but Zera Aura has them in their sights, continues to push them, buys the space for Revelation to break this pad. It's 197 points, 218 points to a fat
Revelation are literally just death balling them.
They have blown this game
Like, they're taking advantage of the levels, they're taking advantage of numbers, they're taking advantage of the fact that the enemy team is under level and don't have Unite moves.
For Aegis Flames, they finally got some points on the board, 28 points, and now another 5 points coming in from the Serena. But again, this game is won on the amount of points scored in this 10.
Wait,
they
one.
finally got some game wide open to Altano.
Oh, it's because he went to go score, that's why. I was gonna say, like, why is Umbreon there? And then I just realized he went to go score 5 points.
For Aegis Flames, they finally got some points on the board, 28.
I mean, the fact that Umbreon lived as long as they did is actually pretty nutty. They did give us some comeback experience, so I wouldn't say it's really worth per se, but I mean, they're so far ahead right now that, like, despite the fact that I think that might have been, like, a little overzealous, they're still so far ahead that I don't even think it matters that much.
Only losing half HP as well as they get out of there, buddy. That is some
Like, yeah, they died, gave some comeback experience, but that's like me nitpicking at the fact that they're just... There's really not much else to say.
Need to concentrate on now. As we hit the mid game here, they need these levels. It's going to come down to the final moments, the final 2 minutes of this game. Rayquaza will spawn. That's the biggest catch-up moment for any team. If you can keep the point difference quite small.
I honestly think this is stupid. Like, I'll be honest, Aegis Flames should not be doing this. Like, considering how far behind they are collectively as a group, like, looking for a potential 5v5 team fight for this objective is not the smart play. What I would do in this situation, like, if I was, let's pretend I'm on Aegis Flames. Instead of trying to contest this Regieleki that will have very little value for them, you know, the Regieleki that's spawning in a couple of seconds, let them have it, score bottom, and then you recall and defend. Whether you can defend or not, honestly, that would be questionable at best. Like, if you're lucky, maybe. Because it still wouldn't change the fact that these guys are literally collectively over-leveled. They have Unite moves. So, it's rough. It's just a very awkward position to be in. Because, like, the concept is, you're not going to win a 5v5 fight. Like, 5v5, like, no. Like, I don't think that's going to happen. So, for me, at least, just looking at the situation from a broad perspective, at least, like, close the point gap, or at the very least, even open the map a bit, so that way, when it comes to Rayquaza, you have more room to work with. You also open up the map for the bottom objective that's going to be spawning in the next 30 seconds. So, like, it's like a 2-for-1 type of thing. Like, 3-for-1. It's like, you try to stop the bleeding in terms of points. You open up the map, and then maybe you contest this, maybe. But it's still unrealistic. I just think them trying to 5v5 when they're behind, on top of the fact that Revelation have a pad up here, is just a desperation play at best.
Within that 300, 500 mark. Looking for some KOs here on the side of Aegis Flames. If they can pick up that
Okay, Queen's Ascendance on the Eldegoss, so they pick up the kill.
It's going to be the Bright Future Meteor Storm here from the Miraidon, just to buy a bit of space for Revelation. It has done so, and they have been able to find the KOs onto Aegis Flame yet again. With that double coming in from Miraidon, we're going to buy the space here, utilizing the Umbreon, while the rip onto that Regieleki is going to come in from Revelation. Side up does find a good KO onto the Umbreon, trying to see if they can sneak this. Completely unable to. Revelation have done what they need to do there, Draku.
Yeah, it is so difficult.
Honestly, I think that, like, that went better than I thought it was gonna go. For Aegis Flames, it's like they traded 3 for 3 and lost the Regieleki. The thing is, I was expecting them to lose that objective, and it doesn't have a lot of value for them Because obviously, even if you get it and it crashes into the tier 1, like, if you score and break that goal, you're just going to get more farm to Revelation when they're already far ahead. It's just, I think, Dispenza on the Elder God. Is that Dispenza? Yeah, Dispenza. I think they were a little too... Like, they were caught out. They were out of position. They got tagged by the Psyduck. They get hit by the Surf CC, Electro Ball. And then Serena just pops her Unite move just to get the kill secure before they can Unite move. So at this point, it's a 1-for-0. Then Miraidon's getting their Unite move off. They get 2 kills.
And they have been able to find the KOs onto Aegis Flame yet again with that double coming in from Miraidon.
Yeah, so Umbreon goes in a little aggressively. Obviously, they have foul play, so as long as they're landing one part, they can use the second part.
We're going to buy the space here, utilizing the Umbreon while the rip onto that Regieleki is going to come in.
Psyduck with another...
Psyduck does find a good KO onto the Umbreon, trying to see if they can sneak...
Like, Psyduck was the MVP of that fight. They landed back-to-back CC on 2 different people, and it resulted in 2 kills, which is the Eldegoss and the Umbreon. Zera also goes in.
Difficult to move to the other side of the battlefield when you're losing.
That could have been played out better, if I'm being honest. So, like, here, like, it's a 2-for-1. But I think there was just, like, a little bit of miscoordination here, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't know what the call is. Like, I don't know if the call is to do the objective or to go for the fight. Like, either one is fine. It's just that the team has to collectively be on the same page. That's the thing. It looks like Umbreon wants to fight. You can tell by the fact that they literally just engaged on them. Blaziken is doing the objective, and the other 2 are trying to follow up. The thing is, because Umbreon's using foul play, and they double foul play, like, into the Psyduck and the Mew, like, it displaces them farther away from their team. So, they had, like, they were already far enough, like, further ahead. So, when they're using their move and displacing them further, it takes a little while for your teammates to catch up to you. Like, even Zera, like, you don't want to Volt Switch and not be in range to use your skills. Like, you want to Volt Switch and then discharge, and either snap back or just stay in the radius. So, yeah, there's a little bit of a distance between them. Raiden also doesn't have a lot of mobility, considering their moveset. So, yeah, like, it was a little overzealous, if I'm being honest. I think it could have been played better. Like, they landed everything, the foul play and the snarl, but, like, there was no damage follow-up. And then Zera goes in, Mew uses their Unite move, so they're untargetable. Psyduck is able to, you know, land the CC, and then Mew also kill secures the Zera. They got the objective, but it could have been a 3-for-1. Oh, sorry, a 3-for-2, and then, you know, get the objective. But it turned into a 4-for-3 in favor of Revelation. Make that a 4-for-4. Overall, it's a 4-for-4, but they lost the Reggie, which was expected. But overall, like, despite the fact that it's a 4-for-4, Aegis Flames come out on top just because they were behind in experience. Yeah, so it was the 4-for-4. Yeah, that's including the Blaziken and the 4-for-5 now.
Still having to deal with this Reggie, a lucky Tano. They might go for a secondary push here. Umbreon getting some vision for the team. Lumiere waiting in that tall grass, but most likely retreating back to the right side of the field.
Now, a crucial thing, I think that Regieleki got took before the...
I mean, overall, like, there's still a slight level advantage for Revelation, but the thing is that, if you... Oh.
But Leafeon here with a really important Emerald 2-step Unite move takes the KO onto the side of Revelation, picks up the Reggie. That's global experience that they get, as well as that buff onto their defense on the side of Aegis Flames. And now they want to go...
I mean, they're not scoring points, but they're getting kills, and they're coming back into the game. I'm not sure why Mew is so close to the Blaziken and got caught in the overheat. Yeah, double kill for the Blaziken. I'm not exactly sure how that happened, because that kind of panned late, but...
Man, Tano, that's exactly where you want your top lane carry to be. Level 13, currently the highest on the battlefield, at least on that side of the battlefield. Now level 14, as you can see them on the right side of your screen. You can see
Okay, what I was going to say is, despite the fact that Revelation have a huge point lead in favor of them going to Rayquaza, if you look at the levels, considering how the early game was going, Aegis Flames are pretty much where they need to be going into Rayquaza level-wise. And the point lead hasn't grown that much. It's pretty much stayed constant. But it's still a huge point lead regardless.
And the final stretch fight is beginning early, Tano. First KO going over to Revelation.
Yeah, I mean, that's it there, buddy. You no longer have your heals here, and that's why Revelation are trying to lock down the KOs onto the side of Aegis Flames. Here comes the Unite move, full power Sai, trying to reduce that damage coming in, but Aegis Flames, they are managing to sneak back into this fight. Revelation found a great...
Oh, Mew whipped her Solar Beam.
To find more, though, as Psyduck falls, and the rip onto the Rayquaza comes in from the Zero Aura. There's the beam from the Mew. If we can see the hit onto the Mew here, that'll be the main carries of Aegis Flames. Not able to get on in, but here comes the Leafeon. Emerald 2-step a little bit too late. It's
yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of turned into a clown fiesta then, but like Revelation were in the driver's seat and Aegis Flames were just playing reactionary. Like, I don't know what happened here. Like, this is kind of just a throw. And I always say this, like, this is just a constant thing that I see, like, competitive players do. It's like, guys, your Mew is right here. There are 4 of you here contesting a Regieleki right before Rayquaza. Like, I don't see how this is gonna benefit you in any way. At the end of the day, it's not like it's a third, like a, you know, like a home goal Regieleki. It's still a tier 2. And yes, you're playing at a disadvantage because you've been playing from behind majority of the game. But you're choosing Regieleki when Rayquaza is a factor in the next 20 seconds. Realistically, you just let this go. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. You're playing from behind, your team comp is not ideal. You are down a goal as well. Let's like point that out as well. Like, there's so many things wrong here. Like, goal, for them, it's Reggie is, I'm not if I'm using the right symbol, but like, they're prioritizing Reggie over Ray. Team comp is kind of duty. And then what else? Down a goal. What else? Am I missing anything else? Overextending. When behind. I think that covers mostly everything. Like, I'm sure there's a couple other points I could probably throw in there. But like, oh wait, shoot, hold on. Yeah, I doubled down. Sorry, I wrote that twice. But yeah, like, they're prioritizing Regieleki over Ray. Their team comp is kind of ass, if I'm being honest. And I said that even before the game started. Down a goal, so obviously you don't have something to fall back to. Overextending when you're behind, on top of the fact that literally, yeah, you're right, like, Blaziken's fed, Zera's where they need to be, and they're the biggest threats on their enemy team. Miraidon, you can, like, literally, Miraidon is, unless Serena or Leafeon are diving them with the Unite move, then Miraidon is going to be hard to kill. Like, Miraidon's technically not even there, like, they're in base, but the thing is, it's just, they don't even know that. Like, here's the thing, though. Like, this is like a psychological thing. When you see everyone up here, normally you would probably assume that the rest of the team is nearby. So, I don't know how they can, like, despite the fact that as a viewer, I know Miraidon's not there, it doesn't change the fact that, like, how would they know that? Like, you know, how would these guys collectively as a group know that Miraidon is not there? Unless they literally saw him recall. Or her, whatever. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me that they're doing this. And, like, if you were to safely assume that Miraidon is there, then they're willingly trying to take a fight in a 5v4 because they, like, the only information that you know as a fact is that Mew is not there. That's it.
very careful. Regieleki brought down to about.
And like fast forward a little.
50 seconds
All
right
right.
now, 15 seconds before the final stretch fight, and the final stretch fight is
So Clefable dies before Mew even gets into the vicinity.
beginning early.
Obviously, just misplay right there. The only thing they should be doing right now is resetting. I don't know why. Okay, so here is like a big like red flag Monka like Papega moment. You literally just saw your Clefable die right there. Like they're just bleh. They just went splat. I'm not exactly sure why Leafeon is literally running at the enemy team. Like, they're gonna tactical 25 kill streak nuke these guys with one Unite move. Like, this to me is just like, buddy, what are you doing? It doesn't make sense. And then literally, as soon as they run into enemy team and lose more than half their HP, they're like, okay, let's run back. But obviously, when you're that low in HP, like, they're not gonna let you run for free.
That's why Revelation are trying to lock down the KOs onto the side of Aegis.
And then, literally, the Leafeon baits the Serena into going in when they're literally running away, limping for their life.
Comes the Unite move, full power Sai, trying to reduce that damage coming in, but Aegis Flames, they are managing to sneak back into this fight. Revelation found a great KO onto the Serena. They need to find more though as Psyduck falls and the rip onto the Rayquaza comes in from the Zera Aura. There's the beam from the Mew. If we can see the hit onto the Mew here, that'll be the main carries of Aegis Flames. Not able to get on in, but here comes the Leaf.
Yeah, and then like from here it's just like a straight domino effect. Like honestly, it's like multiple things kind of led up to this moment, but on the side of Aegis Flames, like the shining light in the dark was the Psyduck. I think Psyduck, the Psyduck player, whether it's just because they're abusing a broken Pokemon or the fact that they're just good with it, maybe it's a combination of both. They were like the shining light in the dark. Everyone else, I just feel like underperformed. I don't necessarily think that there was an MVP in the game. Like, no one to me like really stood out. However, it's very apparent that Revelation just skill gapped these guys as a collective group. Like, I don't think anyone Revelation like hard carried like their entire team because everyone was contributing. So I don't really want to say like there's an MVP, but yeah, in terms of like a collective effort, they just gapped these guys, and it wasn't even close. Like I do feel like they were starting to throw a little bit with like the kills that they were giving back, but yeah, overall like it was still well within their control for the most part.
A little bit too late. It's Blaziken with the overheat, the god of secure that takes it here for Revelation.
Man, an absolutely MVP performance by Looney.
Which is a late game Pokemon. It needs 3 stages of evolution before it gets to.
Okay, let me see here. Really quickly, draft phase. First pick, no problem. 2 and 3. They take away like the top 2 defenders in the meta right now. Mamoswine. Oh, sorry, whoops. 1, 2, 3. They take away like, you know, the highly contested defenders. And the thing is, when it comes to Umbreon, you have the flexibility to bring sustain with Wish. So honestly, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. Like some people forget, Umbreon can be a support. It has utility, it has heals, and it can act as a frontline. So, like Umbreon and substituting a support, that's perfectly fine. Oops. So 1, 2, 3. 4 and 5. So if you're picking a defender, oh my god, I'm trolling, dude. I'm sorry. Okay, here, when it comes to defenders, like there's not many options left if you're leaving Snorlax and Umbreon on the table and like you're not taking either. Like obviously they prioritize the Psyduck, which is perfectly fine. Mamoswine, I think, is a good laner and a good skirmisher compared to like a lot of other things, but my problem with Mamoswine as a Pokemon is I just feel like it falls off late game. Like after lane phase and maybe even like after like mid game ish, I personally feel like Mamoswine falls off. Like you can still make plays with the Pokemon. Like obviously it has a lot of CC. you know, you can set up for pick potential. You're still meat shield, but I don't know. I just think Mamoswine's kind of like whatever. I think it's overrated rather than anything else. I have a problem with this though. The Zera is like I have a problem with, and the reason why I have a problem with in this specific situation is like it's similar to like the Leafeon where you blindly pick Leafeon hoping that it's going to do well for you, but you're also picking it when you're aware that there's two defenders. Like, in the early game, you can always still pose a threat. And obviously, Zera can set up picks as well. But the thing is, it's just like, you pick this into two defenders who are going to be able to... what's the word I'm looking for? Like, their durability for something like a Zera in the late game and even mid game, like, they're going to be able to survive your upfront burst, whether you go discharge or wild charge, whatever. So it's like you're choosing to opt into a matchup where your viability, if that's how you want to phrase it, is just like not that great. So then we picked the Garchomp and the Leafeon. Obviously, Leafeon, we already self-explanatory. Strong early game, strong mid game, late game, depending on how you do beforehand. Garchomp, you got late game scaling, which is obviously something really good to have. Like, you have early game, and then you have late game. Like, E for early game, L for late game. And then if you want to put LS, late game scaling. Then you have Mewtwo, and then Ceruledge. Ceruledge, I have not seen in a long time. It's not something that it's played often, and quite frankly, it's fallen off just because of nerfs over the course of time. Whether they make it work or not, I have no idea. Mewtwo, solid choice. I don't really have any complaints with that. Inteleon, solid choice as well. Pretty self-explanatory. But yeah, I mean, these two picks right here, like, it's like questionable. Like, it's like they can work, but at the same time, they also may not work. It's really dependent on the team and the players.
That strong stage. So Revelation are building themselves a good, well-balanced comp. Aegis Flame are going all in for the damage here, buddy. They've got the Zera Aura. We have the Ceruledge.
Good Mammal players are a menace, though. Basically, like a second semi-brawler that also can tank and CC. Yeah, like it can frontline and can CC. Brawling outside of lane phase,
it's going to be keeping itself in distance to the other team and just rain down that.
Not so much to me. Like, just because
I feel like this game has been pivoting.
You're playing it more for a defender support-oriented role rather than for fighting.
Ceruledge going into the central player.
I mean, the thing is, Ceruledge,
like, unless you're just fighting something that is just a glass cannon, I can't imagine Mammoth running to like anything else other than the Leafeon or Inteleon. And that's even that's if they're able to even get on top of them to begin with.
Sneak round to get some quick stacks in. Looks like they're looking to give up the side of the Gibble, but Leafeon's here quite early as well, looking for those quick KOs here, Draku.
Yeah, very similar to the last game. Leafeon's going to head into the central area to get some vision on that Charcadet. Currently sitting at level 4. Can they get the confirmation here? I don't think they got it. Can he win the 1v1? Oh, extended full distance from that Razor.
That is huge.
Are going to be able to level
that
4.
Is absolutely huge.
Yeah,
so we've talked about this when it comes to Leafeon. Leafeon oh god, what did I just open up? I just opened up my game capture. Let me just close this really quickly. Yeah, so we've talked about this when it comes to Leafeon. One of the benefits of Leafeon is the fact that it's an evolution. It doesn't need to farm its entire jungle. Like, you can literally just leave this up for early lane pressure, or in this case, Leafeon decides to go for an invade instead. And it's against a Ceruledge. So, this is perfectly fine, because in a straight-up 1v1, Leafeon wins this, and I'm not saying that because they already got the kill. It's just that at this point in the game, they're stronger. Like, it's a Leafeon versus a guy that hasn't evolved yet.
the last game, Leafeon's gonna hit one. Oh,
The cherry on top is the fact that they're able to recall in time and just not allow themselves to get killed.
Back to their side of the field, Tano. Early KO by Celestial.
That is
So not only do they get the experience for the kill, they get their, you know, they go back for some of their jungle, and they're able to give the blue buff to the Inteleon or the Solve.
That's not going to go to the Zero Aura. It has to be used to get Ceruledge here at that level 5. But Aegis Flames are putting on the pressure now. Dispenser getting disrupted. The Meanlook's going to come through. They're going to fall, but Gibble doesn't get KO.
At least Aegis Flames are being proactive, so they're taking advantage of their numbers and pressuring top lane.
Compared to the previous game.
Yeah, it makes sense though. Celestial, after getting that KO in the Charcadet early, went back to their main base to recover and then rotated down to the bottom path. The Aegis Flames is making a really
okay, I like
push
this.
Here in the central area. Dispenser going down once again in their own jungle.
So they're collectively roaming as a group,
and a fight is
taking advantage of the numbers.
Out into the jungle as the Leafeon Celestial going down early as well. This 3-player push by Aegis Flames is a wrecking ball in the early game. Got to be very careful for Revelation, but a much different start than Aegis Flames found themselves at 0 at this point in the game last game, Tana.
Yeah, I like it, buddy. They're making sure that the Speedster on Revelation can't do what they previously did, can't continue to find those levels and those KOs. They continue with the aggression here. Meanlook does go onto the Ceruledge, meaning that they can't get out of that little area until it goes, and then Gabite finds the KO, hitting those higher levels now. Level 6, nearly level 7.
That is unfortunate.
They've got the early stages with that 8.
Like, Psyduck had a good surf, but they just didn't have the follow-up for that, or the damage.
With this,
Oh?
though, and the Emerald 2-step doesn't connect using the dashes on the side of Zero Aura, gets them out of that situation. Here comes the discharge. It's going to say goodbye to Leafeon, back to the Pokemon Center.
Oh, the Psyduck just came in perfect time to help support their central area carry.
Yeah, I think Leafeon overestimated their damage. They tried to go for the 1v1, and they even burned Unite Move as well. Low cooldown, of course, but still. They didn't get anything out of that Unite Move, and the fact that Zero got the kill.
Trading your EXP share, your supportive Pokemon in lieu of your carries is always a good thing to do. The 7-minute mark here, the first major objective spawning onto the battlefield. In the northern part of the map, you get a Regieleki, and in the southern part of the map, you get a rotation of 3 different Pokemon that can appear. Regirock, securing that, capturing that for your team will get you a boost to your defenses for the next 90 seconds or until you're KO'd.
Alrighty, so Revelation trying to use that block on the Snorlax to get a good pick onto the Mamoswine. They managed to get around it though. Gabite is left up here to defend this T1 by themselves. They definitely need to be wary of it because Zero Aura does a huge amount of damage with that discharge in that area.
Okay.
And the Plasma Gale
I was going to say,
lock in the KO.
like, if they don't get anything done up here, like, this is going to be awful, but at the very least, they were able to get the kill and break top.
Onto the Regieleki with Ceruledge just
Do they have the damage to this Regieleki before they get collapsed on? No, they don't.
Knowing that they're coming into this lane, Zero Aura makes the retreat, and they go back to their pad for the next fight.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Regieleki will bounce back to where it appeared and recover back to full. Another KO going over to Revelation as they have to push on forward. I feel like this is a very different position that Aegis Flames had last game where they lacked their tier 1 goals.
Fine, I guess you are my little PogChamp. Come here.
Oh, I just realized,
Full, another KO going over to Revelation as they have to push on forward. I feel like this is a...
Yeah, I just realized the Dispenser's on Umbreon now. I think Oblivion was playing Umbreon last game. Umbreon also went Meanlook, so... They're playing different characters, but Umbreon also went Meanlook this game.
Very steep hill to climb for Revelation. They want to try to find an angle to get to this Regieleki, but Aegis Flames doing a fantastic job at not only their offense, but their defense as well. As a spear trying to push on forward is Looney Air with that Livid Outrage, the ultimate in some abilities in this game. It's called their Unite move. Looney are trying to get a confirmation here. Here comes the Dragon Claw, Dragon Rush combination to capture the Regieleki, and now a 6-player push to push forward to the tier 1 goal zone.
Now, if that Lecky goes in, it means instant scoring as we see Aegis Flames trying to defend this. It does go in. They can rain those points in instantly, give themselves an overcap. I don't think they got too much of an overcap, while Ceruledge is trying to...
Oh, nice.
And Aegis Flame finds some really important...
So there are a couple things to take away from this. One of the things that I would say is, like, unfortunate. And it goes back to the first objective as well, which is literally right here. So obviously we know what happens here. Like, Zera and Saida get the kill on this Gabite, they break the top goal, and they try to go for the objective. The one thing I don't like, and this is just something that is like a macro thing, is like, if you know you're at a numbers disadvantage, which can be communicated with your, you know, voice comms, or just literally just looking at your map up here. Like, not only should you know that, but the enemy team knows that as well, because you're literally in plain view of the, like, they're in plain view of you, and like someone on their team, and even if that wasn't the case, these two would be on the goal right here. So what does that mean exactly? So what that means is you're giving information to the enemy team. Like, if I'm on Revelation, I know for a fact that at least 2 people minimum are top lane and are not here bottom. So if we have 4 people bottom and 2 people are top, it's a 4v3. At this stage of the game, you also have a Leafeon Unite move, and you're just at a numbers advantage. My problem here, and one of the things that kind of bites them in the butt, is the fact that these 3 are bottom, trying to hold bottom when they can't do it by themselves. Like, they can't do it in this specific situation. Like, if anything, what they should have just done is gave up bottom and should have been top lane. Or maybe if they wanted to keep like 1 or 2 people down here, and if Revelation ended up breaking bottom, then they could have just farmed, you know, the side farm, which spawns. But obviously that's contingent on the fact that Revelation even break the goal. But being here has no purpose whatsoever. Because not only are you not defending it regardless, like it breaks, you don't have the damage after using everything on Gabite to do the Regieleki. And then if you fast forward like literally 2 minutes from now, Revelation ended up getting the Regieleki. It goes into the top tier 1, and then they get it like the objective that should have been in your team's possession because you traded top for bottom. It doesn't go to you, and it just gives them the point lead, or extends the point lead, I should say. Like, I just think Aegis Flames are, their macro's not great. Because you need to understand, like, your limitations as a team. You need to understand, like, be aware of the situation at hand. Like, they stayed bottom, and 2 of them died for literally nothing. Like, at the very least, they're gonna break the goal, sure, but at least you don't die for it. And give, like, experience that you don't need to give to begin with.
I'm not even sure that was needed, to be honest with you, Draku, but they use
So yeah, let's fast forward. Anyways.
Live it outrage, the ultimate in some abilities in this game. It's called their Unite move. Lunia trying to get a confirmation here. Here comes the Dragon Claw, Dragon Rush combination to capture the Regieleki, and now a 6-player push to push forward to the tier 1.
Sorry, we can fast forward this because we've seen this already.
It means instant scoring as we see Aegis Flames trying to defend.
Yeah, so Mamoswine, so Piloswine gets the kill and actually levels up. The problem is, because they're stuck in their evolution animation, they literally can't do anything. And Gabite literally just Dragon Claw, Dragon rushes, combos, CCs them, and they can't even do anything, literally. Deluge pops her Unite move, lines onto Inteleon, you know, takes out the back line. It was a good attempt from the, you know, Garchomp, the Dragon Claw, Dragon Rush, eject button to close the gap and prevent a reaction from them. The problem is they just don't have the damage for it. Zera pops her Unite move, blows them up. Yeah, so despite the fact that Aegis Flames got some kills, the point deficit could have been avoided if they had more members top lane and just got that Regieleki to begin with.
Some risks to break the tier 1 goal zone in the top path. They traded a couple of knockouts, and of course, every time you knock out an enemy Pokemon, you get some experience. So some experience in the way over to the side of Aegis Flames. The Unite move coming out of Celestial Emerald 2-step. Again, that ultimate ability does so much damage right off the top. It bounces on their head, comes down kind of explosion of damage and such a high burst ability for this speedster Pokemon. Registeel in the bottom path has appeared 2 minutes after the previous one was taken, and taking a Registeel will give you not a defensive buff for the next 90 seconds, but an attack buff, which is, to some, is the best Pokemon to appear in the bottom path.
Yeah, it just means you're going to be outputting more damage. Umbreon is going to get...
Yeah, I don't know why they keep doing that. I've noticed that again, where Umbreon is backcapping like less than a handful of points and they're dying for it. Like, I don't know if they're stacking like attack weight and they just want it for wish, but like either way, like it seems weird, kind of trolly, but whatever.
Behind enemies' lines, buddy. So they were going to get KO'd, but it has built a bit of space here for Revelation. Snorlax gets out of that situation, and now they're going to go down to this T1 pad just to defend it from Aegis Flames. They know that they were going to approach down
Mewtwo
there.
just dies instantly.
As well, the snipe shots does take down that Psyduck's health. They have to use full power Psy to reduce that damage, and now they
Good Unite move from Sterilage, tags too.
That's going to do enough to rain down these crits. The living outrage is here as well.
Oh, nice discharge from the Zero to pull Inteleon back.
Aura, though, has found a double KO, and with the Ice Fang from Mamoswine.
Considering Mewtwo got picked off almost immediately, you would think that Revelation were gonna win that, but
gets out of that situation, and now they're going to go down to this T1 pad just to defend it from Aegis Flames.
Yeah, so like Mewtwo gets blown up instantly by the Leafeon. Knife shot lands onto Psyduck. There's the passive. Zero pops their Unite move, lands onto multiple targets. There's a Razor Leaf from Leafeon. Sterilage pops their Unite move and lands onto multiple targets. Lands onto 2. Garchomp pops their Unite move. Trying to get the damage down. Snap back with the Volt Switch. Discharge pulls the Inteleon back to the team. And then Garchomp gets CC'd, so they can't really do anything.
Yeah, Revelation almost had a really solid defense there. I feel like if Lumiere stayed alive for just a little bit longer, you can get those auto attacks that gives you some lifesteal for that Pokemon, combined with the healing you get from the tier 1 goal zone. They were so close to holding that goal zone, but for one thing, you can see that Ice Fang, that ability from the Mamoswine, the defender, is the reason why this Pokemon is so valuable, is the ability to crowd control or hinder Pokemon as you push on forward. So hindering that Garchomp, preventing it from using those auto attacks, preventing it from lifesteal, is how you stop these Pokemon in the front line.
All right, now, Frankie, we're 20 seconds away from Rayquaza coming into this game. There is 1 point between these two teams. When we hit that 2-minute mark, you have that final objective that not only gives you a shield, but it also gives you better defense.
Okay, so like right here, for example, if you're Aegis Flames and you're like checking the map, like even if you don't literally see them, you would know that at least one person's there. Just like the moment this, like I find it stupid, I'll be honest with you guys. Like global awareness in terms of like map vision. If you're like, let's pretend like all 5 members of the enemy team are right here. Like they should not be able to see someone hitting the Regieleki from across the map. Like even if you don't literally see like the Leafeon or the Garchomp, the fact that the Regieleki is moving, like you know someone's hitting it. I think that's stupid. Like I'll be frank with you, I think that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Like that takes away from like skill expression of the game and like positioning and macro, whatever. Like, someone should be in range to be able to see that this objective is being done. Like, being able to see that from literally half the map away is just lazy to me. But anyways, the point I was trying to make is, like, if you're panning your camera and you see the Regieleki being hit, you know at least one person minimum is there. One. If you're not contesting this, what Aegis Flames should be doing is getting positioning on Rayquaza. Like, positioning in the center of the map. Because obviously you're going to play around this objective anyways. You're not really going to go out of your way to defend this unless you absolutely had to. But, I mean, if you let Regieleki crash and someone is, you know, taking advantage of the double multiplier when it's time for Rayquaza, you probably just brute force Rayquaza. Like that's my, like, even if you're not, like, ripping it, like, you just pull it to force a fight with a numbers advantage. That's my line of thinking anyways. It's a little simplistic, but obviously
that not only gives you a shield, but it also gives you better defense, better attack, and you can score very quickly. We have Aegis Flames getting ready here already for it to come on in. 1 point between these teams. There comes the snipe shot. Then the Mammoth Swine's gonna dive.
Mewtwo got tagged by 2 snipe shots and they're just dead instantly. That is just poor positioning. Like that, like I just feel sad watching that. Like literally, so Mewtwo teleports, they walk into the snipe shot, literally right there. They teleport again after blinking once, so their teleport's on cooldown. They got CC'd by the Snorlax Heavy Slam, and then literally they're trying to kite, but they're kiting towards the wrong side of the map. Like it's bad enough you already it's bad enough you already teleported twice. Like you don't have that cooldown. You're getting hit by the Snorlax Heavy Slam as a Mewtwo Y. Like, if any, you don't even need to teleport. Just Side Strike. Like, teleport is your eject button. You Side Strike if you think you're going to get CC'd, so that way you have that CC immunity. And then you teleport either downwards or this way. You're not kiting this way. Why? Because this is their side of the map. Even though, you know, everyone's coming from top lane, it doesn't change the fact that you have less room to, like, maneuver yourself because you're in the enemy jungle. But yeah, obviously, good for Inteleon to, you know, snipe the target twice. You ever played competitive Chan? You ever played competitive Chan with anyone? Nope. I played competitive League, but not competitive Unite. I was never interested.
Swine's gonna dive on in, looking for the KO here. They've managed to find one though on the side of Aegis Flames. Power Nap comes out from the Snorlax.
And then the problem is like, I said this before, like this is even before the game even started. Like it's a team comp issue where one of your main damage dealers, the Mewtwo, is dead. Literally the first one dead before the fight even starts. So now you're playing a 5v4 with one of your main damage dealers, which is your range damage, off the table. So now you're depending on Zera and Ceruledge to salvage the fight, if you even want to call it that. I don't call it a fight because it's just like a one-sided stomp at this point. But yeah, Zera and Ceruledge are expected to kind of delay the taking of Rayquaza or just survive long enough for Mewtwo to return. But that's very unlikely because if I'm on the, like, pretending I'm on Team NA Revelation. Like, if I'm on Revelation and I know that Mewtwo's dead and they're dead for 20 seconds, I'm not playing safe. That is your window of opportunity. You have 20-second window to be aggressive and make sure you win. Like, you just put your foot on the gas and you just roll over the enemy team. It's that simple. You have 5 members of your team. You have 5 Unite moves. There's no reason for you to play passive. But, yeah, obviously, it's a combination of Aegis Flames playing poorly and Revelation playing better than them.
Gonna dive on in, looking for the KO here. They've managed to find one though on the side of Aegis Flames. Power Nap comes out from the Snorlax, full power Sai, trying to prevent the damage coming through from the Garchomp.
You still have a Zera and Ceruledge Unite move. Zera pops a Unite move on Garchomp. It doesn't KO them. And that, like this right here, they burn the only 2 people on their team that are able to do damage at this point in the game, which is the Zera and the Ceruledge. They burned both their Unite moves on Garchomp. Zera burned their Unite move on Garchomp and didn't get the kill. Then Ceruledge had to burn their Unite move on this character just to secure the kill. But then you still have Inteleon, you have Leafeon. Oh, sorry, no, that's not Leafeon. Inteleon, Leafeon, and then you're in the middle of 2 defenders as well. Not to mention, one of the reasons why I like mean look over foul play is like in endgame situations like this, you literally just mean look the guy with no full heal, and they can't move. They're not going anywhere. As long as you're not literally standing next to this guy's not going to get touched. You're not going to get touched. You're not going to get touched. Like, it's like, you can't do anything. Now, the thing is, Mewtwo's up, so there's a little risk here. So let's see how this plays out.
It takes so much damage to do so, and they still make it out of there. There is the infinite Cybern coming in in from the Mewtwo Y, and that does enough to lock out the Umbreon. Aegis Flames have the advantage in this fight at the moment as they look for the side strike onto Leafeon as well. Now I think they may reset and wait for the rest of their team to get here for this next fight.
That is a very impactful knockout to take out Celestial for the next 15 seconds. 1 minute remaining, and take a look at this scoreline, Tano. It is about a 25 or so point lead by Revelation, and I think Aegis Flame knows this, right? It is just a small lead. Rayquaza brought down to already 50%. Really good secure on the side of Revelation. Rayquaza.
Oh my god! Inteleon got that with a crit auto attack.
And I think Aegis Flame knows this, right? It is just a small lead. Rayquaza brought down to already 50%. Really good secure on the side of...
Yeah, it was an auto attack. Oh my god. And like the problem is like Aegis Flames, it's close. Like no one has Unite moves. Everyone's here. It's kind of turning into like a bit of a clown fiesta. But they have no reliable secure on their team. Like all their burst comes from their Unite moves. Cerulege Unite move, Zero Unite move. Yeah, you can like try to Volt Switch and then snap back with sorry, you can discharge and like Volt Switch and try to like what's the word I'm looking for? Like stack the damage at once, but obviously they already used a discharge here to try to KO the Snorlax. And then literally it just like it comes down to a 50-50.
I think it was an auto attack from Bora Reach, able to capture the
It was an auto attack.
To the races is Revelation. They have that green shield, which increases their scoring speed, and in double time, this should be a win for Revelation and potentially moving forward in today's event.
A fantastic way to secure the Rayquaza. The Inteleon was just sat in the top of that pit, buddy.
I mean, the thing is like, not even talking about Rayquaza, because that ended up in a 50-50. Like, just fast forwarding just a bit. Like, playing from here.
And that's the KO onto the carry on the side of Revelation. It looks like we're now going to look at resetting. Although they go for the Rayquaza, Leafeon looking to get the KO here onto Psyduck. It takes so much damage.
So, despite everything, Mewtwo played pretty well when they respawned. Like, they have Unite move. You know, they're able to pick up 2 kills. The problem is they're low here, so they have to reset. But that buys enough time for this endgame situation to even happen. Now, unfortunately, if they were able to do that the first time around, the game result could have been different. Like, obviously, a lot of things could have changed.
Take out Celestial for the next 15 seconds. 1 minute remaining.
But that's more, like, what they did was more individual playmaking than, like, a cohesive team effort. And that's just because all the Unite moves were down and they're, like, they have theirs up.
Really good secure on the side of Revelation. Rayquaza, who gets the secure here? I think it was an auto attack from Bora Reach, able to capture the Rayquaza and off to the races.
And then obviously with Rayquaza being taken, they're already down 1-0 in the series. The Revelation win. But yeah, that was closer than I thought it would be. Closer than I thought it would be, considering Revelation picked up a kill immediately. But I mean, at least they kept it relatively close. I will say that. At least at the end. But, like, overall, like, from a broad perspective, like, Revelation skill gap these guys. I don't think it was, like, I think it was just more so, the reason it was closer than it was is because Revelation was starting to get a little, like, whether it was, like, intentional or not, or they're just doing it unconsciously, like, they're kind of, like, giving kills away unnecessarily, and it was getting, they were getting a bit trolly, at least from, like, what I was watching. But maybe, like, you know, it's like a tournament for fun, and it's not, like, part of the UCS, so there's really not many stakes besides, like, pride and bragging rights, I guess. I don't know if there's prize money involved, but, like, the point is, they're just, like, it's sort of, like, for fun, a quote-unquote for fun tournament, so maybe if there were stakes involved, they'd play, like, they would clean up their gameplay, or they would feel more pressured, I guess. But yeah, overall, like, the Revelation kind of skill gapped them. Let me see here. So let me fast forward to what's next. Orange Juices versus Los Caducados. So We got NA versus EU. I'm gonna probably skip this series. Just because, honestly, like, I've seen Latin America play, and I'll be honest with you guys, like, I think I, like, cringe every time I watch these, like, teams, like... Every time I watch Latin America play, I kind of cringe a little. So I think I'll watch Orange Juicers, I'll go back to Round 2, Revelation, and whatever matches come afterwards. Like...
Everybody loves to see in Pokemon Unite two of the biggest regions in the game. It doesn't get any better than that, does it, Alex?
Oh, it does not. This is high energy, high action. I am stoked to it, but thank you. Oh my goodness, look at the bands already coming out. Thank you so much, Tana. But Draco, it's time you and I take over. Time to squeeze out some of these bands and picks.
Well, I kind of called it.
Wait.
Sableye is going to be the...
What is the Daisu doing on this team? What, did he switch teams, or is he just filling in?
number 1 most picked, or most banned Pokemon against the Orange.
Okay, so...
Juicers.
Let me just fast forward this a bit.
This is one of...
Okay, let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where am I? 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10. Okay, like, just going off picks, like, speedrunning this. Kratos first picks Dodrio. Obviously, Dodrio's played a lot nowadays, and it's more of a comfort pick. We see him played a lot. No surprise there. Snorlax and Hoopa, I mean, highly contested picks. You could also go for the Umbreon, but they prioritize the Snorlax. The thing about the Snorlax is you have Engage, and you have, you know, if they decide to go block, you have a lot of utilities with that as well. Not surprising, Hoopa, a lot of macro. Psyduck, another highly contested support, so no surprise there. Garchomp, I mean, we see OG play Garchomp pretty frequently, not to mention you add that late game scaling onto your team for, you know, a safety net. Decidueye, not as common, but we have seen some people play Expedia, not Talonflame, Decidueye, but considering Snorlax and Hoop are on the team, I'm guessing this is lane Decidueye. Lapras and Mew, I mean, Mew, I have my reservations about this Pokemon. It looks like it's going to be quote-unquote attack or carry Mew just because they have a Lapras on the team. It could go either way, like, I can't... Let me see here. Yeah, Zugrug is playing Expedia, so it is going to be attack or carry Mew. I have my reservations about this Pokemon. It has nothing against, like, anyone that plays it. It's just, like, I think Mew's kind of iffy. Obviously, like, if you're a proficient Mew player, then there's really nothing wrong with it. I don't see I personally haven't seen Flareons play Mew that much, so I don't know what they're like on this Pokemon, but we'll see. Buzzwole and Talonflame, I mean, another strong jungle pick still, and top lane pick, so overall it's relatively balanced across the board in terms of just, like, both teams picking comfort and meta picks, quote-unquote. So we'll just see how it plays out.
Roland's aces, right? As the support player, the Psyduck player currently on the side of Orange Juicers.
I'm personally not a fan of like, I'll say this. I'm not necessarily a fan of Decidueye in competitive, just because I think it's kind of fallen off. However, against this team comp in particular, with the exception of Lapras and, well, with the exception of Dodrio, you pretty much outrange everything else on the team. So if you're able to get some peel and, you know, keep your distance, then in theory it could work. Especially because they have no sustain on their team. In terms of healers.
The fastest draft I have ever witnessed. Specialist, but I will never ever call
this talent.
Oh, there we go.
See really brief view of the bottom path. Kratos, again, if you're the central area Pokemon, typically called the jungler in other games, you will get all of that central area Pokemon to yourself, and very typically you will get your first power spike in the game. For Dodrio or Doduo at this point, it's going to be level 5. And same thing for the central area Pokemon for Los Hadokados. You can see them moving upward on the mini-map on the left side of your screen. It's going to be that Fletchinder you can see in the center part of your screen right now.
Fletchinder gonna try to take a little bit away from the juicers, trying to take away.
Decidueye is dead in the bottom lane.
Dodrio attacking the little
So Dodrio taking advantage of that weak early game from the bird.
because they want to have good positioning here. Meanwhile, they go in. Jose Brooks is gonna need to be able to fly on out of there. They're gonna be able to escape Sugrug though, keeping a close eye on where they're at.
Sugrug is just hounding this Fletchinder right now. Can't even rotate to the top path to help the other members of their team. Because as we can take a look at the
I mean, good start for Orange Juices so far. From the looks and things, Los Caducados are pretty much playing reactionary. Decidueye dead again. Probably trying to go for a stat. I don't even think they're stacking. I think they're just getting killed. It's hard to it's hard to see because like the camera's not panning to them. I can only see them on the minimap.
When you have Buzzwole at level 5 who also gains superpower, it can get really going very well in the early lane, especially with the Yame just kind of picking up on Leo here, making sure they're safe, rolling it, gonna try to surf out these birds. Meanwhile, Leo's gonna try to make here. Nobody else is here except Roland. Roland's gonna be taking a little bit of a...
Okay, so Dodrio picking up a kill on the Snorlax. So this bottom lane is having a really rough time right now. Braybird just barely misses, but it gets them close enough in range for the Aerial Ace, picking up 2 kills. 3 kills across the board if you're throwing the Snorlax in the mix. Bottom lane is just really struggling with what's going on down here.
And it's sometimes hard to see where the Talonflame is. It is another...
Like, okay, like this right here, like, okay. I haven't been able to see what's been going on in this bottom lane just because the camera from, you know, the caster or whoever's spectating is not panning their camera down here. But, like, when I see stuff like this, it's just like, bro, what are you doing? Like, the Decidueye player, like, come on, like, be real. It's a 2 versus 1. I'm not expecting you to get a kill in the Lapras, but in a 2 versus 1, there's no way you should be dying to the Lapras. That's my issue. Like, you've already died 3 times, so unless your strategy is to keep your death timer as low as remotely possible for the endgame, like, I don't know what the plan is. Like, are you, like... You know what? Hold on. I'm actually going to rewind the VOD just to see if they're stacking or not. So, 2, 10, 24 is what I'm at. 2, 10, 24, 2, 10, 24, 2, 10, 24, 2, 10, 24. Okay, so they are stacking. Okay, so they changed their build. Originally I saw Acel, I could have sworn I saw Acel Bracer, but... Okay, so they are stacking. That's probably why they're inting so much. They're dying for stacks.
Talonflame is another one of those assassin-type Pokemon. They can do so much burst damage, and you can't sometimes even see where this Talonflame is in the top path. Another fight breaking out. I think that was Roland, able to get a knockout onto the Buzzwole. Going to send them back to the Pokemon Center for just a brief amount of time, and 7 minutes on the clock. First major objective Pokemon spawning onto the battlefield. Registeel in the bottom path, Reggie Alucky in the top path, and it's a very quick whip here from Los Caducados again. Very good secure on the side of this Talonflame with that Braybird. Here comes the Flame Sweep, the ultimate, the Unite move that you get at level 9 for most Pokemon in the game. Registeel brought down already to 25%. Talonflame waiting in the wings, quite literally. Here comes the Electro Ball, boost the auto, but it looks like the Talonflame with the Braybird is gonna get the confirmation.
They get the...
Okay. So, a lot of things happened at once, but just pointing out this right here. So, I don't want to say like a role swap, but Decidueye or the Dartrix went into their jungle to farm enough camps to get their level 7 power spike, which they did. So they were trying to be useful for the bottom lane objective. You know, get level 7, get Spirit Shackle, Razor Leaf, whatever they choose to go, and then they come bottom. Now, there's a few things that happened off screen. Well, one thing happened. While these guys are doing their thing in the bottom lane, Decidueye was caught mid-rotation by the jungler, by the Dodrio, mid-rotation, before they could get to the bottom lane. So they get picked off before they even get there, so it just invalidates their use in the game. Like, Decidueye has no presence in this game other than literally just dying. That's it. The only thing they've done in this game is die. And get, like, stacks. But It doesn't matter if they get stacks if they're just always dead. Now, Dodrio picks them off, then Dodrio rotates immediately down to the bottom lane. So you can see the Dodrio right here. Like literally, you see them. They're running, and then they see the Decidueye, they kill them. Then they rotate down bottom.
The Unite move that you get at level 9 for most Pokemon in the game. Registeel brought down already to 20.
Ups your Unite move, gets a double, technically a triple. Unfortunately, Dodrio was Unfortunately, Talonflame was able to secure the Registeel with the Brave Bird. That's the only thing that went wrong for them. Yeah, but then Decidueye also getting a kill on the Mew right there was a little unfortunate. Like, keep in mind, if you look back, like, this is what I mean when it comes to comeback experience. Like, it's so dumb. So yeah. At this point in time, Decidueye is level 7 after they got killed by the Dodrio. Now, after the Registeel is taken by the Talonflame, they go up to level 8. So they just hit level 8 up that objective. And then, fast forward like 10 seconds.
They get the confirmation, but the confirmation also comes to the Regieleki for
like after that kill on the Mew, they are literally one camp away from level 9. So they literally got 2 levels of 1 kill and 1 objective. Like the comeback experience and just it's so nutty how experience works in this game.
Is winning the war right now with a great amount of defense coming out. Spirit Shackles are on deck, and Chris over here just trying to keep away, rolling it from doing what.
Despite the fact that they've been feeding like literally the entire game, it works to their advantage in the sense that as long as they're able to get a kill on someone relatively higher level, they just.
Kratos is looking to dive on in. They're trying to get into the bird, but they get shot down. But Jose is getting pulled in by rolling it. They're trying to use the aerial ace, and Flareon's able to get the confirmation as the Sai comes out from Roland.
Daisu getting a KO onto the side as well. Even though there's a Dodrio on the side of the Orange Juicers, they need to get to this Decidueye in the backline, very similar to Bora Reach in the previous game for Revelation. It's sometimes so difficult.
It's crazy to me, like in the span of like the last 2 minutes, the Decidueye is now the highest level in the game, or tied for the highest level. Like that's how much experience they've gotten. Within a frame, like a time frame of like 2.5 minutes, they've gotten 4 levels.
So much damage at
to tie for the highest level in the game. That's like insane to me.
Can the Dodrio, the 3-headed bird on the side of Orange Juicers, get to the single-headed bird, that Archer, that arrow-wielding Pokemon on the side of Los Caducados?
That's the key here, being able to get to that Decidueye. But again, Adesu is a masterclass at being able to stay behind enemy lines and go in. But we see Jose going to be trying to dive on in. Psyduck gets a good pull onto the Buzzwole, but now we're back to the birds of a feather flocking together. They're going to try to shoot out some arrows. OG does get the...
Sorry, I missed the last like
able to get to that
10 seconds. I got distracted. What's happening here?
At being able to stay behind enemy lines and go in, but we see Jose going to be trying to dive on in. Psyduck gets a good.
The Talonflame has not been able to land any like meaningful Brave Birds.
Flocking together, they're gonna try to shoot out some arrows. OG does get the KO onto Leo. Meanwhile, Roland is just trying to keep a good eye. Big KO. Kratos able to use the triple trample as they're able to get a good KO on Adesu.
Yeah, fight continuing to break out here in the central area, and once that Decidueye starts to go down or is knocked out, I feel like for Los Caducados, their strategy kind of gets turned on its head. They're gonna try to defend this goal.
Yeah, I mean, like, with the exception of that kill on Garchomp, like the Talonflame has been a little underwhelming this game.
Far forward, Orange Juicers is playing right now, really controlling the space on this map.
Like they need to be focusing the right targets. Like they need to be focusing Garchomp, like Mew, Dodrio. That's it. Like Brave Burning Lapras is not going to do much for you.
It gives you a defense and special defense buff for the next 90 seconds.
Having that buff is going to be very pivotal, especially here in this Regieleki, which ends up being a little bit more important here because if the Juicers are able to get it, they get a good amount of a push here. Ayame going to try to break those rings unbound. Flame Sweep does pull OG, and OG might need to find a way out. All 5 members are here, but Kratos is there for a little bit of backup. They're gonna go down though to the Hoopa. Yame and here surfs up. The Lapras Express is here. Zugrug has been favoring this Lapras quite a little bit in competitive as of late, but now the attention is being turned on to Regieleki. Solar Beam coming out from Flareon. Superpower gonna lift them up. Look at this amount of CC though. Everybody's so low, and it's the Juicers able to get the secure roll.
Yeah, there's so much burst. I actually don't blame the Decidueye for missing that, just because there's so much burst happening all at once that it just threw off the timing. Even for me, like I look at the HP bar, like eyeballing it, and it just like disappeared in like a second. But 349 to 28, like that is just insane. Normally, when you're going into Rayquaza, like ideally you would want to be in the lead, but if you're in a deficit, it's not the end of the world. However, there is such a thing as being too big and like there's such a thing as being like having a too big of a deficit. Right now, if you want to be technical, they're down 221 points. Or sorry, 321 points. Like 100 points-ish is still like 100 to 200, like with Rayquaza, it's still manageable, but 300, it puts you in a position where you either need to get Rayquaza or you need to win the fight then get Rayquaza, or flip Rayquaza for that matter. But your win condition is the Green Dragon.
Shooting their abilities at range, there is that Spirit Shackle landing onto Zugrug in the Pixel Bush.
And then if you don't get that, you just probably lose.
Insulate the Rayquaza that has appeared
at least like 95% of the time.
Final stretch fights. Points are doubled. Rayquaza is on the battlefield, and Orange Juicers in a commanding lead.
Commanding lead and commanding position as Kratos can kind of just harass away at the points. 1 minute 30 seconds remaining. Right now, it is a long-range shoot, and Roland throwing out these psychics. If they can catch a target, they'll be able to converge on a big heavy slam. But
Talonflame's backcapping.
That's books there.
The problem with backcapping with Talonflame is literally
try to get a little bit closer. The big Ultra Soul Slam coming out.
That's gonna happen. You get engaged on.
KOs still at full range. Everybody's trying to converge. Big Raver though gonna try to dive on in. Does get Kratos. Flame Sweep captures absolutely no one. 2 members.
Dojo's down for the count, but they're still down over 200 points.
A big hill to climb for Los Caducados.
Yeah, it's 50 seconds remaining in the game, and Orange Juicers still at a very commanding lead. Like I said previously, all they need to do is insulate the Rayquaza, still sitting at full HP. Ooh. The Unite move from the Hoopa is going to bring...
The problem is they don't have the damage for Ray.
On the Garchomp is going to be taken off the battlefield. This is Los Caducados' opportunity to take this off of the battlefield, but it's going to be very difficult.
Like, look how slow they're doing it.
At 50% HP and a very slow rip by Los
Uh-oh.
Caducados. Talonflame waiting in the wings.
Talonflame? Ooh, Lapras got it.
On the left, HP and a very slow rip by Los Caducados. Talonflame waiting in the wings.
Look at that. Like, that small speck of red. Like, Talonflame was a little early, but at the same time, there wasn't like, oh man, it was close.
Confirmation here is 10%. Can they get the confirmation? No, it is going to be Zugrug on percent HP.
But like, going back to the beginning anyways,
Pulling the members, that Spirit Shackle fight. Points are double.
1 minute 30
this
seconds
play in
remaining.
particular,
Right now, it is a
I'm not a fan of this play.
And Roland throwing out these psychics. If
like, I have mixed feelings about this because of a few things. Number one, yes, you score, but the points are trivial when you're down so much. Like, obviously, scoring points is better than nothing. But when you're down this much, like in comparison, it still won't change the fact that unless you wipe the team, you're probably not going to be able to backcap the remaining difference in this amount of time, which is less than a minute and a half. Number two, when you do something like this, you're susceptible to getting engaged on. Yes, you have a Hoopa, but if you see what happens in the next few seconds, Hoopa gets decimated almost immediately. Like, they just get it caught out. Obviously, we don't really see how it happens because the camera wasn't panning. But, yeah, Hoopa gets caught out. Meaning you don't have to teleport, which is the hoop unbound to bring you from literally here to wherever they decide to use it, if they were to use it. And then you're still playing a 5 versus 4 where you are still down over 200 points.
If they can catch a target, they'll be able to converge on a big heavy slam. But that's
Yeah, so
Jose Books though.
Hoopa gets stunned by the Psyduck. I'm assuming Mew uses Electro Ball or Soul Beam to secure the kill. Mew picks up double kill.
Big KOs. Still at full range. Everybody's trying to converge. Big Raven though gonna try to dive on in. Does get Kratos. Flame Sweep captures absolutely no one. 2 members of Los Caducados are down. 1 member for the Juicers are down. Still a big hill to climb for Los Caducados.
Yeah,
and then here it's like,
remaining in the game, and Orange Juicer
it was close. It comes down to a 50-50, but
all they need to do is insulate the Rayquaza. Still,
you know, sometimes a little bit of luck is required to win games. And EU was not lucky in this specific game.
The Pokemon, at least when you're going up against the Orange Juicers, right?
All right. Before I continue, I'm just gonna play an ad, and I'm gonna get my dinner really quickly, just because I'm getting a little hungry. So just bear with me for 1 minute. I'm gonna play ad. YouTube. Be back. Getting dinner. 2 minutes. All right, be back, guys. Mukbang? I just wanted a snack, dude. My stomach was trying to eat my stomach. Don't get me wrong.
Just because they can
I like watching the games.
Blissey,
but guys gotta eat.
Psyduck, but there aren't many support players play a Sableye as proficiently as he does. More so to even get a respect ban for Sableye when you're going up against the Orange.
Not only that, that little gremlin is a menace. Some call it a little gentleman. I like to call it a little gremlin because, as we've seen in productions past, definitely had a Sableye running around in here. Definitely is the reason why I've had disconnection issues. Totally was not to my own avail, but
The one thing I will say, it's not really a surprise either. The fact that so many people ban Sableye from Roland, like obviously Roland is one of the few people that plays Sableye, and whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, obviously, whatever. But like the fact that so many teams respect it enough to ban it, like target ban it, is actually pretty impressive. Like when you see people play competitive, like against OJ, notice how like so many people ban Sableye. That's specifically for Roland and nobody else. Like no, because no one else plays Sableye anymore.
Are going to be switching sides, so they're going to have the first pick, and they once again say no Sableye allowed. Well, the Juicer's going to be bounding out all these supports. That is 4 supports. No support allowed in my Pokemon Unite.
All the yellow backgrounds are going to be banned out of them, but a lot of them, a majority of them are going to be banned out. There's going to be a new one joining the fray. Alchemy is going to be coming out in a couple of weeks now, but at least for this game, we're not going to see any Alchemy, and we're going to see very little supports. But take a look at Orange Juicers. They might be locking in 2 supports to begin with. Eldegoss, they're going to have to dig in their well of supports because, well, 4 of them are already banned out, Zero.
4 of them are banned out. Eldegoss is the OG. Ironically, is on the side that has a player named OG, being the Juicers. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Eldegoss. It will always find its way into competitive play. It is always still a very consistent, very good support Pokemon. But this draft is a little slower. Adesu did pick up the Suicune, so Suicune does enter the fray. And Snorlax, and having this core of Snorlax, Umbreon, and Suicune, not only is it very bulky, it can be very, very good when it comes to being stuns, being crowd control, doing a lot of damage in little increments, and overall very bulky for the side of Los Caducados. But mission control, we have Agent Bubble 07 on the scene for the Juicers.
Yeah, one of the best players to do it. Already one of the player of the games for today's event. Flareon's going to be picking up not a Flareon, it is an Eon, it is an Inteleon going out to play. Let's see what Kratos decides to go with here. A very bulky
Give me 1
composition
second.
by Los Caducados. Kratos is to be very
Give
careful
me
at
1
this short
second.
range. I feel like playing a Blaziken into a Suicune, Snorlax, Umbreon, and most likely a bulky Armor Rouge is going to be so difficult to deal with. And Kratos is going to go ahead and lock in the Talonflame, not a Ho-Oh, not a Decidueye Zero. It's going to be different Pokemon. Actually, a lot of bird Pokemon on the side of Orange Juicers. Blaziken, Talonflame, play. I want to shout out something that Fu said in a previous broadcast. I think he also said it previously in today's broadcast, but Talonflame does a really good job at doing burst damage up front. But one of the things with Talonflame is that sometimes very difficult to leave engagements. So whenever they use Fly or whenever they use Brave Bird, you want to try to get those KOs because sometimes getting out of that skirmish is a lot more difficult. And I feel like when you have Pokemon like Suicune, Snorlax, Umbreon, and then chased down by this Absol, I feel like if Kratos doesn't get to level 7 quickly, it's going to be very difficult for him to really take over the game like the central area carry tends to do.
Yeah, I mean, Talonflame does great burst damage in your face. We see it with the Brave Bird Aerial Ace boosted auto combo, but getting out is what makes it difficult. That is why they have the eject button to be able to try to find some safety, and why a lot of the times you either are going to be the one getting KOs or get KO'd. But Kratos is a great pilot onto this bird, but that's not to say that what Los Caducados has isn't going to work. Because again, when you have the stuns of Snorlax, Suicune, and Umbreon, it is a difficult core to defeat. Juicers are up 1 game. They're on your orange team, and
What am I eating? Pasta.
Los Caducados are on your purple team as we get into game 2 here at the Engage Master Series 2025.
Like ravioli pasta.
Zero doing his best Spriggles.
Yeah,
commentary there with shouting out the teams on which side they are. Orange Juicers actually on the orange side, thankfully. There was a period of time, for those of you in the audience that remembers, where Orange Juicers was named Orange Team for a period of time, and I think the UCS admins was like, no, we can't have that happen. We got to change the name. So Orange Juicers, respectfully, on the orange side, they're going to be sending the Charcadet, or at least the Armor Rouge Charcadet, up to the top path. You don't see this Pokemon up here, but there is an early engagement by both the central area Pokemon, Fletchinder, Kratos to the bottom path, Absol in the top path, and I think this Eldegoss or this Gossifleur is going to find them very quickly.
Oh, Gossifleur gonna be able to get away. Jose.
I don't know why. Whenever I see Jose books, I just think of Jungle Book.
Ayame is there though. They're gonna be able to dive on in. 4 members of Los Caducados are up here. Great evolutions. You now have the Armor Rouge, and now it's time to converge. Los Caducados are going all in, scoring, trying to get Roland. Roland's gonna get burned to a crisp, and Absol goes absolutely berserk, and now this central area farm might be up for grabs, and this is where the early game of Los Caducados is really starting to shine for Los Caducados.
Yeah, the same thing happened in the bottom side for the Orange Juicers, able to sweep Adesu on the Suicune, I think it was also the defender that was down there as well. So wins on either side to be expected. A 4-player swing in the top path and a 3-player swing in the bottom path. Another fight is breaking out in the central area. We'll see if we can get that action really briefly. There it is. It looks like Orange Juice was able to defend against the invaders of Los Caducados and then has their eyes set on the central area Altario family that have spawned, appeared on the battlefield. Flareon's hitting that level 7, the stage 3 evolution, Inteleon, Bubble 07 on the field.
This is going to be pivotal because now those snipe shots are going to be going in, chunking away at the enemy team. Flareon's is here to save the day with the style and flare. Adesu, though, going to get away. Ayame, though, rolling in, and a snipe shot hits Ayame as well. Adesu's going to be taken down. Ayame's going to be taken down. And Flareon's is rolling on in with the crew.
Damn.
But Snorlax is lurking nearby, but Roland's going to be able to get a nice amount of EXP by scoring.
I think once we get to this end game, it's going to be very pivotal for Los Caducados to really play together. You know, there's not a whole lot of...
Literally 4 people died across the map. 2 people on each side. Suicune died, Umbreon died, Armarouge died, and Absol died. I wasn't paying attention if Snorlax was in that mix, but yeah. Los Caducados are just dropping like fries.
Crowd control abilities to chain the CC and maybe not allow the Orange Juicers to play the game. But right now, Orange Juicers having a really dominant early game. It doesn't really reflect in the lead or the score lead so far, but able to get Flareon's already to level 9 and this bottom goal zone down to 9.
That is a great shot from Flareon's. A big 31 over Kevin. Like you said, the score is a lot closer, but Juicers have been dominant in terms of already getting Flareon's to level 10. Kratos is level 9, and right now Flareon's is going to just be snowballing into infinity and beyond because they were able to secure the red buff, and they've been sticking with Roland. The way they've been able to use this Fell Stinger to get away, they can't get caught in a mean look if you can't see the target. So great job. Kratos, though, pecking away. Big yawn eject button captures Kratos. Everything but the kitchen sink was thrown onto them. Holy! And the Orange Juicers need to back away and try to defend this bottom tier 1.
That's exactly what I was talking about, Zero. You want to play the game, Kratos? Well, we got a lot of crowd control to prevent you from doing that. Yawn directly into the Unite move from Adesu as they try to push on forward, but Zugrug doing a good job at getting some vision for the team. Oh, very careful.
I have to remember that there is a ping difference between these teams. So I'm not going to be too judgmental when it comes to certain... I can't be too harsh. Because it is EU versus NA, like, there's the ping thing.
Stuns,
But
and the Suicune Unite move all onto one bird. That was a lot of resources, and I think
like although people are playing on ping,
communicate better because you wasted so many resources on the one.
I don't think it changes the fact that some of their macros is bad.
Later in the game, when you're expelling like 2 or 3,
and like a lot of the individual, like the thing is in this game specifically,
are still very much alive.
Like the EU team is just getting picked off like everywhere.
Now the Juicers and Los Caducados are a lot closer than we expected them to be. Red Giant's going to be taking free 99 as nobody really needs to worry about that. That is all Juicers all day long. While Los Caducados are going to try to converge onto Zugrug. Zugrug does get captured. Lapras Express does get expelled, unfortunately, and now they're going to be taking lots of damage. But just like that, Juicers going to plan B. They are scoring on tier 2, trying to create a bigger lead for themselves.
Once again, Juicers playing some 3D chess on Thea Sky Ruins. They take the southern objective, that Reggie Ice, and then immediately pivot their 2 Fire-type Pokemon to score on the Tier 2 goal zone, and it's going to give them the lead. So once again, like I was saying in the post-game summary in the last game, this is a chess match being played by the Orange Juicers. Not the most extravagant of plays, but getting that objective in the bottom path is going to help them for this deep end of the Tier 1 goal zone in this next phase of the game. Eldegott's going to head up to the sky to defend really itself as they are continuing to get vision for the team in the central area. Now Orange Juicers pivoting back to their bottom path and pushing Los Caducados back to their side of the battlefield.
What a caught in cloud crash while being caught in the mean look just to be able to survive was just a great job and great reaction coming out of Roland just to be able to be the Bee Gees, and they're like, huh?
I don't have a lot of experience playing, like, actually, let me rephrase that. I don't have pretty much any experience playing on custom maps, so I'm not exactly sure how the ping thing works when you're playing on 2 regions.
Los Caducados
like, obviously there should be a ping difference between people playing on opposite sides of the world, but does it only apply to one, or does it apply to both? Because I'm assuming if it only applies to one, then the host has the advantage, I would guess. And then they just, like, take turns. But if not, then what? Are they both playing on, like, 100+ ping?
The goal lines are equal, right? It's 3 goal zones to 3 goal zones on either side, not counting the main goal zone at the stage.
Yo, Engage, how's it going?
But somehow, Orange Juicers just find themselves...
Oh!
102 points to be specific, so even
Yeah, I heard you had a great tournament. I didn't get to watch it live, so I'm watching it now. But hopefully it went smoothly and, you know, everyone had a good time.
Final stretch fight might be beginning very early. Zagura getting the confirmation there somehow with all the secure on the side of Los Caducados, and now they are sent reeling here, Zero. Another KO going in the way of Orange Juicers. Armor Rouge and the Snorlax heading back to Nurse Joy. They need to find some joy because they have found their nightmare so far in the Orange Juicers.
Big damage dealer is down. Jose Book's gonna be in a little bit of trouble. They're gonna try to escape. Overheat does come out from OG, but Flareon's is already on Battle Patrol here. They are already shooting down those snipe shots. Rayquaza's taking a little bit of damage. Heavy Slam is gonna capture and cause a little bit of a yawn. Flareon's though being a big support. Ice coming out. Snorlax gets taken down by Flareon's. That's a big shot coming out. Zugrug is taking on 3. OG's looking at Rayquaza. Now they're trying to turn convert.
Oh my god, look at that shield on Lapras. Oh my god, Suicune with the, like... Suicune landed so much CC in that choke point, but there was just no follow-up damage.
And they are continuing to apply pressure not only in the central area, but Kratos getting a huge...
There are select servers suited best to the regions playing within the rules. Teams will play on those servers for the best fit, not perfect. Ah.
Minute remaining, Zero. This is not their tournament life, but at least on the winner side of the bracket, Los Caducados wants to stay there, but unfortunately, Orange Juicers is doing such a good job at maintaining space, and I feel like for this entire set, that's what they have excelled in so well with, pushing them back to their side of the battlefield. You know, they have Chris Books on their side of the field. They have another player named Books, but right now the library is closed for Los Caducados, and Orange Juicers is reading them like a book.
OG is just staying alive.
They're running out of time, that's the problem. If Armor Rouge recalls here, the game's pretty much over.
Might be closed, but Los Caducados, they see one last shot. We see the big midnight slash come out of the Absol. Rayquaza's looking pretty thin right now. Lots of HP. Flareon's is trying to position themselves though, and who was able to get it at the
That's rough. The problem is, like, I understand why Armor Rouge recalled just because they're low on HP, but at the same time, like, at that point in the game, they don't have the luxury to recall with so little time in the game. Like, they're recalling with 30 seconds left. And obviously, between the time it takes to recall, on top of the fact that the time it takes to reposition, as in leave base and go back to Rayquaza, you're basically wasting 10 seconds, like 10 to 15 seconds, depending on the Pokemon you're playing. And that's literally 50% of the game that's left that you just don't have left to spend. Honestly, like, this... Oh my god, I think it was like right here. So nice snipe shot from Flareon's right there, landing onto Leo. Look at the shield from between Eldegoss and Lapras, like, then they get the heal as well. Fortunately, Umbreon was able to steal it, but the problem is, there's no follow-up damage. Snorlax is dead, so... Like, it was a nice shield steal. You can tell by how thick their shield is, like how much they stole from the opposing team. The problem is Snorlax is dead. You can't see them, but literally Absol is right here, off screen, so you can't see them. But you can see them on the minimap. So it's literally just these 3 guys versus these 3, you know, 1, 2, and 3. Now, the problem is, despite the fact that Umbreon stole the shield, they just don't have the damage. And Armor Rouge is also underleveled at this point in the game. Like, you're about to approach the 9-minute mark and you're still level 12. Like, it's unfortunate, but that's just the reality that we live in this game. And then Talonflame comes in, Brave Birds 2 of them. Blaziken just melts the Armarouge. And then look at the CC that lands from the Suicune. They're in the middle of the choke point. Like, this is huge. Like, a nice individual play. It's just there's literally no follow-up. I don't know where Absol was then. Like, okay, I know where they were. They were literally right here. Then they probably circled around for the flank. But the problem is they took too long. By the time they positioned themselves to be in the fight, literally 2 people are dead. Or one died, and then another person died, and then one of them is spawning, which is a Snorlax. But between the, the Whirlpool and the Unite move and the CC, like, look at these 3 getting CC'd in the choke point. It was a nice play, but like I said, there's no follow-up damage from these guys. There's literally nobody to damage. And Talonflame knocks 2 of them back. Blaziken picks up 2 kills. And then at this point, Orange Juicers are playing defense. They're literally just playing defense. They're just stalling for time. As long as Los Caducados are not ripping Rayquaza for free, like, the game is theirs to win. Yo, what up, Jebby?
1 minute remaining. 0. This is not their tournament life, but at least on the winner side of the bracket, Los Caducados wants to stay there, but unfortunately, Orange Juicers is doing such a good job at maintaining space, and I feel like for this entire set, that's what they have excelled in so well with, pushing them back to their side of the battlefield. You know, they have Chris Books on their side of the field. They have another player named Books, but right now the library is closed for Los Caducados and Orange Juicers.
And then, unfortunately, yeah, Leo got hit with the overheat right here, like just like a second ago, and this is why they need to recall. So, I understand. They need to recall because if they stay any longer, they're going to die. But like I said, at this point in the game, like, you literally have 30 seconds left. By the time it takes for you to recall, go back to base, then literally come back to where you were to position for Rayquaza, and hopefully you're in time to do damage or secure it, whatever, potato, potato. By that time of the day, like, there's just not enough time. You are needed to DPS it. Absol has Unite move and Cycle Cut. They can do initial burst damage, but it's not enough to 100 to 0 the Rayquaza by themselves. And they can't really stay in the pit because, as you'll see shortly, they got snipe shot by the Inteleon, which is, props to Flareons for landing the hit. They got wished by... Look at that. Jesus Christ. Which is what forces the Absol to pop their Unite move and Cycle Cut early, just for the damage and just for the iframes. Obviously nowhere near enough damage by themselves. And then Armarouge comes back. They're trying. There's a Brave Bird. Even if they got the objective, like, at that point, like, unfortunately, in the hypothetical situation, even if Los Caducados got the Rayquaza here, it doesn't change the fact that there's not enough time in the game. Like, in theory, if they get the objective, Absol can score, but it's still not enough to compensate for the difference in points. The others would have died in the pit anyways. Suicune probably wouldn't have made it to the tier 2 goal, assuming they even live long enough. And then it comes down to, like, the Lapras scoring here and Inteleon scoring, like, it doesn't make a difference. They were already winning anyways. Flareon kind of went infinite this set. Yeah, I want to say, like, the Inteleons that have been playing so far, like, I saw Savi play, I saw Flareon's play, I think someone else played it earlier. Like, they're pretty clean with their snipe shots. Like, they're landing the poke, and they're applying a lot of long range pressure, which is really nice. Which is what you should be doing as Inteleon, which is why I don't understand why the Asian teams are not playing this Pokemon. It's like, sometimes they're getting banned, but, like, more than often it goes through the bans and, like, nobody decides to play it because they want to play weird stuff. I don't know why.
It's incredible. Again, watching the Orange Juicers play, it is something of spectacular.
So let me just fast forward.
More importantly, and
Okay, so I'm gonna skip this one. I did say I was gonna skip the Latam set, but I'll watch the rest. So let me see here. Yeah.
I am so excited
Okay.
to be here.
So we got the EU team versus North America running it back.
Banis beating the gate. Leafeon banned out straight away, seeing what Revelation did with that on Celestial.
Mate, you just don't want to have a Leafy on it. How many times have we talked about it, Tana? You, me, everybody. I've talked about it before. That little bug needs a nerf. And we got Umbreon, Suicune, and Blissey rounding up those bands as well. But Nachos probably going to lock in that Fire Chicken. Probably the most effective Pokemon that we've seen right now, especially after those buffs. Nothing can stop that God is secure right now. But Yang going to take place of that. But we are going to see what Revelation going to sign in because they're on your orange side. Badass could be on your purple side, buddy. It's you and me once again for these semifinals.
I like this. I mean, they're going to take away the Blaziken from Lunia. They've been so strong on it so far. And then locking in the Inteleon is a good section that Banis has got on their team so far. They've got the ranged attacker. They've got the God of Secure, the Blaziken. And now they're looking to lock in a good defender. No, they're going to go with Sazero on the Hooper here. It gives some good rotations, gives some good healing. And
in that Garchomp is a Snorlax side-up combination. Boswell is knocking out the side of.
Oh, this is so interesting.
Okay. So let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, when it comes to, I want to say pretty much the first half of the draft, it's pretty self-explanatory. Like, you got your pick of the litter. You got your Leafeon ban, Umbreon ban, Suicune ban, and Blissey ban. So you're targeting the jungle. Obviously, Umbreon is versatile. It acts as an alternative support as well as a front line with a lot of utility. Suicune is just obnoxious. It could be a support. It could be a damage dealer with a lot of CC. Blissey, obviously, S-tier support aside from Hoopa and Psyduck. There's just not enough bans to cover like all the meta stuff in the game right now. But, so we first picked Blaziken. Probably one of the top 3 top laners in the game. Some people have been putting in the jungle. I did see in the jungle earlier in this tournament. I'm personally not a fan of that, but obviously to each their own. You're taking away an S-tier support as well as one of the preferred defenders in the game right now. Not to mention Umbreon's off the table, so yeah, Snorlax is the prime alternative. Hoopa and Inteleon, I mean, you're like one of the last 3 S-tier supports between Blissey, Psyduck, and Hoopa. It's really just a preference in what kind of strategy your team wants to execute and how you want to play around your team with said support. Inteleon, top attacker, like alongside Mewtwo, and Miraidon. Speaking of Miraidon gets picked, so no issues there. Garchomp, although Garchomp in the early game can be a little problematic sometimes, depending on what you're playing against or how you play. Realistically, you have that late game potential, and you just get stronger as the game progresses. So you sacrifice the early game for the late game. And obviously, these teams are no strangers to playing for the long haul. So even if their early game isn't the greatest, then they just compensate for the fact that they just scale well. Buzzwole, obviously another top tier top laner. Now the thing is, because I already see Blaziken here and you got Buzzwole here, it's pretty safe to say that's going to be Blaziken jungle. At least that's my assumption. And then Buzzwole's going to be in the top lane. Mamoswine, going to be support in the sense that they're going to be running XP share. What lane they go to doesn't really matter that much. And then, of course, Urshifu. You got some reliable secure and, some hard CC for priority targets. The only thing I will say is, like, I like the late game value of, Revelation, but their early game has a little bit to be desired. It's really up to them to just turtle and survive the early game and just make sure that they scale. Because obviously, Urshifu, whether you go, literally 90% of the people that play Urshifu nowadays always go Dark Bear. Obviously, in the off chance they go Water Bear, regardless, is like the early game as a whole is not that great. They need a little bit of time to ramp up and reach their power spikes. On the other hand, I mean, you got literally two strong laners. Inteleon is a safe laner with, although, I mean, as long as you're managing your passive correctly, you have reliable secure with your water gun. And then Jungle Blaziken, not that great, but obviously, just like a lot of other Pokemon, it doesn't require a lot of experience to kind of reach that. Like, once you evolve into Blaziken, you're online. And then, of course, once you get your ultimate, that's when you start comboing.
So we have two all-rounders on both
So it's really just dependent on whether Revelation or not can, make sure they don't get rolled in the early game.
Supporters and defenders that we've got on either side of those teams. Mamoswine is a Pokemon that does have a fairly high level for evolution, but as soon as it gets that evolution into the Piloswine, its second stage evolution gets access to Ice Fang. Ice Fang is now a move that once you hit it, it can displace and then move it towards your opponent's side and then allow you to kind of jump onto another Pokemon. Same way in which Psyduck and Snorlax are going to act on the opposite team. Snorlax is such a great disruptor Pokemon because when it gets access to that level 5 as well, Tano, you're going to have access to that Heavy Slam. It probably gets access to that Yawn to be able to put everyone to sleep. But looking right now, Yang is going to take that central area. We had a Hooper invade. For those of you who are new to this game, Sazura is a very prominent trickster. Wants to take away that central
Oh, I remember. I was saying this the other day. I don't remember if it was last stream or the stream before. But they should ban. I'm not even joking. They should ban shiny sprays from competitive play. I just find it so distracting. And sometimes it conflicts with visual animations because it's so bright and unnecessary. I would prefer just not seeing that.
On the side of Banis. We already have the Drizzle going into that basement lane, and they feel comfortable. We're about to hit the 850s when these first areas of farm spawn. We do have Revelation all set, ready for it here. There comes the Wicked Blow. That's going to take quite a bit of the farm, but they also want to take Banny here. They push onto the T1 pad, tried to rein in the points. The 19 was going to go in. The disruption comes through from Nachos and from the Combustion. No KOs just yet, but the basement lane is all Banny as well. We do have Gabite finally on the field, so they're going to feel comfortable with that power spike. But I think Banny may have got the advantage out of that early stage there.
Yeah, I agree with you. Miraidon is a good Pokemon that can defend that, especially with that enhanced charge beam, but it needs to get that levels inside that.
Oh, Miraidon got picked off in the bottom lane in 2 versus 1.
Between the two attackers managing to go to the side of the Inteleon up top side, we saw Buzzwole get that away from the Gabite. Gabite was not able to scoop slam that farm away.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, let me see something.
Yeah, I agree with you,
as well. We do have Gabite finally on the field, so they're going to feel comfortable with that power spike. But I think Banny may have got the advantage out of that early stage there.
Yeah, I agree with you. Miraidon is a good Pokemon that can defend that, especially with that enhanced charge beam, but it needs to get that levels inside that.
You know what's crazy? Some people might not notice this because obviously the camera's not focusing on them. But the fact that you have a level 7 Inteleon at 815 in the lane is absolutely insane. That tells me they must be securing every farm and just starving out this Miraidon at this point in the game. Now, obviously, this is to be expected considering the Snorlax went top lane. Because they want to apply pressure on the top lane. But at the same time, it's good on EU, Banis, to take advantage of the fact that they're in a 2v1 and actually just punish the Miraidon bottom lane for being in that 2v1 to begin with. But that is a huge thing. Level 7 Inteleon based on the game is nutty.
Inteleon up top side, we saw Buzzwole get that away from the Gabite. Gabite was not able to scoop slam that farm away, was able to take it again. But now, Tana, we're going to head on into this middle area where middle Altaris is spawning. Spider is here, but into that Spireless one, and it looks like Banis is just going to secure all of that farm, all for themselves, as now they're going to turn their attention to that basement lane with Miraidon now having a little bit backup in Snorlax. But Snorlax almost gets caught, having to pop that eject button.
Sheesh, look at the damage.
A big amount of damage from Slapshot was going to come following.
This is the difficulty of having the Inteleon on the field this early, buddy. We're not even at the first part of the game where we have the objectives coming in and so much damage comes through. Sazero may have been caught out there by Shifu, but does manage to get away, uses the Astonish for a bit of stun as well. They're trying to limit what the Gabat can do up here because as soon as it hits level 9, it's so strong. There's the superpower from Nachos, and it does enough to back off Revolution.
Celestial misplayed there. I think they were trying to go, yeah, so right here, like that, it makes a difference because they got caught out right here. So if you look at this, like if you watch Celestial, so there's the throat chop, first charging the Wicked Blow, tried to go for the eject Wicked Blow play to land on the Buzzwole, but they messed up the combo, and then they missed their Wicked Blow and displaced themselves, and then they get nothing out of it. Now the thing is, like, they still try to play aggressive, hoping to get the Buzzwole, but they get the Citrus Berry, they come back, there's the Trick Shield. Nice Phantom Force from the Hoopa to displace the Shifu, and then Buzzwole gets the kill. They're very minor things, but obviously sometimes you try to go for the risky play, but then you get punished for it. Buzzwole tried to go for the play right there, eject button, smackdown, superpower, but missed their smackdown. Not that time though.
And now it looks like bandits are rolling nachos. Proving in a second.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Blaziken secured the red ice for you Bennies.
But Maridon is here.
Alright, Basement Reggie already gone, so that's going to be some global experience as well as a HP buff for Banny, because it is the Reg Ice, one of the 3 that can spawn down
the thing is, in contrast to the other series, like Revelation were in the driver's seat the entire series. This time around, the EU team's not making it easy for them. So I think the thing that I want to see more than anything else is like how this team plays when they're in a deficit rather than when they have an insurmountable lead. Because the thing is, it's easier to win a game when you know you're so far ahead. But obviously when you play against good teams, and sometimes even when you're not having a great game or day, whatever, like one of the testaments to being a great team is being able to play in like different types of scenarios and just coming out on top. This time around, Revelation are just playing from behind majority of the game, so I want to see if they can come back from this. But yeah, there's a 147 to 17, so that's a 130 point lead. Now it's a 100. Well, they're still scoring, but yeah.
But they're just putting pressure wherever they can. 147 to 52 as we get to that halfway mark, Tana. But look at this. We've got 2 level 11s in Blaziken and Inteleon. No level 11s on the side of Revelation just yet.
Difficulty is now they've got Garchomp online. It's a massive power spike when Garchomp hits that level 9, gets their Unite move, and now they've hit level 10.
Obviously, the bottom Reggie is spawning in about 10 seconds. But the thing is, one team has the Hoopa and the other doesn't. So, like, let's see how they... Oh. Yeah. So Blaziken's scoring top lane, but Hoopa's positioning for the bottom Reggie. So despite the fact that they're out of position, you have a Hoopa.
And it is going to be the Blaziken that secures that. Urshifu sitting in a bush has to go in. Hoopa has come out of that unbound one. Inteleon is going to pop the Unite move. Azure Spivage with the brand new Meteor Storm is going to rain down onto Their Sky rules by this Maridon. Who is the bright future looking bright for? And Mamoswine is still protecting that pad with that thick fat body. Psyduck has managed to isolate Nachos, but then gets put down in an ice banger.
This Inteleon is legit James Pond over here. Just sniping everyone. But at the same time, in the top, prior to that even happening, props to the Buzzwole for picking out the Maridon, because that obviously makes a difference. They're late to the team fight because they're, you know, dead and respawning and having to reposition.
They're going to get the Lecky here as well on the side of Fanny, as well as that Reggie Steel gives them that attack, a special attack buff, which is...
Nacho is playing really aggressive. I think he's literally just spamming eject button on cooldown to try to make a play with his Buzzwole. Celestial trying to go aggressive, but they have no follow-up, and they're literally in a 1v4. Rhydon goes down to the Blaziken, and Celestial's still in the middle of the entire team. Goes down. That was just like... I think that was like one of those situations where they're starting to get desperate for... The fact that Blaziken scored that 50 is insane.
Nachos is just picking up the members of Revelation and beating them with themselves. That is the power of Buzzwole, surrounded as well by the power of Gang on that Blaziken, that buff, just using the Focus Blast plus the...
I mean, I was talking about this before the game even started, but
They pick up something, but 237 to 70 with 30 seconds.
yeah, like Revelation's team isn't and wasn't like an early game team. It's more mid game and late game oriented. But the thing is, they've been playing from a deficit for the entire game, so they haven't really had the opportunity to take their time and scale. Which is obviously a problem. Not to mention, now it's time for Rayquaza, and they're at a huge point deficit where it's not the biggest lead we've ever seen, but at the same time, it's not small by any means either. Like, it's 167 points. Nice pick from Celestial and Garchomp, that's huge. Garchomp pops a Unite move onto 3 of them. Trying to get the damage down onto the Inteleon, but they eject button away. They're starting to pull the Rayquaza, it's already at less than half. Mamoswine's going in. Oh, Hoopa gets it. I mean, I don't, like, although it turned sour for them, I actually don't blame them for that play. Just because they burned all their Unite moves on the initial engage to the point where they can't stay, like, because they burned all their Unite moves, they don't have the luxury to fight a prolonged team fight. Especially, like, wait for Blaziken to come back, because then they're playing at a disadvantage. Not to mention, because they don't have any sustain on their team, like, playing out the long con team fight against an Inteleon is not ideal either. So, literally, you know, it was a good heads-up play from them, considering they were behind. So, you got your Throat Chop, immediately Unite move. They also got the CC from the Psyduck. Land the Wicked Blow. Blaziken goes down. Garchomp pops a Unite move onto 3. Trying to follow the Inteleon. I think they eject button away. Now they're literally just ripping the Rayquaza, trying their best they can. Psyduck got smacked down by the Buzzwole, and then they got United as well. They're still trying to rip. Lumiere and Celestial are in the pit. Miraidon is also on the outside of the pit. Snorlax, Heavy Slime's in. They block. And then, like... Hold on. Like, look how low it gets. And I'm gonna slow it down. Just to, like, show you guys, like, how freaking close it was. Like, look at that. That's how low it was. And literally the Hoopa laser beam securing that shit. Yeah. And then, of course, like, once it's secured, the knock up, and then they just go down. It was really damn close.
And it's gonna be a triple KO coming out, a quadra coming out from Inteleon.
But yeah, Hyzaki on this Inteleon, like, was like a real gamer, man. Like, he or she, I don't know if it's a guy or girl, but the point is, like, they just flat out.
They found Blaziken in that bush, and I do believe it was Urshifu and Garchomp that just pounced, taking Blaziken out of the...
Like, they got a lead and they just snowballed the entire game.
Things I think Revelation could have done, Tanner, because it just makes it... You take away one of their secures. We call it the God of Secure, you and I, between Blaziken and Urshifu. Urshifu's still alive. He is favored in every single one of those secures going into that Rayquaza fight, but it came down to a flip. We saw the Hooper go unbound, enabled Buzzwole to get out of there. Hooper was still in its unbound form, and then everybody just hitting that Rayquaza.
Here have decided they want to stay on the orange side. Now, if anybody is aware of how MOBAs work or how the pick and ban phase works, or if you don't, basically on that purple side, not only do you get to go for the bans first, but also you get this first pick here, which is so important in Pokemon Unite because you get access to probably one of the strongest Pokemon in the meta, which right now Psyduck absolutely is one of them. But because of the state of Pokemon Unite right now, there's many Pokemon that are very strong in this meta. That's why we had the 4 bans that we talked about originally as our picks. So Revelation now.
I mean, I will like I'm super biased, but I always like the Blissey pick when Umbreon's banned. It's literally one of the few things that.
It is for sure. They put Blaziken inside that Banjo.
Why are people afraid to pick Owl to counter Inteleon? Because it's not as mobile?
Blissey should always stay in that Banjo because comboing that with your Buzzwole,
I don't know about that.
is going to be a big
The thing is regardless of where you put Owl, you're probably not gonna put in the jungle because
the secure potential out of Blaziken was a lot
oh,
than the amount of damage.
do we got the Pocket Mewtwo Blissey carry? Am I finally gonna see it after a millennia?
With Psyduck and Katar on that Snorlax. Now Snorlax again, such a utility defender Pokemon.
My opinion on that is, I think it's more so due to the fact that you don't want to put it in the jungle just because most people want something that's a little bit more early game oriented. But then at the same time, if you put it in lane, especially if it gets matched up with something like an Inteleon, you don't you're probably gonna get out secured majority of that farm. Just because Inteleon has better secure in lane. Then it makes it difficult to kind of scale the way you need to become relevant, and you don't become relevant until level 7, so...
They're going to stick with making Hazaki the ranged attacker on the side of Banny and utilize Katar, Yang, and Nachos as that front line that Revelation are going to have to try to break through on, which is why we see Celestial here.
Oh, Lucario!
Scizor, which is actually
and Scizor, or Scyther. Probably Scyther, but still.
You can pick. Do I want to go as Scizor or do I want to stick as Scyther?
Armor Rouge again as well. Okay, we got some unique picks here. I'll be honest, I like Revelation's team a lot more. Like, in comparison to game number 1, I like Revelation's team comp better this time around in comparison to the EU teams this time.
In lane, inside the design, but oh my god, out of nowhere!
Okay, we got the Snorlax invade. They successfully took away the blue buff, which is huge.
Exactly what Banny wanted. Caused a distraction from the big, thick Bumbalani boy.
And the difficulty is, Snorlax does such a massive amount of damage in these early stages. Tackle is one of its moves, does so much damage. So does the boosted, that Cypher actually struggles to protect itself against it. Until you hit level 5 and you have that execute move of dual wing beat, it's so difficult to even take it on. As we see the battle here, the 1v1 me on Fair Sky Ruins, bro, says Katar, and Cypher has to back on out of it. But here comes
that is huge. Huge.
What they want. Cypher has to go into the basement lane, level 3 instead of level 5 here, Lobo.
Banny have done the exact thing that they wanted to do, but inside this bottom lane as well, you've got a little Charcadet that is all by itself, which means Revelation had a little bit of an advantage, but now Mewtwo is just going to rain on the damage onto Charcadet, unable to attack any of those does manage to get a Citrus Berry. So Revelation are going to take the ploys that were against them and bring it on in to this bottom lane. Scyther managing to get to level 5 as well. So Revelation not going to sit idly by while Banny plays games with them, because look at where the rest of Banny are right now. Tano, a central area invade is one of the most key movements you can do in that early game to really take a stranglehold on your opponent.
Yeah, the difficulty now is they have a level 7 Inteleon, and it looks like they're getting pincered at the moment as Buzzwole looks to get the hit, but the headache comes out from Psyduck, and that buys the space.
Oh, Inteleon lived.
Nachos pushes them away as well with the hit from Lucario,
Oh man, the fact that Inteleon lived is a crime there. That's so much missed, like, that's such a missed opportunity for comeback experience as well, considering they're so far ahead right now.
Incredible micro from both of these teams.
I mean, you talked about breaking ankles. I thought Inteleon was gone for sure, just like Armory is going to be sent back to the Pokemon Center, but a huge heavy slam sends Mewtwo away, as well as Hazaki manages to send their opposite laner, their central laner, away back to see Nurse Joy as well. These scores are fairly even. There's only 1 point between these two, Tano, as we look for these middle Altaris coming up at 720, but we've got Super Cider and Lucario taking on Boswell inside that Papa, but Lucario has access to
Lapras should be Parasong.
which does enable it to heal the amount of times that close combat does hit with those fists. And here we go. Beautiful, I want to say, beautiful way to demonstrate what I was just saying with the Lucario healing up on those close combats as we turn our attention to Regirock in the bottom path.
Yeah, it looks like Revelation are going straight into the...
They could almost die in that top lane after they engaged on the Lucario.
And that's going to do enough to say goodbye to Mewtwo. Why? Lapras has to express themselves out of that situation.
Bro, Hazaki is popping off this series. Like I've been watching the Inteleon, and goddamn, this guy is so far ahead right now.
They are so aware that's coming and get themselves out of the situation. Cypher was there though, they lock in the execute and the green illusion dive comes through. Cypher's taken the red ball, they've got the wings and they look for the KOs here, buddy. That's a 2 KO streak, looking for more as Revelation dominate this phase.
And just like that, the Scyther that was star for experience is the highest level in the game. Between the kills, the scoring, as well as the objective, they got the experience they need to get back into the game. Obviously very huge, because they were having a rough early game, that's for sure. They got invaded.
As we approach the halfway point of this game, both teams looking fairly strong. Let's have a look at these levels. We've got 2 level 10s on the side of Banny, but we've got a level 11 Scyther.
That's Rezu? Another 16-year-old banned French player? Who's Rezu? I don't know who that is.
That they are. They don't want to give away any KOs though at this moment. As we've mentioned, the levels on the side of Revelation are where they want to be, and you don't want to give over.
No. I know what you're trying to say, but like I don't know who Rezu is though.
Would be a lot of experience that Revelation could take. Qatar does run into 3 of Revelation there as they try to get out of that situation. Not going into the central area though, it is the team of Revelation deciding to battle.
Oh!
That is the snipe shot damage that rains down. Celestial nearly getting KO'd there, but Blissey...
Similar to Nachos?
And now they go back home to get back.
I mean, it is what it is.
I want to point out one thing really quickly, Ton. Now that you pointed out that Lucario is at level 11...
Both banned from UCS for what? What, were they playing when they were underage? Like...
It's not going to be affected by any crowd control, which means it's almost effectively a built-in...
Wait, how old do you have to be to play? Oh, account sharing? Oh. What's the minimum age limit you have to be for UCS, or is there no age limit?
The Psycho Boom coming out from Armory, but ends up getting taken down by Inteleon. Nice little skirmish at that tier 2 in the basement pad.
Yeah, wow, that was impressive. Okay, so, I mean, they tried to dive in to get the KOs that they were looking for, but instead, I don't know whether one was worth it with the amount that came their way. Lapras is going to throw off the Express, looks to surf into the team to zone out Banny for this Reggie steal. Qatar manages to break through the line. Full power Sai is here to reduce that damage, but it's Mewtwo Y that locks in the Reggie steal. We also saw the Blitz assistance coming through there to keep Buzzwole in this fight. The Yawn comes through from Snorlax, puts Buzzwole to sleep, and Lucario is looking for the hit with a power-up punch. So weak on the side of Buzzwole. Swole Slam comes through, and they pick up Qatar, zoning out the Snorlax, trying to enable Vanny to get back to their home pad here, but Bora won't let it happen as Lucario falls, and Revelation managing to get some good KOs. We see level 13 on this Cypher.
Oh, that's incredible. Scyther being at level 13 right now with 3 minutes and a half to go on the clock. We only have 2 level 12s on the side. Unfortunately, not able to get away from Mewtwo with the side strike, and then the Mega Evolution just giving way too much damage to Mewtwo. You just have to A-press and make sure that that opponent is in range. But now both teams, Tano, going to turn their attention to this Regieleki coming up top, with both members still having a tier 1 up on both sides. It's going to be really important, but it's the 3-minute mark. You don't really want to see
Oh, it's trying to reset. Uh-oh.
It's gonna reset, which means
Oh, no! That is so unfortunate. Like, right as they're about to KO it, it starts to reset, so their timing on the damage got thrown off. And literally, Revelation rotated just in time to just steal it away and get a kill as well. That is unfortunate, but huge as well.
And as we are 30 seconds away from Rayquaza, they won't be able to rip that basement Reggie because it's going to be.
I mean, realistically, that Regilucky didn't have a lot of value anyways, just because, like, there was plenty of time to defend it before Rayquaza, and even if they didn't, like, most people would let it in and rather get positioning over the Rayquaza pit than defend that tier 2.
61 points between these two teams. That is easily overcome by the final stretch double points as we go in 3 level 13s and level 14 Scyther coming in for Revelation. Green Dragon has spawned. Let's see if these teams are going to play a little bit patiently because Revelation.
Oh! That snipe shot tagged the Scyther.
They're able to use that Lapras Express. Choo-choo, chugga. It's trying to find a target, but just trying to not get caught out. But I think it might pop off really quickly with Lapras finding its target. Nope, it's just going to stay right now.
And there goes the Cypher diving on in using the execute there, but they run into a Lucario and not the target you were looking for with the Green Illusion dive. Yet again, Inteleon pops the Azure Spy vision, has vision on anyone on the side of Revelation. They haven't got.
I think their timing was off. Lapras tried to go for the engage, but I don't think the rest of the team was ready for that. Especially because Scyther got tagged by the snipe shot. Ooh! And they just melted that Rayquaza too.
One by one, it's a triple KO. That's a quadruple yet again, Lobo.
Oh!
The camera, it's a penta for Bunny as they lock in these scores.
Beautiful work by Bunny in that Rayquaza fight.
I mean, like, looking at the team. Okay, so obviously we know how it's gonna end, but here's where things go wrong, and it happens when like the first like. Okay, so this is where things go wrong. You can just barely see it off screen, but in this yellow box, Celestial got tagged by the Inteleon, so snipe shot lands. Very good. You also have to keep in mind there's no sustain on the team. Like, there's no sustain on this team. Like, they have Blissey, but they're Safeguard and Helping Hand. So obviously in this situation, any damage that sticks, they either need to reset or sustain through, like, you know, leeching life off enemy, like, neutral camps, whatever. Doing damage to stuff. Or resetting, going back to base. Now, the problem is, after this happened, after the Inteleon tagged the Scyther, Lapras goes for the engage, and I don't think the team was really ready for that type of play. Like, okay, so snipe shot happens. You can see Lapras, they pop their Unite move. They're going around, they're zooming, you know, Uber driver goes in, the Surf only hits the Snorlax, still going aggressive, and then, yeah, Scyther gets tagged again by something. I need to see what it is. Hold on. Lapras goes in, there's the Helping Hand, oh sorry, the Helping Hand, and there's the Safeguard. I don't know why Blissey used Safeguard on the Buzzwole, considering they're just doing they're hitting Rayquaza. That's a waste of a cooldown right there. Yeah. Inteleon again, snipe shotting Celestial. So they go to Heavy Slam lands.
And there goes the Cypher diving on in using the execute.
Oh, I don't know about that.
It might pop off really quickly with Lapras finding its target.
Okay, so there's a lot going on. Armor Rouge, Psyshock, Heavy Slam from Snorlax, you know, so. And then this guy gets taken to less than half. That's a Scyther in that little chunk of animation. Not to mention, whether this was intentional or a mistake, the Blissey actually ulted the Lapras, and Scyther was kind of on the verge of dying. They pop their full heal immediately so they don't get CC. They also pop their Unite move onto the Lucario, I believe.
goes
Yeah.
Cypher diving on in using the execute there, but they run into a Lucario and not the target you were looking for with the green illusion dive. Yet again, Inteleon pops the Azure Spy Vision.
Lapras gets the Armor Rouge. Buzzwole goes recall. Scyther, like everyone recalled, and then that's where things go from bad to worse. Wasn't the greatest fight. They didn't really get anything of value. Lapras did pick up the Armor Rouge, but literally 3 people are in base while they're ripping Rayquaza, and the only 2 people are here are Lapras and Blissey. Well, Blissey doesn't have secure. Lapras doesn't have reliable secure. Scyther comes in, but literally they're just too late. Like, it was very close. Like, look at the HP before it goes down. I don't know if the dual Wing Bee actually clipped it. No, I don't think so. I think it was just too late. And then Lucario secures it. And then at that point, it's just like, yeah. Buzzwole also whipped their Unite move as well. If you notice right there. Like, they tried to get in range to Unite move the objective. Like, they eject button and they Unite, but they're not close enough. Not that it mattered, because by the time they get there, like, it's already gone.
They haven't got any KOs just yet, and as well as the Amarouche being down, Vanis are taking the approach here to rip the Rayquaza, knowing Revelation.
Yeah, but I think like Buzzwole, sorry, not Buzzwole. I think the Blissey like heavily misplayed this endgame fight. Like starting from here, like I don't know why we're safeguarding. Like, don't get me wrong, it's like I don't understand why we're safeguarding the Buzzwole for a Rayquaza. It's not even like, you have to think about it like objectively and logically too. Like, even if you safeguard that, like, what is that going to do for the Buzzwole? Like, Buzzwole's not going to stem the Rayquaza at this point. Like, they're not going to rip it. So that's a cooldown that's used on... That's a cooldown that's wasted. And then Blissey United and ulted the Lapras. Like, I don't know if that was auto-aim or intentional or like a you know, they wanted to auto-aim the Scyther, but then that happened.
It's trying to find a target, but just trying to not get caught out. But I think it might pop off really quickly with Lapras finding its target. Nope, it's just going to stay right now.
And there goes the Cypher diving on in using the execute there, but they run into a Lucario and not the target you were looking for with the green illusion dive. Yet again, Inteleon pops the Azure Spy Vision, has vision.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, Buzzwole was too low. Like, Buzzwole should have united somebody just to like maybe threaten them a bit, but they recalled, and obviously we already know what happened, so it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, props to Benny's for putting Revelation on the back foot. I mean, we saw like both instances. They played a series where they were dominant, and they played a series against EU where they were playing from behind majority of the game, and then they just kind of got stomped. That might be a little exaggerated, but yeah. Haizaki on the Inteleon was like destroying them.
We are acting for the community and for the players.
Alrighty, exciting, buddy. So we will try and drop some links into the Twitch chat as well, so that you can go follow Koma Esports on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. But just so that you can follow this incredible team here in the EU region. Thank you so much for being here, Alucard. We really appreciate having a conversation with you, and good luck to Koma Esports in the quest to the World Championships.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Engage, and thank you to all the casters for the event, and good luck for the players for the rest of the tournament. Thank you, everybody.
Wow. Thank you, Alucard, for your time. I mean, Tano, as we're turning the page, I mean, you, of all people, know how impressive Komai Esport has been. And, I mean, moving forward, Tano, as we'll hopefully be able to get Steel Agent Kyle in as we're setting up for the next.
And there's a lot of good teams out there. I'm really excited to see what Komai can do. Hopefully we can help get
OJ versus Stamina
on their journey to Anaheim. But we have another game set up here. Orange Juicers from North America and Stamina Esports from LATAM North. We already have some bans: Blissey, Absol, and Psyduck. Not going to get
along with Suicune. Thank you, Tano, for being here. But Kyle, it's time we take over. And again, We've talked about this. It's been kind of the thing here for the Engage Master Series. Will the blessing slash curse continue as the Juicers continue to kind of squeeze out the pulp against their opponents? They have been undefeated. They don't even drop a game. But very quickly, Stamina Esports, we just saw how good they were against Yatagarasu. So the question is, we're getting deeper and deeper into this bracket. Again, this is the winner side, and it's going to show again how powerful these two teams are. Already, though, taking away some very powerful weapons away from the Juicers.
Yeah, whenever not only you could get yourself on something comfortable like Frank has with that Inteleon, you're also taking it away from a player that is quite proficient on that Pokemon as well in Flareons. However, they do pick up the Mew, something that is quite powerful, has a high skill ceiling. Flareon's an excellent pilot of that attacker.
Absolutely, and we saw it earlier in with the set that they had earlier that they were going with the full attacker build of Mew. I know Asia has been kind of prioritizing that EXP share Mew, which Mew is a perfect Pokemon to have the EXP share, but something I'm excited about that we were not able to see in the first set for the Juicers was seeing Roland it on the Sableye. Sableye was 100%.
So it's pretty interesting. I was talking about this before, but I was saying, like, Roland is one of the few people that still actively plays Sableye whenever he gets the opportunity. And I was saying that, like, in the instances where people play against OJ, it's actually kind of impressive at the fact that teams give Roland so much respect when they target ban a Sableye. Also, I was kind of wondering this, like obviously he's no stranger to playing the Pokemon when he can. Obviously people target ban him, but at the same time, I was actually interested to see whether or not they would prioritize something like a Psyduck over the Sableye, and that's actually not the case. Which is pretty I don't know if it's like a team decision or if like it's just him and the team supports the fact that he plays this Pokemon. Oh, it's Ben. Shoot, I thought I'm blind. I swear to you, I genuinely thought it was up. Never mind. What am I saying?
And each time, because they know how good Roland is on the Sableye, on top of the fact of how much disruption you get.
Oh, but there is still something. Okay, so like, even though Psyduck is banned, like something like a Hoopa, for example, Hoopa is obviously like a very strong support as well in its own right. Different from something like Blissey or Psyduck. However, it's interesting to see. It's interesting to see that he prioritizes Sableye over like something like Hoopa. I don't know if it's like a team decision or like just an individual decision, and then the team just supports the fact that he plays his Pokemon well. But one thing that's actually like really good, like just for OJ in general specifically, is that because Roland is one of the few people that plays Sableye like proficiently, and people like as in opposing teams respect him and the Pokemon enough to ban it, it's like getting a free ban sometimes. Because it's like, it's a target ban because nobody else plays Sableye, right? But at the same time, because Sableye is not quote-unquote meta, it's like I don't want to say wasting a ban because it is a target ban, but they're forced to use one of their bans on something that is not like mainstream, which also leaves the possibility of something strong up. Especially at their first pick, too, because obviously when you're first pick, you get your pick of the litter when it comes to things that are available. But, yeah, I mean...
I love this pseudo-score composition that the Orange Juicers love to go ahead and run. Sableye.
I think it's, like, one of the few... one of the few things that OJ has, like, over other teams. Sorry, let me pause it again. Because, like, there are not a lot of people that are... Like, I'm not gonna say... Like, I'm not saying Roland's a one-trick. It's just, like, there's not a lot of people that specifically only play, like, one Pokemon in competitive UCS. Like, obviously there are some people, like, you target ban. But in general, when people approach the game, specifically draft, they just ban things that they don't want to deal with or things that are objectively meta or strong. But, like, OJ have that additional advantage of, hey, you know, this person plays an unorthodox Pokemon, but we know it's annoying enough to ban it.
Or just put a lot of pressure on the goal zones of Stamina Esports. And Dodrio has a passive ability that essentially allows it to score.
Yeah, let me fast forward just a little. It's been a while since I've seen Len America North. I think someone was telling me that the ping was relatively similar, but
in the air with a lot of teams, allowing a lot of target bans, and we've seen it a couple of times here today. But we have game number 1, Orange Juicers, Stamina Esports, taking this Dodrio in the central area. But look at Roland going for an invade.
Go, little Roland, go. Little Invasion trying to get a little bit of vision. Stamina Esports, though, also has had that success of being very aggressive, and they might have caught in a little torchic, Roland, getting a little chicken wing on the way back home as Clefairy is trying to just stay alive. That's Ranma on the support for Stamina Esports, and Roland is not leaving their side, just on top of it, to try to get KO. Nobody actually else is here other than Roland.
Yeah, here comes Kratos. Oh!
Chips it down.
The fact that Roland was able to get that 1v1 is actually pretty funny. But already putting the Sableye to work and picking up 2 kills.
Have a KO in their sights, and they take it down.
100% kill participation so far.
And this is already looking pretty good for OJ.
OJ looking very strong, very good aggression. They have this, and there you see Kratos is already on top of this poor little swine up. It's going to be taken down. Clefairy gets pushed all the way back. They're X-beating. They at least want to evolve, get a little bit of a score, and Roland picks up the berry saying, I've seen this tale one too many times. You need to go back to the Pokemon Center.
Seemed like Clefairy knew that they were likely going to be going down there, so they burned their X speed, and then they try to ensure
Snorlax went down in top lane, but Sableye and Dodrio are going for a 2-man invade.
Items to help their late game healing numbers.
Oh my god.
Look at this. This is that pressure that we talked about in the pregame. Orange Juicers putting a lot
And that's
of pressure
huge.
on the enemy side of the map.
This is what they are known to do.
Like, they're just applying so much map pressure.
Stuns that you're getting. I mean, mind you, this is still Holmes, who has not become a combustion yet. We're at 7.
You have, okay, like they're almost level 5, but the thing is, as technically it's a 3-level lane difference in the top lane. You have level difference in the jungle.
Has fully evolved into this Inteleon, and poor Holmes is just taking a beating still. 7.5 minutes, Kyle, and they're still not a combustion.
Oh!
Brave Bird engaged from this Talonflame is going to help find a KO onto Kratos, which is massive. That was a level 8 Dodrio, so a lot of catch-up experience over into the pocket of Stamina Esports. That might have been the catch that they were looking for. They also are able to find that Sableye. Maybe not as valuable, but still, you love to get KOs when you could get them.
All of a sudden, Stamina Esports trying to regain consciousness as we have Blaziken in a blink of an eye in 30 seconds. Went from a little chick and an Ice Fang. Good disposition, able to grab OG and get the KO. This is how you do it, but Kratos is here on the job. Look at the stun combo from both Kratos and Roland. Triple trample, but then you see Holmes able to get the secure. Kratos able to get at least a little bit of a KO and a little bit of a score, but they are caught.
Okay, it's getting a little chaotic here.
And a Brave Bird knocks him out.
It's a big play.
Stamina Esports were able to make a good recovery because they had people from the bottom lane rotate to respond to the insurmountable pressure that the Sableye and Dodrio were exerting on the map.
Points for Stamina Esports are going to be inevitable.
The points are inevitable, and potentially a KO is also inevitable. We talked about this before, how Talonflame has really good burst in-your-face type of damage. With being able to get out of those sticky situations,
Overall, though, I mean,
a lot harder. Resets are kind of
considering how the early game was going, Stamina Esports have recovered pretty nicely level-wise.
Reggie Rock taking a beating. Meanwhile, we see Holmes is going up against Zugrug. They're trying to reposition themselves. Big heavy slam, and luckily for
That was very close, but it's good that Goodbye was able to secure that. Ooh.
Overheat and a Zugrug big old slam, and Flareon's able to put the cherry on.
Oh, the hydro pump from Clefable.
Getting caught between a block and a hard plays. Zugrug putting in double time with those blocks from Snorlax, making sure Stamina stays put. And a lot of these objectives, if Zugrug can help zone out Stamina, it will be very
Damn,
tough
Inteleon
to
got
get
the
distance.
landed a snipe shot, forced the
Up
eject
was
button, landed the
up
other
with
snipe
that
shot.
Bravebird Talonflame. So Stamina Esports, a lot of secure tools in their pocket. So it's going to be up to Zugrug to make sure that they're not able to get in on top of those contested objectives.
201 to 96 is OG's going to be brave birded on, and Reggie going to go with a flame sweep, taking OG away from any help that they might have been able to have. Kratos does have a lot of AOs in their pocket. Again, 201 to 96. This is OJ's kind of forte. They're not going to allow Holmes to get any more points as Regieleki does spawn.
Seeing a 1v1 in the bottom path as well, and Stamina Esports, this top Reggie is up. It's a Regieleki, so if it is captured by the Orange Juicers, it will walk towards this T2 goal zone and act as almost a sixth member of the squad. It'll deal damage, and if it is able to go into that T2 goal zone, it'll leave that goal zone defenseless, allowing for scores to go in almost uncontested. But it looks like Stamina Esports is up here able to defend it. They have plenty of firepower. Orange Juicers looking at that bottom path, though.
Levels across the board are pretty even as Reggie does go in for a little bit of a brave bird. Kratos was able to get just a little bit more before they were sent back to the Pokemon Center. Big time power nap just to kind of stall things out for Zugrug. Great eject, and now Stamina looks to try to converge, but no, they're gonna try to fight another day. Roland it has been also applying great pressure as Reggie diving on OG. We've seen this play out again. Reggie each time goes in for the Brave Bird combo, aerial ace, boosted auto, flame sweep, takes OG out. OG not being able to scale the way they've been wanting to. I mean, you even look at Sableye and Snorlax, they're also
It doesn't look like any it doesn't look like either side is super interested in the bottom objective, but at the same time, now that everyone's trying to rotate, it's a 4 versus 4. Dodrio's top, Blaziken's top. Snorlax gets caught out. Garchomp secures it, which is actually pretty huge. Garchomp burned the Unite move, but obviously it didn't really do much. Blaziken's back capping 50 points, so they're closing that point gap, but OJ still have a relatively comfortable lead, 110 points.
I was hoping that Dodrio was wearing the kind of the present outfit. That would be kind of nice. Look at this. This is additional pressure here from the Orange Juicers. Another 26-point score shield is going to enable that score to go in. So over a 130-point advantage for the Orange Juicers. 30 seconds left until Rayquaza spawns. There is another Regieleki that they could potentially grab. It's Stamina Esports, though, pushing this T1 pad.
Wow, Reggie went really deep, predicting that Kratos would be in there, and in fact, they were. Here goes the Stamina Esports trying to converge on in. OG's not going to allow that to happen. Kratos, Kratos is trying to fight them all, but the big old mammal
the Ice Fang and the Follow Me.
Sets them down. Luckily, Roland able to get a KO, and now they're trying to be a sneaky little gremlin. A big Unite move, but it only catches the Inteleon, and now Roland's going to be able to go down, stalling as much as they can, but a great defense overall. Two members of Stamina Esports are down, while only Roland is down for the side of the OJ.
A lot of healing from this Clefable. Triple trample from Dodrio. That takes out their healing from Stamina Esports. So a little bit of pressure already going on.
Nice.
No, they find another. Dodrio is able to take.
Oh, Garchomp was pulling that entire time. It's at less than half. That's dangerous.
To get hit. We're going to see some more Unite moves. Rayquaza contested.
Rayquaza being contested. Huge.
Oh, this is so dangerous. Oh!
It gets secured by the Juicers, and that is Flareon's able to get the secure set. I don't care.
That could have been so bad.
This works. Two big KOs. Flareon's is looking for a third as a big boosted auto from afar, from deep. Getting the KO. Steph Curry.
It's like one of the few times I didn't realize Garchomp was pulling while all the fighting was going on. But like you got it to less than half, and then he switched priorities and engaged on the enemy team. But the thing is, it didn't reset, so it just came down to a really close.
A couple of shields, I believe Dodrio might still have theirs, so they could still potentially increase the score lead. But Stamina is going to try to push this T1 goal zone. There's the Brave Bird.
They did secure the Rayquaza, which means they do have that shield that allows them to score a little bit quicker.
I mean, Sableye and Dodrio are going for backcaps, so...
You have two big
Yeah,
scores.
look at the scoring.
You have Dodrio, you have Sableye. These are big scores, but here comes Stamina Esports. They're trying to still converge in. Zugrog and Flareons are putting on the pressure. They're saying, hey, you know what? Give up that tower.
And they still have shields, they're still scoring. That's the thing. Like, the amount of effort that is required to counter push while these guys are literally just backtapping is so funny.
Points already, another 100 gonna go in, so I don't even know if Stamina is of the wiser. They're probably seeing the writing on the walls at this point, but Orange Juicers, with this pseudo score comp, does exactly what they needed to do. They got the Rayquaza.
Garchomp underfarmed?
Scored like 300 points after the second push, so Orange Juicers with a significant win here in game number 1. Final score 692 to, I believe it was like
I mean,
I couldn't see what that
maybe,
was.
but at the end of the day, like,
Either way,
what matters the most is the result, you know? But at the same time, like, yeah, I mean, they were slightly underleveled for where, probably where they would want to be.
Shields that allow you to score that much quicker. You also get a little bit of a buff to your stats as well. And with that being said, they are still available. Snorlax, Swine, they swapped that out for a Lapras this time, but they are going to be running it back with the Talonflame, which again, Reggie on the Talonflame.
So they let this... Okay, so here's the thing. Not to say that Sableye is a mandatory ban, but the thing is, considering how many early game kills the Stamina Esports gave up, I'm actually a little surprised they didn't ban it. Now, obviously, they can correct their gameplay and play better, or, like, play safer, but... we'll have to see how the early game progresses again. But then, like, at the same time, like, OJ had a really good start, but then they started giving up kills, and then it ended up balancing out. So we'll see what happens this time around.
Material girl, if you
Dodrio to Talon. Side. Two birds heading into the central area, one on each side. Dodrio for the Orange Juicers. Stamina taking this Talonflame, and once again, another invade from Roland on this Sableye.
I mean, he has been trying to invade.
That's so funny. I like how he just stands there looking at the guy.
Get a good KO, and Holmes though is going to try to get some stacks. And this is the good thing about Sableye's early game. We talked about earlier how these items, like the attack weight or the special attack specs, each time you score for a total of 6 times, it increases your stats. In this case, the attack weight does increase your physical attack, which Serena is, and if you can score up to 6 times, you get that damage. The good thing about Sableye, though, is it can actually remove some of those points that you have to score.
And looking to remove a couple Pokemon is this Dodrio once again able to find a KO. 1 looking for a KO number 2. Snorlax closes that one out. 850 birds are going to be spawning in both sides of this central path. And it looks like Zugrug is going to zone out this Sobble from trying to be able to do any last hitting. There is a good attempt there from Stamina, but with a little bit of an odd man advantage, Orange Juicer is able to clear them out.
Yeah, Frank unable to get a good amount of this. And they, excuse me?
Oh, is that a Dig Chomp?
I could have sworn that was Dig that I just saw come out of OG.
Yeah, it's Dig Chomp. Ooh.
Or is that production? What's that? Yeah, it was. Oh, I'm not blind? Oh, I am blind. Okay, well, I'm still think, Kyle, that was Dig.
Yeah, Dig ability is a little bit of a different play here from this Garchomp. A lot of the times, if you've been watching all day, you've been seeing like this dragon.
I mean, Sableye may have died, but not only is Kratos getting the kill, but he's also jungle, like, successfully denying experience to an enemy team.
The Dig Earthquake set is a little bit more of a sustain ability. It's a recent.
And the middle's also up.
But it's very less frequently utilized. So I'm excited to see OG take it here.
I mean, I think the only way I have to respond to this...
I don't know what Clefable's doing. I'm gonna be honest with you. The amount of times I've seen him die is, like, kind of concerning. I will say that. Like, it looks like they're trying to score, but Sableye, it's against the Sableye, and then double kill for Dodrio.
And they got their prey, and now they might be looking for more on Frank.
This is looking
I
rough.
think OJ are a little
T1 goal zone
angry from last game.
Put a considerable amount of points
And
in this
they're
base
putting their
map
foot on
as
the
well.
gas and just like
Juicer's
asserting
off to
dominance.
a quick start, and off screen you're finding additional KOs from OG, able to survive along with the vision that this Sableye has been able to provide. So 163-17.
Ooh, Talonflame got a
Both
kill on the
sets of
bite.
objectives are hitting the map. Did find a little bit of a KO here, a little bit of revenge for Stamina Esports as they take out that Garchomp.
Garchomp does get taken down. Ramna's taking a lot of HP, and Roland was able to just kind of stall a little bit. Reggie is on the prowl, though, sticking nearby. Objectives are not the main focus for either of these teams right now. It's been kind of the duke it out method. Confuse Ray goes in, does get the
Oh, that could have been bad. But Kratos was able to get the kill before the Brave Bird went off.
Under the Reggie Alecki. Meanwhile, the rest of Stamina Esports and the rest of the squad is looking at a Reggie steal. OG is dropping down an earthquake, going in. I don't know how much I like this ground set, but you know, it could work. But it's
Oh, good secure from the Mew.
again with a solar beam this time.
And the thing is, OJ are winning both sides of the map. They're getting the bottom objective and they're winning top as well. Whether or not, I can't see what Dodrio is.
Got the job done.
Oh, Dodrio 1v1's the Talonflame.
Top objective is going to put more pressure for additional scores as, oh man, that's a nice overcap too on that T1 goal zone. They're going to make a little bit of a dent in this T2 goal zone. And Alex, this is looking like deja vu all over again, but maybe even worse for the side of Stamina, who do not have the levels like they did in game 1.
Oh, that's a nice pickup for the Talonflame though. That's huge.
But Reggie does get a good KO on the Kratos, and look at Flareon's using the Mystical Mirage to say, I'm sorry, did you take my friend's EXP? I would like some of that back. And just the Mystical Mirage, that Unite move from you not only turns yourself invisible and untargetable, it also makes your teammates also. So they were able to avoid some of that damage, and then they burst out, do some damage of their own, and just a great job and great macro play from Flareon's.
So what you're seeing here too is the support Pokemon. So these Snorlax and the Sableye, who are wearing those XP shares higher level than anybody on Stamina, or some of the carry Pokemon on Stamina Esports, excuse me. Something like that Serena does not have as much experience as these bigger targets.
I don't think that Serena had intended to
some of that experience
unite the Snorlax, but I think Sableye just barely made it in time to get out of range of vision.
Oh, just doing such a great job looking around here. Again, level-wise, it does feel like Stamina Esports is kind of slowly creeping back in. But I mean, when you look at the points here, 268 to 33, this is typical OJ. Just looking very powerful, very healthy, and just keeping that strength in the lead as Kratos and OG are going to be ripping this Regirock off the map while Zugrug has to be giving vision on the top.
Zugrug's grabbing vision, and Roland also grabbing vision. Roland really wants to score their points.
Sableye pulled a Houdini.
Bottom, but Lapras is guarding it.
Bro, I swear to you, like, Sableye vision is so obnoxious to play against.
Stamina Esports. He's going to try to walk into this T1 goal zone, but a nice block from Zugrug is going to prevent that from going on in. It's going to be really tough. And look at that on the bottom side of the map, away, off screen. Their orange juicers adding insult to injury by putting in a ton of points in that T2 goal zone.
And Zugrug, all the meanwhile, just taking a nap, just, you know, just holding it down. Reggie Alecki could not be bothered by any of it. Zugrug's skin must be looking so good. They're so unbothered. They're probably tanning in the sun. And 342 to 38, that is an over 300-point lead for the side of the Juicers. And right now, Stamina Esports needs to find an opening if they want to come out of this as a victorious and not be sent to the loser side.
Under a little bit of a push here for members of Stamina trying to push this T1 goal zone. Maybe a little bit apprehensive, but no, the Brave Bird's not that crazy about it. They're going to just go and try to break it, but good to defend.
They are trying so hard to just brute force this.
Defense, though, coming out from Zugrug. Again, Stamina Esports are finally getting some scores in, but Zugrug has been this impenetrable.
Seeing Zugrug just boop them around with the shield is so funny.
2140. once again, the story repeats itself. OJ have a lead in scoring, and they kind of control everything right now. Stamina Esports needs to come up with a plan to be able to converge, capture this Ray, and force a game 3.
Yeah, over 250 points separate these two squads.
280 points on the dot in favor of OJ.
To get this game victory.
It looks like Sableye might be going for another back cap.
So they have a little bit of ways to get this last hit, specifically that Inteleon, also the Brave Bird. They're going to immediately try to rip here.
Oh, I like this. So let me just pause it right here. So the thing is like, yes, they're giving up Rayquaza, but because they're so far ahead in points, like, okay, prior to Rayquaza being taken, prior to, like, these guys scoring, they were up 280 points. As long as, literally, these guys have, like, a decent amount of points, like 1, 2, 3, and I'm assuming, like, decent is at least, like, with the double multiplier ranging from, like, 70 to 100 points, they're still gonna trade the goals. Like, depending on how many people score and how many shields get broken, OJ are still gonna have to, or, like, they're still gonna be winning. Because essentially, like, you're gonna score 1, you're gonna score 2, you're gonna score 3, maybe. And that still doesn't compensate for the fact that you're still behind. Like, it's like a tactical, how should I phrase this? Like, tactically, like, being aware of the amount of points that you have and how far you're ahead, and then just train the objective for more guaranteed points. Because obviously, like, yes, they get the Rayquaza, and the thing is, they're losing, but they can't recall either, because, number one, they need to score, otherwise they're just going to fall even further behind. And then even if they do score, like, unless they just have the ideal, like, points that they're carrying, and they can just overcap on goals, still doesn't change the fact that they're going to have to probably score again. Like, initially score, and then score more.
Unable to secure. This does go to Stamina. They went for the ribbon flip tactic, and they do have scores to they do have points to score. And just as quickly, though, OJ trying to pull a reverse Uno. They're trying to still score 614 to 268. I don't think Stamina has enough points in their pockets, Kyle.
That is the struggle and the way that Orange Juicers likes to play this game. They found that they had a massive lead, and they knew that they could probably just break a few shields, and that would probably put the game on ice. And that is likely going to put the game on ice. There still needs to be about 200 plus points that goes in from Stamina Esports, and they're not holding too many shields. 47 from this Lapras. If they're able to break that, that will put a dent in, but that still won't put them in the lead.
This is what
Oh, and they lost their shield too.
Going. Points are going to still be raining in. Stamina's looking for anything and everything, but even with all the pads.
Okay, now it's over. They lost all their Rayquaza shields. Like, it's bad enough that, like, 2 out of, like, the 5 people, maybe even 3, didn't have ideal points to score. Because they had, like, 15, 20 points, whatever. Even with double multiplier, that's, like, ranging from, like, 30 to, like, 50.
Oh, they're gonna try as they might. The defensive stand is on for the Juicers. They just need to hold on a little bit. 10 seconds. Here comes some points, but a good stop here. Kratos was able to stop a little bit, and here comes OG with their Unite move. That is gonna prevent some of these points from going on in. I think the defensive stand was successful.
I think
yeah, they didn't score enough.
Been enough. Oh my! I'm holding my breath right now because at one point it looked like 350s were about to be dropped in, and that's a lot closer, I think, than we all anticipated this to be.
It's still over 100-point difference. If that Lapras scored, then it would have been close.
All of a sudden, you're talking about a different game,
but that is not the reality of the game.
Able to stay alive.
What an incredible finish here from the Juicers. Playing their game, doing exactly what they wanted to do, what they wanted to accomplish with that team composition. Heavy pressure on the enemy side of the map. Lots of scores before Rayquaza, so that Rayquaza wasn't as big of a deal.
Let me see. Who's playing next? Okay. I am pressed for time, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna watch this last one. So Bannies versus Orange Juicers. And then I'll play solo queue tomorrow, and maybe if I have time after like solo queue session, I will watch the remaining of this. We'll see, but yeah, at the very least I'll watch this last set. I would have preferred to watch it all at once, but I am pressed for time. I have to go soon.
Keeler, I'm gonna start with you.
And thank you, Zero in on Alex. Thank you, Lobo. We will check back with you very shortly after this match. So me and Kello are going to be taking you home throughout this. And already, bans Kello. You already talked about it. That Sableye ban along with this Snorlax ban. So Banny really wants to target both Zugrug and Roland. Keep them off of their strong picks.
It's interesting to say that they've
I mean, the
decided
Sableye ban is definitely targeted, but I think people are just like Snorlax is just banned because it's like a strong defender in general. But I mean, I guess you could say it's a 2-for-1. Zugrug does play Snorlax.
I'm interested to see how this composition goes.
I love the Lapras pick into this Inteleon. Look for Zugrug really to absorb up a lot of those snipe shots. That's what Lapras does the best. Not only does it have a massive health pool, and then they're also sporting that Assault Vest, which will negate some of the special attack damage from those snipe shots, but its passive ability also negates some of that special attack damage. So the Inteleon is going to struggle at times into this composition of the Orange Juicers.
Ooh, I can see Zoro on this Crustle here. I don't know if this is going to be their final build, but if we are actually going to see Amulet, Coin, Score, Shield, no, it's switched on out and Gold Getter. I am so glad we are not. Well, I mean, I'm not. I would have actually loved to see a Score Comp Crustle on the field.
It would have been fun. It definitely would have been fun. It would have been maybe something to try to slow down or at least match what Orange Juicers likes to do with this Dodrio pick of theirs. Kratos on it for the third straight match. They did it in both of the semifinal matches that they were able to win, and they're doing it here in the upper bracket final.
So this is you don't see it very often, just because it's either banned or usually in the supportive role. But this is one of the few times where Suicune is actually being built as an actual all-rounder that does special attack damage.
They don't have any of the Accel braces or the drive lenses.
Because I was looking at the team, so I was looking at the team comp very briefly, and I was thinking to myself, like, I think there might be like low on damage, but then I realized, yeah, Curse Incense, Shell Bell, and Drive Lens on the Suicune. So they're going to be the quote-unquote carry alongside Kratos and OG.
3 times to empty its pockets. You're going to see birds in the central area, one for each side. The Dodrio for Orange Juicers. Banny is going to have the Talonflame in the central area.
It's all about the bird here today. Who can fly the furthest? I don't even think a Dodrio can actually fly here. But you know what? We have our first dunks coming on in Zugrug. Being able to get 5 points and just keep this pressure on with this AoE of the Whirlpool.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to deal with once Flareon gets to level 4. Zugrug sporting the XP share will allow Flareon to play a little bit more of this carry style Lapras that we don't see as frequently. OG on this Buzzwall is going to try to prevent a lot of pressure.
They're using Flame Charge on their Fletchinder, so they might be going Fly instead of Brave Bird. I mean, they most likely are.
Unless you are able to pick up these KOs, but there's already 3 members, soon to be a 4th, as Suicune is also making its way through that central area. Birds have spawned on in. Nobody's really trying to actually full-on take them out. Banner's decided to back on up instead of diving for them, so playing a little bit safe this round.
It's very smart because that Psyduck headache would have probably put that Talonflame into harm's way, but some points go on in for the Juicers. Probably not as
I mean, that's good.
And now you're gonna see
that's a good show of restraint from the side of EU Bannies or Bannis. Oh,
they found it, and they're gonna set
close.
and force out the eject button from this Fletchinder.
Gotta give it to Nachos for some good weird
Very nice.
dodging there.
Very, very nice.
Giving their KO over to Kratos.
So I think
up that red buff as well.
I think Kratos might have thought that he got the kill. And
Take it as we do get ready for these 8-minute burns.
Oh, and they're gonna also find this poor Umbreon that has not been able to find their
like overestimate the damage just a little. Pretty sure he could have got that, but I think he might have thought that he got the kill and then he just
able to take out that Drizzile that was invading. So smart play from Banny to kind of counter invade, but it didn't quite pay off for them.
No, as we pivot up until the top path, we can already see that Boswell has reached that level 6, looking for that level 7. That way they can get their secondary movement. I'd say it'll be that smackdown to just grab them and throw them all about. But 5 seconds until the next lot of birds spawn on up. It's 3 members versus 2 in that bottom half.
Ooh, nice little rocks to separate.
oh man. We're approaching the first objective and Gibble and Eevee, like still level 3, still level 4.
Away from the screen, you saw this Dodrio get a double KO, and that is the score.
Like the only shining light right now on the side of EU is the Hyzaki. Like Hyzaki right now has been like
starved out some experience from this Gibble who is not online.
Zagra taking an absolute
in every match I've seen, Hyzaki has been the consistent point of this squad. Despite okay, like prior to me saying that and jinxing it, even though the match already happened, I mean, yeah, prior to that, like they've been consistent and. But now, like, now that Kratos is bottom, he's just punishing the only strong point of this team.
Good zoning from this side of
oh, Talonflame picked up the kill on
the Suicune is preventing that. Unite move might be a tad late for this level 10 Talonflame, but they should be able to get out of dodge with that fly.
Yeah, they do manage to make their escape there as the Snarl's going to come in from Suzuro, trying to foul play them back and defend this pad with all of their might. But Orange Juices aren't interesting in actually going and dunking. They just want to soak up all of the wild Pokemon that is available, as there's so many yellow dots, and we can actually see the Regieleki ended up
oh, that is huge.
Towards that tier 2 pad.
Eject button to
oh,
goes on in, and that
it wasn't a big overcap, but breaking the tier 2 that early
is a massive play here for the Orange Juicers. This means that there will be potentially 2 additional Regielekis that could walk all the way to the home goal zone of Banny, and that is exactly.
You can see the tilt on Talon. I mean, like, speaking from a jungler perspective, like getting invaded and just playing from behind is so frustrating.
Just like we witnessed in that previous match, it's 238 to 2 points as we are reaching this halfway point.
Lapras trying to zone, keep the points from going on in. Yeah, only 2 so far. And look at this sneaky mission here from Kratos. Looking for this home goal zone score. Garchomp sees the writing on the walls. Only 14 goes in, and Kratos gets out of dodge like nothing happened.
14 points in a home base is still better than nothing, and this is going to provide a distraction for Orange Juices to try and push this tier 1 pad. But Manners is aware of this. They're going to send all of those members, besides that Garchomp, to defend it with all of their might.
Oh, nice kill.
Does end up getting taken down amongst them.
I mean, they're 250 points down on the dot.
And Kratos still trying to score points in this home base, and Talonflame does finally take them out, but the fight has been stalled up long enough. Registeel is the southern Reggie down in this bottom path. Buzzwole looking to engage. Superpower smackdown combo into the Unite move. Shield stolen from this Umbreon, but Suicune freezes them solid, and Orange Juicers gets a bit of an advantage. Flame Sweep comes in from the Talonflame that met with a mountain of crowd control, and they're unable to get anything done. This Buzzwole OG getting it done. 3 KOs. Make it, yeah, 3 KOs.
Oh!
Yeah, that is a triple KO for OJ, and what better way than to just use their allies against each
Bro, Garchomp popped their Unite move to try to defend, and their Unite move wasn't in time to stop the score of Lapras. And even then, they still lose the goal anyways. Yikes. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Kratos secured the Regieleki, so now it's pushing the home goal.
Zugrug trying to keep the damage away from the Registeel. Nacho's looking for a last hit. They're going to throw up the fly.
Let's get it from top. Oh, what? Whoa, what?
At the home base. Zugrug trying to keep the damage away from the
Did I just see that?
Nachos looking for a last hit. They're going to throw up the fly.
What is that animation? Bro, I think he's super powered as he's getting Dragon Clawed and like full on Papega animation. What just happened?
Umbreon's going to refresh their
Yo.
HP bar at the home base. Zugrug trying to keep the
That is the guys. I play a lot of Pokemon Unite, and I genuinely think that's the first time I've ever seen that. Like,
damage away from the Registeel. Nachos looking.
oh my god, yo, this. Okay, I'm gonna play that in slow motion. I want to see the order of how that even happened.
On here.
Okay, wait. I need to play it a little. I'm too far away. Hold on.
Umbreon's going to refresh their HP bar at the home base. Zugrug trying to keep the damage away from the Registeel. Nachos looking for a last hit. They're going to
Okay, it should be here. So, Registeel gets. Let me see what happens. Okay, this is a superpower. Superpower, Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw. Oh, okay. So it was superpower, and then they Dragon Claw, Dragon Rush, and then I think like right as they're getting, or right as they're about to get CC'd, they start the animation for the superpower. That is actually funny though. That's pretty funny.
the Registeel for banning.
Yeah, that is actually huge for them to just give them the level.
You know what's funny? Like I don't know. I think the casters are so focused on the fight that I don't even think they realize the dank animation. That's literally like I'm not even looking at the fight. That's literally the first thing I see. I literally had to rewind it to see that I wasn't tripping.
They have 3 level 12s over on their side.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty rough here for Banny. However, they did stall out that Regieleki long enough so that there's not going to be another Regieleki for the taking that will push the goal zone at Rayquaza. So they've at least got that going for them, but look at the scoreline, Kello. 40 seconds until Rayquaza. Nearly a 300-point deficit that Banny needs to make up. And we were talking about it earlier. They had some of those score stacking items. They have not been able to do that.
So it's what okay, so here's the thing. I don't want to say that, like, I'm not going to go as far to say that orange juicers are the only ones that do this. However,
Fine, I guess
they're one of the few teams that are willing to sacrifice Rayquaza to trade for, like, granted that they have, like, a reasonable amount of points. Like, I'm curious to know, considering they're so far ahead, like, they're literally 296 points up. I'm curious to know if they actually double down and try to go for like back caps and just like give up the Ray again. Maybe, but at the same time, considering how many goals are up, it might be risky. Despite the fact they're so far ahead, but
shows exactly that point.
Yeah, I don't even think that 2 points is from Nachos on the Talonflame, who is running that attack weight, so not going to be outputting as much damage as you would like going into this team fight. But you know what? It's just going to come down to whether they can get an isolation. Qatar on this Crustle is going to be a key player in this, whether they can place those rock tombs perfectly.
They're going to try a frozen solid by the double ice combo from the Orange Juicers. Snipe shots trying to find their mark, but they're a little bit wide. Orange Juicers has sectioned off this Rayquaza pit.
oh my god, that was a huge pick right there. Oh, and Talonflame whipped their Unite move. They just
isolation onto that backline. Now 2 members of Banny are down. Unite moves are flying here as Umbreon is going to throw and take.
Ooh, the Psyduck Buzzwole eject power play.
Mix for Orange Juicers. That nuisance is no longer a nuisance to them as Zero is just weaving their way over the walls so swiftly. But I mean, Rayquaza's at half HP here, Kyle.
Yeah, weaving through is this Dodru as well, finding multiple KOs. Now gonna look to go onto this Inteleon. That's a massive amount of damage. Lapras Express is gonna help close the door. It's just this Talonflame trying to fly.
Bro, this Tal... Okay, I'm sorry, but, like, watching this Talonflame, like, they are not having a good game right now. Like, they are having a very, very rough-ass time. I actually just feel kind of bad, but, like...
Combo from the Orange Juicers. Snipe shots trying to find their
This right
armor.
here.
They're a little bit wide. Orange Juicers has section.
Like, this right here is just very nice setup. You know... 1, 2... Wait, sorry, hold on. 1, 2... And then, literally, follows up. As soon as he gets stunned, follows up, eject button, smackdown, superpower, literally like, the worst thing is like, it's such a good play, besides the fact that it's, like, they set up properly, like, they're in sync. Like, they coordinate their skills, one after another, they stack the CC, and on top of that, like, the icing on the cake was when he eject buttons over the wall to go for that aggressive play, the smackdown actually knocks them to the opposite side of the wall because they're so damn close. Like, it's so unfortunate for this guy, but really good play for the two of them, so, you know, you get 2 check marks. Good job, good job.
Off this Rayquaza pit, unable to advance his Banny. Oh, the play through.
Yeah, that was brutal. And then Talonflame right here.
Piece for Banny.
What just happened? Did they eject button? Wait, hold on. Why did it look like they're...
Unable to advance his Banny. Oh, the play through the wall. They take
Well, what happens is...
That's a crucial.
Look at their pathing. Am I blind? Okay, did they eject button? Like, it looks like it's going here, but then somehow it ended up, like, here. Hold on, wait. Oh, they ejected. Oh my god, bro. You can see the poof right there. Oh no. Bro. Yeah, okay. That's a feels bad, man. Like, I had to double check because, like, if they didn't do that, it looked like it would have just hit. So, okay. So, you know what I think that are... Okay, I feel bad, but at the same time, I think I understand what they were trying to do. Like, so the original pathing is, you can see right here, that's the original pathing. If they don't eject, it would have just went, like, over here. And they probably would have eventually collided, like, or, like, they would have finished off their animation, like, right here. Okay? So, arrow, and then where the X marks the spot is probably where the animation ends. Now, what they were trying to go for is, like, my guess, it's an assumption. So, they got the direction they wanted, and what they wanted to do was literally pop their Unite move. So go from here, go from there, but, like, they wanted to go over the wall and, like, crash to right here, is what I'm guessing they want to do. Like, they want to hit the 2 guys, and then obviously these guys would get displaced and go here, but the timing, and like, the positioning and, like, the timing was off. So then literally you just go from here to right here, and then you land right here. That's a feels bad, man, bro. Like, if I was playing competitive and I made a play like that on broadcast, like on a live UCS broadcast, I'd probably put a paper bag on my head and I'd retire. Like, I'm done, guys. Like, you know, like, you know, old TTV, like with, like, Lutano, like Inder, like, I think it was like, I don't know if it was like Toon in them, but basically, like, old TTV, when Retsu was playing, and then he got Reggie rocked by the Reggie, and then he died, like, right before Ray. That's pretty much like a thing that people are gonna remember, but you don't want to be you don't want to be remembered for plays like that. Or like, I think it was Rin, where he got KO'd by the bees. on remote stadium in a UCS match.
Yes,
Oh
no,
man,
no,
good
isolations.
times.
That was such a good isolation onto that backline. Now, two members of Manny are down. Unite moves are flying here as Umbreon is going to turn and take some shields. But Suicune has been taken out of the mix for Orange Juices. That nuisance or in group stage, but also, you know, being those NA representatives as those regional champions, they are that invited team, and we can see why they are currently at the top of their region.
Higher the
Are they actually going to go first pick Dodrio here? Okay, no, they are not. I was going to say first pick Dodrio would be really risky because, well, that's where you can actually go and get those counters. I mean, what even counters
Him being killed by the Reggie is the only reason I know his name.
maybe potentially an Umbreon. There's a few things you may just want to try to lock onto it. I think the Umbreon pick would be smart. I don't know.
Yeah, we did have the Umbreon last round, but it was the Snarl foul play build, and I'd say that's Snarl build is likely to combat the amount of crowd control that Orange Juices also boast on their team, as we can see them picking up the three same Pokemon, Psyduck, Suicune, and Lapras, all boasting CC type maneuvers there, but a bit of a switch up here from Banny. They've decided to opt for the Eldegoss and take away OG's Buzzwole.
I do like this. I do like this play from them because if you do pick this Buzzwole and you have the Umbreon along with the Eldegoss, there is a lot of crowd.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. They were hovering Goodra for a second. I thought they were gonna lock it in, but then they swapped.
Kratos onto
I was gonna be like, oh shit.
It forces them to pick this talent. And knowing what I know there's a certain person.
You know what's crazy? Hold on, let me pause right here. You know what's crazy? Goodra's like one of the few Pokemon that didn't really have a time in the UCS where it was at like the top of the table. Like throughout the course of Pokemon Unite and like competitive gameplay as well, like this is both like we're talking about like casual gameplay and also competitive. Goodra was never like a top tier Pokemon where it was so meta that you had to pick it. Like there were some oddballs that picked it. I know what's his face? The guy from Team YouTube like would play Goodra every once in a while. It wasn't that great, but you know, they thought I think they thought that it was like better than it was. But then besides that, it's like, you know, like every 1 in like 10, maybe even 15 games, you have that one person that wants to be a little different. And it doesn't really work out, but
that
yeah.
Observing that might be like, oh, Kratos on the Talonflame, and she's shaking her head.
Oh, look, Talonflame's available. You've got to pick it up for yourself, right? So, different bird look for Kratos this time round. Not going to go with the triple heads, but we do have another all-rounder joining the mix. Yang has decided to select up this Urshifu. Now, looking at this team composition that Banny have, would you say this is a Wicked Blow Dark Bear, or would you say they're going to go for more that Surging Strikes, Rapid Strike, Charge and Atom, Water Bear moveset?
I'm not sure. Right now, at least with what it looks like, you have the eject button. So for those that don't know, eject button, kind of like a flash, repositions, and that does lead me to believe it will be this Dark Urshifu, which has a single strike, which allows for a great last hitting ability, typically with that other move set, which is the Rapid Strike Urshifu, the Water Bear. Usually, that's
it really is a shame. Water Bear was probably one of my favorite junglers. Like even when it wasn't like super overpowered, but it was still solid. But if you play it now, like the way Water Bear works is like you Surging Strikes, you auto. Like you Surging Strikes, you auto, you Surging Strikes, you auto. Like basically you auto in between Surging Strikes. And like back in the day, if you did it properly, your cooldown would basically be back to like 0. Like you could probably Surging Strikes immediately again. But if you try playing Water Bear now, I haven't done full CDR, but basically like the build that I would use
looking for is
if you tried to do the full combo, and even if you lined everything, it's still like a 2 or 3 second cooldown after the fact. It's just like, there's too much delay. It's so bad now. They gutted the poor bear. So I don't even have to... Like, 99% of the time when I say Urshifu, I'm just gonna assume it's the Dark Bear.
Damage back. Zoro still at full HP there, but it is going to allow Nachos to just creep ever closer to that much needed level 5.
Look at Yang heading towards the top. It is a Wicked Blow Dark Bear. You see it with that little red icon around that level gauge. You're going to see these 850 birds spawn. It is going to be 4v3 in the top path with a little bit of an advantage towards the Orange Juicers. Wicked to close out a lot of them, but Orange Juicers was able to close out a little bit. They're also going to find a KO onto the Buzzwall, so that means they're going to press forward in this T1.
Yeah, this is going to give them a bit of an advantage here as they're coming on in with the freezes from Flareons, dunking in 25 points. But now we have OG and Roland who are at a quarter HP, so needing to back on up. They got in some dunks, so it is still better than nothing moving forward.
Buzzwall looking to press on forward, might be stacking. They see that there are two members of Orange Juicers here. Dig Garchomp once again from OG. A lot of damage already found. Eldegosk is going to try to keep them healed up with those pollen puffs, but man, that is a lot of basic attack pressure from this Gabite early on.
It really is. It fares in well against a Buzzwall, especially one that hasn't been able to get in many dunks earlier on. It does have that attack weight stack, but Nachos needs to try and get that level 7 ASAB. That way they can just maximize the amount of disruption and isolation tools that they need over on their side for this Inteleon and a Shifu to really work.
It's like, and I find it so funny because like they're trying to be sneaky, but like they know, and he's literally just standing there trying to like reach the bush with auto attacks. It's kind of funny. And they're standing so far back to avoid getting engaged on. Oh, it's not far enough though.
Gets the KO. Now it's just Roland trying to hold this T1 goal zone, but it is a tall task. Banny leaves this point on 3 HP, setting themselves up for a pretty significant...
Where's the help? It's like Thor and it's like Thor and Loki, like going up the elevator. The Psyduck is just throwing a bite at the enemy team. Get help! Please, get help!
Over the mark, but it's a 4v2 down in that bottom half as Reggie Rourke is getting worked on.
Looking for a secure. It is Urshifu. The Wicked Blow closes the door. Here comes the Flame Sweep from Talonflame. Is able to take out the Umbreon. We have a Unite move out from this Inteleon now, but they're going back to the...
Oh, wait.
The Wicked Blow closes the door. Here comes the Flame Sweep from Talonflame. Is able to take out the Umbreon.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. So, okay, so I wasn't actually looking at the bottom fight. I was actually looking at the top. Psyduck and Gabite were doing the objective, and Buzzwole stole it.
We have a Unite move.
Which is, you know, it's unfortunate, but at the same time, I mean, it is a Buzzwole versus a Gabite. They don't really have reliable secure. But yeah.
Yeah, it's just a matter of whether they can pick up any further KOs and get in some dunks. They're able to take down that...
Because, like, Buzzwole is by himself in the top lane, so I can't imagine that he has enough rip damage to do that objective confidently in front of two people. So I think they were doing it, and then, he just got the secure before he died.
Oh my gosh, the freezes, the stuns out onto Yang, instantly takes that Urshifu out.
That was a massive freeze there from Flareons, and that's a big bit of catch-up experience as well, because I believe Urshifu was like a level ahead of Flareon, so that enabled Flareons to get an additional level and kind of help scale a little bit farther into this endgame. That'll be very massive, especially if they're able to find some additional value, maybe something like this Inteleon. And look at this, a little bit of a push here. Zugrug trying to keep this Suicune relatively healthy, but look at this push up top.
Yeah, great push up top. Gotta try and do that quick math.
2940, 2940.
Trying to stall it out. Roland is able to figure it out and finally get it done. That way they are able to maximize that overcap. potential. So now
Math
they're
is hard,
even
guys.
165 to 91.
Unfortunate. I think Roland was in the headache mode, so he's kind of stuck being able to not do anything. It's the worst. As someone who's played a decent amount of Psyduck, that's like the worst feeling. The team's like, oh, score. I can't. I have a headache, guys. But yeah, very unfortunate. But they got it right. They had enough time. But look at this objective spawning basement.
You know what's so
Reggie is already
funny?
on the books.
For the longest time, so I don't really make it a habit to remember the Unite moves of Pokemon. Like, some of them I remember just because they're very easy to remember, while others are like, yeah, I don't really care that much. But, like, I didn't know up until, like, fairly recently. Like, I was wondering for the longest time why casters would keep saying Sai-yi-yi-yi. And I genuinely thought that they were just making, like, some inside joke or reference that I wasn't aware of. But then when I actually saw Psyduck's moves, its Unite move or one of its skills is actually called Sai-yi. I'm like, oh my god, that is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. But it's... now I finally understand, they're not memeing, it's actually what it's called.
Over their side, and well, you know what, 91 points is definitely better than the 2 that they had at this point. But another Regieleki here, it's just a matter of whether we can have this Inteleon snipe and chip away some damage, but Orange Juices aren't even going to give him the chance here.
Yeah, no chipping.
Oh!
Especially when you're gonna go ahead and now.
Man, I thought they would have lived. That...
Orange
Let me
Juices
see.
aren't even going to give him the chance here.
Yeah, no chipping.
Just a matter of whether.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Too late from being able to prevent that score from going in, and now you have a home goal zone open on the side of Banny, which is gonna spell a little bit of trouble. Kratos might be in a little bit of trouble now, caught in a blender, and that's a massive catch here for Banny.
Just gotta admire that whole strategy from Orange Juices. Send 2 members to go and break that tier 2 pad while the other 2 members go and shred up that Regieleki. And because Banny were on the chase, they weren't able to actually go and contest it. So thinking ahead, you really gotta give it up to Orange Juices for demonstrating that.
Yeah, 349.91, so kind of in the same spot Banny is of game 1. They find themselves in the same in game number 2. Basement objective is going to be up. Banny's way to victory is going to be through Rayquaza, likely again. Snipe shot connects on Zugrug, but he's able to absorb a ton of that damage. You have your Shifu trying to get down in on this objective. A lot of damage falling. Big surfs up from this and then into the Brave Bird, sending 2 members of Banny packing. Snipe shot's not going to do the trick. Registeel,
What I will say,
objective here.
in the last couple of matches that I've seen the Orange Juices playing, it's pretty impressive how, like not taking levels into consideration, but in the last couple of matches that I've seen, it's impressive how much of a point disparity, like, they're able to accumulate, like, before Rayquaza. Like, in the last few matches that I've seen them play, they're up, like, 200 points over the enemy team. Like, even more sometimes. And they're doing that consistently. Oh, Talonflame goes down. This would be a time to go for a play. I mean, Eldegoss is spawning, but...
Along with our Shifu, a little bit frozen solid. Lapras Express is going to go in. We have Garchomp looking to take down the Urshifu. That's a 2 KO streak for OG.
Eldegoss!
Zoning out Banny from the Ray.
Yeah, but OG is quite...
Don't let it reset! Don't let it reset! You guys can't let it reset! What are you guys doing? Are you guys dumb? Oh my god, you guys let it reset! They don't understand their win con.
Urshifu is also back in the mix. We have Buzzwole looking to take down...
It was literally at half. Oh, it's over now. It's cooked. They lost their one window to make a play.
Is Kratos looking to hunt down this Umbreon? They're able to. That's a double KO. OG trying to find the Eldegoss, but they're able to eject through the wall.
It's over.
Safety. Buzzwole
it's over.
Caught in a blender. Kratos looking to take him down, but Buzzwole picks them up. Kratos does find the KO and able to get to safety. Brave Bird not brave enough. They're back in the Pokemon Center with 3 members down for Banny.
How is Nacho still left standing after all that is being thrown at him? I mean, Nachos is definitely trying to throw it back, but Yang is the last one in this pit as Inteleon is also going to come and join the mix, trying to shred it down, looking for a potential way to make a comeback, but then it's 10 seconds left. Can they get these dunks in time?
They need
No.
to. They're trying to eject through. 50 points likely
Oh,
going
wait.
on in 23. Not. Oh,
46?
it
Oh,
does
Italian
go
didn't
through.
score.
We're gonna have to go to the scoreboard. I don't know.
That was
if
146.
enough, though,
Would the 100 made a difference?
Oh my gosh. Right down to the wire, Banny had played there, but it
Oh, it
isn't
would have made the
enough.
difference.
In the end,
Damn.
Juices is the one
Wait, did Inteleon not make it in time, or did their shield break?
to make a comeback, but then it's 10 seconds left. Can they get these dunks in time?
They need to. They're trying to eject through. 50 points likely going.
Oh, their shield broke. Yeah, their shield broke. You can tell because, like, I don't need to have the camera panned on them. So what happened was, okay, so Fell Stinger, they grab the fruit, they eject button as well to try to close the difference, but they inject button into the Suicune. The Suicune CCs them, you can tell by the fact that they're literally not moving for like a second or two. And then if you look at their HP bar, like they're taking damage right now. So they lost their shield.
In 23. Not. Oh, it does. It does go through. We're gonna have to.
Well,
go to
good
the
defense from the
scoreboard. I
Suicune.
don't know if that was enough though, Kello.
It wasn't.
Oh my
It wasn't.
gosh.
But bro, okay, no. I like dead ass serious.
On this Talonflame, they do find it off screen, so that is a big
Okay.
play for Banny.
Eldegoss died.
Starting to get chipped here.
Umbreon goes in, tries to go aggressive, pops Unite move right before he dies, it goes down. Wicked Blonde to the Garchomp. Urshifu goes down. You got a 3 versus 4.
Streak for OG. Well, we have Zugrug zoning out Banny from the Ray.
Yeah, but
Like, it's literally at half. What they would need to do right here, like, they got 2 Unite moves as well. The problem is, if they wait any longer, you're going to have to deal with literally Talonflame with Unite move, which is obviously a huge threat. Level 15 Talonflame with Unite move, like, you're not going to have a better time than this. I'm actually genuinely surprised to see that, considering how aggressive they've been playing up until now, and they burned Unite moves, at least, like, 2 of them. Like, literally, it's at 50%. I'm surprised they didn't, like, aggro it to prevent it from resetting, and then just kind of YOLO it. You got nothing to lose. You already. The thing is, guys, is like you're down by over 200 points. Yes, it's a 3v4, but keep in mind that literally 3 of them are at 50% HP. And I know they're playing scared because they don't want to lose, but this is your only win condition. There's no way you're gonna. In a minute and 18 seconds, there's no reality where OJ are going to let you backcap the difference of these points. And if they do, it's probably going to be at the expense of the Rayquaza. So I'm just generally surprised that they didn't just, pan their cameras, look at the HP bar, and, just go for it type of thing. And of course, Umbreon was coming back in 2 seconds too, so if they, you got Eldegoss Unite move, you got Buzzwole Unite move, and then so considering Haizaki's been playing relatively, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, they've been playing relatively well throughout the course of this event. I'm surprised they're not a little bit more confident.
OG is quite low here. They need to be wary of these snipe shots that are shooting across the map.
Yeah, but then at this point it's too late because, well,
allows them to go and retreat, replenish their HP pool, as Rayquaza has also decided to.
Yeah, let me see here. Up TBD versus Resolution? Okay, wait, that's to be determined. For me.
Pics of just.
Oh, okay, yo, let me watch this. Here, wait. It's been a while since I've seen a good old North America versus North America SmackDown.
Good team. They played very well in.
Okay, I know I said the last series was gonna be the last one, but I'll make time for this one. But this one's 100% my last one because I have to go to the store before it closes. Let me see, what time is it? Yeah, okay, I got a little bit of time, so.
In tandem with pure and Bora reach. Dispenza, when picking
Stop
up
TQFC. Hello, how's it going?
the most, and they have a lot to offer.
Okay, Zela with the Blaziken, Leafeon and Umbreon, Zabi locks in the Inteleon, Hoopa,
And here we
Urshifu.
Gremlin Dispenza locking in that support. They
Dispenza play Sableye?
Sableye before here in the Master Series. They did. It was 100% Dispenza's fault. But
Oh, we got support Darkrai. Haven't seen that in a hot minute, but
Zobi on the Inteleon, that is where she shines. So allowing that to get through is very.
the thing is like Darkrai, it's gonna be a little difficult to land their Unite move. Mainly because, like, Miraidon's base skills can avoid that. Sableye is, like, granted that you're just making use of your passive, it's gonna be difficult for that. Umbreon, you probably don't want to Unite move at all unless you absolutely have to. And if you absolutely have to, you're probably putting yourself in a position where it's just not ideal. Leafeon would be Leafeon or Miraidon would be the prime targets, but getting in range of Miraidon to do that is just very difficult. Leafeon, I mean, yeah, I mean, we'll see.
Defender, but is that a support Darkrai that we might be seeing, Kello?
That's right.
Yeah, it does put your opponents to sleep, but also it's Unite move on the side of
have good damage, and Bora being one of those players who can play this Pokemon exceptionally well. So I'm interested to see how this is going to work out. I don't know
on the side of Revelation now that they have locked in that fight
of that nature. So to not see it is a
change to get the our first match of our bonus.
Oh my god, Serena Jungle. Cringe, bro.
Revelation on the
Cringe.
loses round 3.
Bro, I die internally when I see that shit. That's even worse than Blaziken Jungle. Cringe. Cringe. Alright, I better see that Serena pop off if you're putting that in jungle. Just saying.
Just enough disruption to be able to get a good amount of EXP for Lumiere. And is that Celestial invading against the Serena?
Yeah, this is the power that Leafeon demonstrates. Being able to just take one buff from their own central area, reaching that level 4 to just go and put that early pressure onto the opposing team.
There's nothing so satisfying about seeing a Serena Jungle get bullied by a Leafeon.
And is that Celestial invading against the Serena?
Yes! Kill it!
Yeah,
Kill it!
Power that Leafeon demonstrates.
What's even worse is, like, they could have walked away, but they went back for more. Kill it! Kill that thing!
And put that early pressure onto the opposing team. They managed to pick up a KO and take
Yeah! Down with Serena!
because they're already at level 5.
They are at level 5, which again, this is great, and they're gonna go in with the boosted auto, go with for the Razor Leaf, and Anon. Poor Anon is gonna be stuck here, taking a wicked blow from Lumiere. This is where Revelation is quite literally unraveling before our eyes, allowing these teams.
You know, I don't have a preference over who wins. However, I want to see the Serena Jungle perform awfully. I don't want that Serena doing well. I just don't like when people play Serena Jungle.
Has decided not even to go back into that central area. They've decided to go into the opposite side, as we can see on that mini map, knowing that there's nobody taking the buffs there.
I mean, you know, it's not something you normally always see, but I guess when you're not taking your own, well, why don't you take the opponents? Because they don't need it whatsoever. As we do see, though, Zealot has made their...
Ah, there goes Inteleon.
They want to take it on. They do have a little bit of a backup, but we do see...
There goes the... no! Serena killed the Leafeon!
Able to do massive amounts of damage, and Zealot, I think this is your central area now, even though you're on the purple side, but hey, it's yours now. You can have it.
Sharing is caring, I suppose. Yours is mine, as Zealot says. Taking their own. But you know what? Despite the rocky beginning for Zealot, being able to reach level 7, close to ticking over to level 8 is huge.
Yes! Kill this arena! Kill her! In game.
Leafeon, so they have been sent back to the Pokemon Center for the time being.
So a great job using those tap dancing shoes. The Celestial's gonna be going in for a little bit more. Wish they had it now. Bora and Celestial are still very aggressively positioned. Sobi, though, with those shots, with one shot, did almost enough damage to take out Celestial in the later game. That is when Sobi's really going to shine. She is positioning herself, though, as they are going on to try to converge on a Regirock. Sobi trying to find a space to get her snipe shot off, but no! Is the wicked blow that's able to get the success, and Revelation is trying to go into the converge.
Oh, the mean look. The Circle of Fun, featuring Umbreon.
Especially with that snipe shot secure, doing a great job of getting that disruption. Otherwise, we do have some dunks going on in. Urshifu does end up getting taken down amongst the mixes. Zealot is trying to look for a pick, but unable to find anybody in that tall grass.
Celestial took advantage of this, though, went to the top path, secured the Regieleki, managed to allow it to crash into tier 1, and right now it's 175 to 19. We see Pure trying to use the Dark Void, but Dispenza disrupting all of Pure's strats, but Sobi is once again there to help the team stay alive. I talked about it in the pre and the draft, how Sobi and Pure tend to work really well together as the Ebon Fist shuts Sobi down.
Yeah, the lock on that Lunia had onto Sobi, there was just no escape, even in that flux zone. Being able to dunk in 30 points despite Tie-Dye's effort to try and defend. So both of those tier 1 pads have been eliminated on the side of T3. They're only at 19 points here, but you know what? Despite the points discrepancy, they are keeping up in levels pretty well.
Queen's Ascendant does land on Lunar, combined with Pure. They are going to try to strike a little bit, but the Thunder that Bora releases stops them from scoring. Zealot's going to get trapped out, gets taken out, and now they're on the converge to try to get Pure. Pure needs some pure luck and skill to get out of this. Sobi right there has a little bit of a backup. Meanwhile, Oblivion going to try to body block, because as a reminder, if the Inteleon shoots a snipe shot, you can actually body block it and take the damage for your team. And that is what Oblivion was all about, as Anon has pivoted down here as this next objective is about to spawn onto Thea Sky Room.
I don't like the fact that Umbreon's top lane, but they're making the rotation now. They have a Hoopa. There's the Hoopa Unite. Oh!
To get the secure for T3.
Great job by T3. Now Bora's gonna unleash some of the charge beams, though, to do as
Yeah.
much as they can. Zealot is a little bit trapped. Sobi, though, has 2 KOs to her own, almost a third, and now T3 is trying to stay on top. They're able to take down 3 members of Revelation.
Umbreon going top was a misplay.
Hard, but they're gonna allow 50 to go in and see where they can do the rest.
Like if there wasn't a Hoopa on the enemy team, then that might be fine. Just because like if someone's defending, at least you are splitting and you're able to keep someone distracted. But it doesn't work as well when there's Hoopa. Because even if it is like a 1v1 in top lane, 2v2, whatever, as long as Hoopa has their portal, like their Unite move, then they just call upon the others.
Down that Regieleki, and it looks like it's going to instantly crash into that tier 1 pad, which means they're able to instantly get a dunk of 48 off.
I'm not trying to, drive salt in the wound, but if they did that right, they would have been like less than 15 points off. But who cares? As Revelation able to defend, but all of a sudden, Kello, this game is that much closer. This is now a game of inches, not feet or yards. This is now that much closer between these two teams, but they do have a little gremlin in Dispenza. So if they need to apply pressure to keep that lead up, Dispenza's going to be the teammate to do that.
It's really going to come down to these final moments. What decisions each of these teams decide. We have another basement Reggie that does spawn in 20 seconds. So more than enough time to go and secure it. Zealot almost taken down that Urshifu, but a great eject button over the wall to land themselves back to safety.
Look how far Zealot has come, Kello. From the invasion and slow start to being the highest level Pokemon on the field, tied with only Celestial. Zealot's gonna dive on in though, trying to get to Bora. They are sliding away, getting the shields. The mean look does come out from Oblivion, and a big overheat is set up in case Revelation got a little too greedy. Meanwhile, Registeel is on the map.
Yeah, this is going to be a juicy objective for whichever team is able to secure. Overheat does end up charging, but a non fails at the secure. It ends up going.
Oh, Serena's going in.
Thanks to Lunia on that Urshifu.
It's a little early between both teams. Nice snipe shot from Inteleon, gets their Urshifu.
And try to take down Revelation.
Wow, Zealot did use their
Oh man. Oh, nice pick off from the Leafeon.
Celestial is still up. Anon is fighting, trying to use those fire fists to stay alive. The rings are unbound again.
Oh, very nice play. I mean, like, not the ideal Hoopa Unite, but it did save the Blaziken.
Were burned, but they still have Sobe's Unite move and Darkrai's Unite move. But I do believe that Hoopa ring.
Oh, yeah, there's still 2 Unite moves on the side of Revelation.
It ended up saving one of their Anon on the Blaziken, so they were able to go and retreat, get full HP.
Oh, Darkrai! What?
Instantly gets taken down as Umbreon is caught in a Dark Nightmare.
The Nightmare is being unfolded, but
Bro, Darkrai ulted the Umbreon. And even then, it didn't, like...
And Zealot is trying to stay alive using those shields, that passive ability to get some shields. 2 members of T3 are down. The focus is turned on to Rayquaza. Sobe's hitting away at it. Azure Spy Vision is unlocked. Pure is trying to look at everything on the top side. Sobe gets knocked out. That is 2, 3 members down. Revelation. A new prophet is here. Zealot is the last ditch hope, unable to do so. Revelation captures the Rayquaza. But I will say,
That was not a good Unite move from Darkrai, I will say that. That's literally like the last person on the entire team you want a Unite move. And what's even worse is that it didn't even fully go off because I'm pretty sure the passive blocked it.
That passive ability to get some shields or from behind.
Get full HP. Dispenser
might have been a little premature.
Look, it ended up saving one of their Anon on the Blaziken, so they were able to go and retreat, get full
Yeah, they ulted the...
Is getting attacked at, instantly gets taken
Umbreon.
as Umbreon is caught in a Dark Nightmare.
The Nightmare is being unfolded, but from behind the enemy lines is just doing tons of damage. Zealot is trapped. Zealot needs to be the target, and Zealot is trying to stay alive using those shields, that passive ability to get some shields. 2 members of T3 are down. The focus is turned on to Rayquaza. Sobe's hitting away at it. Azure Spy Vision is unlocked. Pure is trying to look at everything on the top side. Sobe gets knocked out. That is 2, 3 members down. Revelation. A new prophet is here.
I mean...
Is the last ditch hope, unable to do so. Revelation.
Yeah.
But I will say that boost.
Also, it goes without saying, Serena died without uniting anyone, so...
Azure Spy Vision is unlocked. Pure is trying to look at everything on the top.
Oh, actually, no. I think they died then just got unite move. Let me see.
Revelation. A new prophet is here.
Yeah, they died and got their unite move back.
Unable to do so. Revelation captures the Rayquaza.
Yeah, they just got it back. Okay.
I'll say that boosted auto from Serena looked awfully close.
Yeah,
Well, you play Serena in the jungle, you deserve to lose. I'm gonna die. I'm going to die on that hill. You play Serena in the jungle, you deserve to lose. Play better jungle.
At such little HP and
Oh man.
by the opposite team.
I'm sorry, I'm toxic.
Been an absolute miracle that multiple members of T3 down, even with the healing happening. I mean, I know Sableye is the one with Thief.
Oh?
But
Am I gonna see a Zora game? Come on, give me a Zora game. Zora comfy. Let's go. Toxic. Boo! Boo! Oh my god, I'm so sad.
Dispenza, you have stolen some Pokemon, but most importantly, you stole my heart. Wow, pause.
I knew you were gonna say that.
It's like it's almost as if you and I have casted enough.
Zora comfy, how original?
Shenanigans to a T, and you're just like, he's going for it, isn't he? Well,
Oh, don't be a hater, alright?
And he waddled away, waddle, because that's what I feel like I do. I drop a really bad.
We're living in a world where the most played Pokemon are
Well, no waddling here because Psyduck is banned on out, but it does give opportunity for other
Actually,
players
wait.
to pick it up.
Yeah, I was gonna say like Mewtwo Y and
that we saw
Leafeon.
a lot in the previous meta. It's always just
Oh my god, it's happening! It's happening! Oh my god, I want to see! Bro, if you guys lose, you guys are washed. Bro, it's fine, it's happening!
that stun if
A Zoroark comfy game!
for that Psy Strike, I think that's what it's called. I can't even remember. The damage over time move along with that big stun at the end. But to tie it all off, Anon and Tie-Dye, Zoroark and Comfey, there's one word for this composition, and that is disgusting.
I know. I was like, is it?
Dude, Kilo's a hater.
Disgusting.
Now you're reading me.
Yo, it's almost as if we've worked together before. This is to what? Yes, it is a very disgusting comp, but it's also a very common thing that we see. And when you're up against the wall, remember, this is the loser semifinal, so your backs are up against the wall. There is no such thing as like, well, you gotta bring out all the stops because this is the final stop. This is the final destination. If you can't stay alive here, it is all Bajover for you.
Bajova. that is a word I have never ever heard before.
It's Jover. It's like over, but adding a little Joe, you know.
Bora is gonna be the one bringing the table. Have to break
when they are together. Attacker, but it doesn't have the range that like an Inteleon does have. But or reach to their name, they need to reach for the skies. Here we go, Revelation versus T.
Buzzwole Jungle, oh my god. These are the end times, man. These are the end times. No, no. Make it stop. Keep the top laners away.
But up in the top path, we have a Zealot on this Torchic getting an absolute beating. Is able to make an escape and not give an early KO over to the side of Revelation. But it looks like they're going in for some more action here.
Oh, they are. Zealot and the Hoopa, thanks to Dispensa, trying to keep Lunir alive. And that was actually the Buzzwole that headed into the central area, which it does seem a little peculiar at first. But when you realize that at level 5, Buzzwole is going to have access to its very super power, it's going to throw out the birds. It is ready to punch and throw. And here they go, as they do throw them around.
That is definitely what a Buzzwole would sound like if it could speak. And you can see that it is definitely paying off being able to keep T3 distracted while the rest of them go and secure those Bunnelbees. But Hooper ends up getting taken down. Pure is on the chase towards this meat tank, able to get a gyro ball up to provide them some shields and 2 KOs, which is huge. But Anon and that Comfey able to...
Oh, they're supposed to go for the toxic Zoroark comfy invade now.
Is what Zoroark and Comfey... Disgusting! It's so bad, but I mean, the way that they waited out that gyro ball to be able to get 2 KOs...
They could have went back top and had Hoopa invade Zoro.
But that was a great job by Zealot. The way they used their Blaze Kick to keep everybody there.
Inteleon 1v1 Mewtwo. Uh-oh. 30 points? Level 7 Inteleon in the bottom? Jesus.
And Anon is just looking like the fox looking for a wounded animal going in and just slashing all around. Dispensa gonna need to run away while the rest of the members of T3 are looking to take on...
Bro, you know what? You know what's more cringe than a Zumpy Zoroark? A shiny spray. Take that shit off, bro. I think it makes my eyes bleed.
That's what it says. What does the fox say?
Bro, if you use shiny spray, you deserve to get banned from the game. Like, if your account gets, like, terminated, it's because of the shiny spray. I'm telling you right now.
Tie-Dye doing a fantastic job of keeping Anon sustained while Revelation are trying to fight back, secure some birds, and
Oh no, he didn't get the kill!
Nightfall days, leaving Bora Reach in a daze. They are still able to make an escape with a slither of HP.
Listen, I think that was like negative 10 HP because there was nothing in that bar. It had to be... I just don't understand how it survived a Nightfall days to the face.
Oh, Blaziken with the 1v1.
Zealot able to take down this Lunir, being able to get a good amount of scores done, get their stacks off, and now the pressure is really looking real well for T3. This team composition is working out a lot better for this disgusting Zoroark.
Oh, this goal is left on 20 points, but they're able to break it before that Reggie Alecki ends up crashing, which would have been an even break. So great timing from T3 to go and stand on those pads. That way they could increase that scoring speed. And because we have Revelation preoccupied destroying the Reggie Alecki up at the top up, they're able to just maneuver their way down and get in some more to this bottom tier 1 pad.
A T3, this is the consistency sauce that I was talking about. When they are on fire, there is nothing that can stop them. But when they make those
Fine,
decisions,
I
it
guess
can
you
be a
are my little
hard
PogChamp.
sometimes because,
Come here.
like you said, in the moment, one answer seems to fit all. But in hindsight, maybe it isn't. Maybe it was. Maybe in the moment, it seemed like the right answer as the computer is trying to catch someone. But the Nightfall Death says, "Nuh-uh, I don't think so, girlfriend. That is not going to settle down here."
I'm actually very surprised that Metagross was not able to build its walls around.
There's a lot happening across the map. Buzzwole and Hoopa were invading the enemy jungle. They got picked off. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, they got like some weird shenanigans going on.
We need to have some professional research done, aka I will try this later and come back probably never for this. But I'm sure. Okay, we'll figure it out. The question is, will Engage bring us back at that point? Who knows? They might have already. What's that? Production says I'm fired because I did the Arnold voice. Well, I guess I'm fired. So there you go.
Oh, bring it back, bring it back. But you know what? Back to the match as we are at that halfway mark. 199 to 55 points. We already have a level 12 Blaziken on the field. The highest level on the side of Revelation are these two level 10s being the Buzzwole and the Metagross. So they need to try and find some experience stat. And I mean, hey, what better way to do it than to try and pick up some KOs if they can actually manage to do it?
Rings are on
Doric's dead. Intellion's dead. Comfy's dead.
Two pivotal members of T3 are already down. Some scores are going in.
Look, see?
Pure once again sticking together like glue and just
I told you. I told you. You know what's more cringe than Comfy Zoroark? The shiny spray. That's what you get.
They might not be out of it just yet. Revelation wants to make some noise. The Zealot is going to try to take on Oblivion.
Oh, a great eject button coming out from that Blastoise to go and dodge them, but it just wasn't enough as they ended up getting taken down along with that Hoopa. It's only the Zoroark and Comfey trying to take on the world against Revelation here. Pick it up.
Oh, they ran. No balls. They got scared.
To get that quadra KO there.
Almost went for the 4-piece, only gonna have to settle for 3, which that's not too bad as Anon is level 13. I mean, hey, I don't know about you, but I'd take 3 KOs. I can barely get a KO with Zoroark. This is also me confessing that I'm really bad with Zoroark. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
It's hard to play. It is so hard to play. So
maybe I'm just too small brain.
Gotta admire the mechanical skill that Anon brings, and they pair that up with the Comfey as well. It's just their ability to weave in and out. They've almost reached that.
I want to see a game 3, but at the same time, I kind of hope Revelation win because I have to go to the store before it closes.
Gets taken down amongst the mix.
So, like, fingers crossed. But if I had more time,
has finally cut up the Reserve Spy Vision. Gets a proc a little early there, it seems, and it goes to Anon anyways. Sobi's able to go Mega Evolve with the Comfey around them, and boy, this is bringing back nightmares. And the way Sobi is chasing
the milk store.
Bora strategically stayed near the wall to turn invisible.
I gotta go to the milk store
and look at this combination
and not come back until after I regret my decision and leave the kids.
Pure and Sobi together is also a match made that they just work so well together for T3.
Oh, it's just a matter of whether they can come together and create the perfect sandwich going into this final stretch.
Oh my god, bro, that's so toxic.
Because they had that trick, they were able to Phantom Force their way back to safety. So just trying to create a bit of revelation as we have a huge
Blaziken might have got caught.
That's what they wanted to get. They needed to get the Anon's gonna be able to go in. They might be stunned up. The Nightfall Daze finally does land. Anon's gonna need to be able to escape. They got the Metagross though. Pure is just taking all the damage right now for Sobi, so Sobi doesn't go down.
Oh no, poor. Oh, Zora's trolling! He's trolling! Oh my god, is this it? Or is this the end times? The Zoro Comfy failed the city?
Bora is out of reach, out of sight, sniping away from that backline. Otherwise, we have the members from T3 returning on back. So
Hold.
already below half.
Hold. Oh, Buzzle's dead.
Take down this Buzzwall.
Bora's in the middle of the pit. Oh my god, Bora, your positioning's awful!
Right back to the Pokemon Center just as quickly as they came. Sobe's using the strike as much as they can. Rayquaza's looking really low. Callow,
Blastoise! Oh my god. Blastoise with the secure G to the motherfucking G. I can't believe it. Okay, hold on. Like, this is the last team fight of the game, so like, let me break it down. Like, what happened here? Okay, first of all, like, Blaziken is trying to go for the pick here, but I think they really overestimate, like, what they can do. Like, bro, I get it. You're a comfy, you're level 15 Blaziken, you have got a comfy on you, so I understand you think you're Jesus Christ and you can part the waters like Moses, but like, you're literally in the enemy jungle by yourselves. Lapras is right here. They're pretty far off from where you are. Mewtwo's behind them, off screen. Zoroark is literally just all the way across the Fire Nation over there. You're not getting any help. Alright? You are not getting any help. You're by yourself with your Comfy. Like, the fact that Comfy ditched the Zoroark really shows that, you know, Zoroark wasn't pulling their weight. But, like, goddamn. Okay, no, all jokes aside. This is just, like, a really questionable play. I'll be honest with you guys. Like, this to me is, like... I'm kind of glad it's not a UCS match, because if I saw this type of stuff in a UCS match, I'd be crying internally. You know, they're trying to take the initiative to make a play, but in reality, they're kind of throwing the game. Like here, like Smackdown, Superpower, pops the Unite move from Buzzwole. Mewtwo tries to bail them out with Unite move. Hydro Typhoon goes off from Blastoise. They get Superpowered again. And then Metagross pops their Unite move. They target the Zoroark, but they're just super low. Zoroark pops the Unite move, kills, secures the Metagross. They leave. And then Zoroark is coming back. Meanwhile, Pure, the Lapras is getting grabbed by the Buzzwole. Okay. They missed the Shadow Claw. Okay, here's what happened. Okay. Shadow Claw whiffs. Shadow Claw. Then, because it whiffs, they have to use their Feint to reset the cooldown on their Shadow Claw. So, like, Feint. But then, I think they whiffed their combo again. So, what happened? Feint. Yeah, they whiffed their combo. They whiffed it back to back, okay? I need to rewatch it again. Okay. There you can see. Shadow Claw. Miss. Then they have to use their Feint to reset the cooldown of their Shadow Claw. So, Feint. And then, it's a good reaction from Bora, because they use their Feint again. Like, they snap back to their original position, they Feint, but then it misses, and now everything's on cooldown. Yeah, Shadow Claw, Feint. Shadow Claw, Feint. So, the Shadow Claw landed, but the Feint didn't reconnect. So now, both their skills are on cooldown. They reburned their Unite move, and now they're in the middle of the enemy team. Because they're playing for 2 people, Zoroark goes down, Comfy goes down, you lost 3 people. Blaziken, Comfy, and Zoroark are dead. That being said, it's not like clean either, because it's still relatively close. Revelation are still behind, so they need to start playing Rayquaza. It's already less than half HP. Buzzwole tried grabbing the Mewtwo, but because they're in their Side Strike animation, they got the CC immunity. They still take the damage from the Superpower. Blaze Kick, sorry, not Blaze Kick, Overheat from Blaziken tags Celestial and Oblivion. So they get chunked. Celestial's almost dead. Oblivion got taken down in half. Buzzwole goes down. Very awkward positioning from... Okay, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, like, it's a miracle. This should have gone a lot worse, but Yeah, Bora's positioning right here is like really questionable. I'm not exactly sure why the Inteleon was sniped. Like, I get it. You want to get your damage down. You want to, like, B press, A press, be close enough to the enemy team to get your damage down. But you do not need to stand in the literal Rayquaza pit as you're getting, like, cycloned. Because this is, like, to me, it's like, pause champ? Monka? Like, what's happening here? But anyways, unpause it, play it back. Yeah, they got literally focus blasted and then tagged by Rayquaza, like two-man team over here. Blaziken trades his life, but Blastoise takes the kill. Getting really low. You got literally 3 versus soon to be 3v4. Anon is racing with the Comfy, hopefully trying to be useful, but literally after the Gyro Ball, there's the Hydro Pump from Oblivion. Oblivion secures the Rayquaza, obviously really nice. Like, whether you want to call it nice or, like, lucky, whatever, potato, potato. And then that's going to be the game most likely. Two of them need to score. It's not over.
Welcome to the AO Space Jam on Thea Sky Ruins.
You may call it peanut butter and jelly.
Okay, now it's over.
Peanut butter and jam here in Australia, but you know what? They were able to make up the difference. They're now in the lead at 339 points to 252. We do have Lapras, who has just respawned, does have their Lapras Express on hand, but Oblivion still has 19 points with that Rayquaza shield to go and get an insta-dunk.
Oh man, 252 to 377.
Choo choo! Here comes the Lapras! Oh, but Lapras missed the mark.
But it's not going to be enough. They still need to find a way to dunk 100 more. Zealot's trying as much as they can. Ultra Soul Slam's going to go off. Bora has unleashed the Azure Spy Vision once again. And the defense coming out on top is going to be revelation.
Wow, wait, what an absolute comeback from Revelation. Really got to give it to T3. You can see as that graph shoots on up, they were pretty much in the lead.
What is that logo? What is this? Bro, did Ho become a Jehovah's Witness preacher? Like, what is this? Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious, bro. I've not seen that before. Oh my god, this is what happens when Ho finds religion. They find the holy Bible of Unite. Or what is this, fucking Death Note? Writing their names in the fucking Pokemon Unite encyclopedia? Oh my god, dude.
Of that match, but Revelation coming in with a great team fight during that Rayquaza pit was absolutely insane. And there you go, your winners, Revelation with a dark and sinister Ho-Oh.
This is my apprentice, Dartho.
My soul has been taken away, and what's that? Dispensa's not gonna mess up my setup this time. Thanks, Dispensa.
All right, I'll like at the end of the day, like this is a tournament for like just for fun and for pride. That being said, like the takeaway from this last 2 minutes, Blaziken and Zorak through the game. I won't lie. Like I don't know how anyone can even deny that or even dispute that. Like. Blaziken tried to take the initiative, make a play, but here's the thing, guys. Very simple logic. Why do you need to force a fight in the enemy jungle when you are winning? Okay? It's that simple. Like some people have not grasped the simple concept of you don't need to make the mistake. Let the enemy literally let the enemy go to you on your terms and let them make the mistake, or you capitalize on the situation. Like, what's the point of getting a point lead going into the Rayquaza if you're just gonna throw the game after the fact? Like, I see this so much in solo queue, and it's like, this is the type of solo queue play I would expect, where, like, it may sound harsh, but it's the truth. Like, where I play solo queue, it's like, you get a lead for your team, or the team gets a collective lead, and then it's like, okay, cool. Now they get complacent at the fact that they have the lead, and then they overcommit or they do something questionable, and then they just throw the game.
Final stretch. Surfing from that
Like, I literally see Blaziken sitting in their jungle, and they think to themselves, okay, I have Comfy here, we can win this fight. But, like, you have no business being here, you get punished for it. Then fast forward, of course, Zorak could have literally just reset, they could have just gone back to base, healed, or even stuck around, but don't literally just diving into a 2v3, 2v4 if you want to count Oblivion, but he's a little split off from his team right here, and he's a little low. But either way, technically 2v3, 2v4, whatever, potato, potato, and then jumps into the middle of the enemy team and literally just dies with 2 people on him. And then you just allow Revelation to kind of
is out of reach, out of sight,
force a Rayquaza
away from that backline. Otherwise, we have the members from T3 returning on back. Sobi already below half HP, but able to take down this Buzzwole.
Oh, Buzzwole gets taken down. Zealot is back into the fray, gets sent right back to the Pokemon Center.
Alright. I wish I had time for the last bit. Like, we're almost done the VOD, but unfortunately, guys, I have to go to the store. Before it closes, the milk store will not be open forever, so I'm gonna head out. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the matches. You know, they were fun to watch. You know, I learned stuff. I learned the meta. I learned how some people play. And then, I see why Fennel are absolutely washed team, because they suck at macro. Guys, I honestly, if I were to go back to a 2024 World Championships and watch Fennel games, if they played like that last year and they won the entire thing, I'm inclined to believe that nobody understands macro when it comes to this game. If they play like that. I might actually rewatch the World Championships just to look at Fennel matches and see if they played better or worse compared to now. Because when I watched the Japanese qualifiers, although it was only one set, they played like dirt. That may sound harsh, but it's the truth. I mean, pro players should review their own games. It's that simple. Like, if you, there's no better way to get better than to review your own matches and see where you can improve, like, what you did right and what you did wrong. When I watched Fennel, they were literally just lost. Tell Kenny I said sub. Brother, I'm literally going to the store. Where does Kenny fit into this? Alright, that being said, guys, thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the matches. Back to solo queue tomorrow, and maybe, just maybe, I finish the rest of this, you know, after like a couple of hours of losing my mind. At least we know new world champs, unless Fennel show up to NAIC and win the entire thing, and then they win worlds again. If. Emphasis on if. But it's very unlikely. Yeah, like 99% chance you'll have new world champions. I mean, even if, like I'm gonna be honest with you, even in the hypothetical situation they did qualify, I'm convinced that they probably would have lost anyways, so it doesn't even matter. There's a new champion in town, and their name is... Honestly, I don't know. I didn't watch all the reject matches, but then again, we'll see them in like 2 weeks when they play the final part of the qualifier, which is top 8 cut. And then the top 3 teams that win that are going to Worlds, I believe. We'll see. Alright, anyways. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the matches. If you like what you see, don't forget to follow the stream. I go live pretty much almost every day at some point. Good luck in your matches if you're playing today. Hopefully you guys, you know, enjoyed the games for what they were. I'll be back tomorrow with some solo queue. And like I said, if I have time, maybe I'll finish the rest of this VOD. There's only like 2 more sets left, or 2 more best of 3s, I think. So, yeah, I think it would be... Like, who's playing? Let me just double check. What am I missing? Revelation versus Bannies, and... Okay, and the winner of this, I think the winner of this would face, blah, 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 OJ, I think? What? Oh, whatever. Okay. I gotta head out, guys. No more stalling. Peace be with you, and also with you. Have fun. I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.
much better.